You can pick up the... Oh no! Why is he carrying the chicken like that? He picks it up by his fucking legs. I thought he was gonna carry it like a baby or something. He just grabs it by the legs. That's so you can skin it? Oh god. No, I don't want to skin the chicken. The chicken did nothing wrong.
You're listening to this loud.
When she smiles, just drop in. And when she's lies, it's now or never. I gotta tell her, funky, I want it only. She make that money. Oh yeah, she's funky. She makes me cozy. When I feel lonely. Oh yeah.
Oh, bull!
I forgot what this means. Is this literally it?
Yes.
I'm not playing Dark Souls. Yes! Yes! I hit the fucking button.
Made it. Oh, man.
Yes! Yes! You gotta do the Tiger Woods. Yes!
Oh,
yes!
It looks like after this, there's still
Oh yeah, motherfucker!
2, 3, 4. There's like, damn, there's like 6 stages. Oh my god. Oh, this shit is brutal. Alright, we'll keep going.
That's it. I'm going clown mode. Yes! Yes! Yes!
Alright, we're keep fucking.
It's the end of the game! Yes! We've made it to the end of the game, ladies and gentlemen!
Toxic fucking waves. Look at this.
Elf, I know it's the weed. This is so much easier for me. I sound exactly the same, that's crazy. I sound exactly the same, that's fucked up.
Let go with the gloves.
Hey master, can you please buy me a purple collar? I think the color fits me. I would also like a squishy toy and some treats. I've been a real good boy after a while. Woof
Oh, why did I? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, I cannot believe I lived. Oh, that was close. That was a genuine scream of fucking terror.
Most untrustworthy shit I've ever seen.
I have no clue.
Phil wins. That was proof. Didn't you see the proof? Didn't you see that little half folded up piece of paper that he held like this?
I have no clue. I'm not a real expert. I would never be that way. Anyway, instead I say, here's what I can do. I can literally...
You see this fucking writing on there?
So you guys know exactly what it is.
Looks legit to me.
They cut me off. Here's my monthly expenses. Are you ready for this? Here's a little reminder on here that at the beginning of every month I should, cash out what I make on Patreon and send my Patreon directly there first. We got Hulu.
It's got the internet written on it. It's got the wall.
My Game Pass subscription.
Enough flowers to go. forever now. Oasis is doing the farming.
I'll get it when it comes out on PC. Can I climb that? No, it's probably the way out. Artex!
That this game's about that. It's like Danganronpa all over. Bruce has Danganronpa still to experience though.
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba, ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Well, hi there, everybody. Hello, welcome. Howdy doing? Hello, Balloon, all that good stuff too. Welcome in. Happy Monday, everybody. I hope everyone's having a mundane Monday. I hope this Monday is greeting you and finding you about as well as it's greeting and finding me. Welcome in, everybody. Big ups out there to the dinguses, the dingers, the dongers, the ding-dongs, the swollen double underscore ones, the dingateers, and expanded style individuals, peoples, and persons existing in the right here, right now, present day, present time, currently listening to the sound of my voice. Right here, right now. And a big ups out there to the dinguses, the dingers, the dongers, the ding-dongs, the swollen double underscore ones, the dingateers, and expanded style individuals, peoples, and persons who may or may not surely be existing in the immediate and far-flung future, including, but certainly, stop, you did this last night! Thank you. Including, but not limited to, Ann1337, that guy, and I will read the Ann check, I will. Makoto underscore simp, Infamous KS, Awesome Night 95. Thank you for the unshrimp, hydrate, and the stretch. I did all three. I promised you. Golden Cream, Vikes 1011. Hello. We have Jay Frosty, We have Pat Noticer. We have Nice Drive. Oh, you're awake. Oh, yes. Honestly, I should be back in bed. I have been slaving the morning away. I got pretty much no sleep. maybe I stayed up a little bit too late last night beating the game, and I did beat Super Bomberman 5. But if you fell asleep, or maybe you missed the stream straight up, I have a bit of a humiliation ritual to show off. I did beat the game, but with an asterisk attached. I'll get right to that. We have Old Man Windbreaker. Hello, Old Man Windbreaker. Welcome in. Delorio. Hello. Zuki Wookie. Hello. Ivan. Hello. Dingus gonna give us that test one day, chat. I am, and you're not gonna be ready for it. Hey, Pat Noticer. Hello, my friend. At Swollen Dingus. Hello, sir. Welcome. The dim-witted dingers dongers. Oh, they're not dim-witted. Hey, Rennie. What's up, Donger Roni? Oh, you know how it is. Hey, Chris Phoenix. Thank you for the 5-stream streak.
How you doing, dude?
Hello, Aldrin. Welcome in, everybody. I hope everyone's having a good Monday here. Welcome. Big ups. More Bomberman suffering in the afternoon. Reason being, Yoshi comes out Thursday. I want to put a little bit of I'm a little inspired, chat. I'm a little creative. I got a little bit of imagination, wonder, and whimsy in me yet. I'm going to do a little bit extra for the Yoshi overlay. Kind of like I did for Donkey Kong Bonanza last year. I know Yoshi isn't at the level of prestige of Donkey Kong. Nevertheless, I want to do something. So I would like to stream now, and do a little bit. Maybe finish Super 5 for good. Hopefully. Thank you for the random DSP greeting. Finish Super 5, hopefully, and then spend the evening working on the overlay. And hopefully have that ready by Thursday. I want to no-life it. I've cleared the Dingus schedule. The adulting has been cleared. Thursday and Friday, I would like to no-life Yoshi. In the interim, to explain what's going on. Arlo is due for a video, so he is. And there might be some Arlo viewing today. Actually, there will be Arlo viewing today. So yes, as I said, I completed the game. I was presented with a final boss of sorts. I did the final boss, and I went to the credits. The game then played a joke on me. Do you remember Donkey Kong Country 1, where you beat the game, and then you get the fake-out credits, and then the devs at Rare are like, oh, surprise, you're not done with the boss, and then the boss keeps on going? This game kind of does something like that. I'm glad I wasn't spoiled about it. So yes, I did beat the final boss. There wasn't like a fake-out in the sense that the boss had another secret phase, like in Donkey Kong. But I did win. I was presented with the credits, and then the credits kind of like fucked around and went super fast and then slowed down. Like the time boss was fucking around with the credits, like I didn't really beat the game. And then the credits end. I'm presented with a fake the end screen, and then I am forwarded to this screen. Hey, Perez. Thing is, I woke up and didn't want to lose my streak, so I fell back asleep with Bomberman up on my phone at 3 a.m. No, you're fine. Ann does the same thing. Ann has said time and time again he'll just fall asleep with his phone on my stream. I like to imagine that he has earbuds in his ear too, so I'm like constantly fucking screaming at like -6 decibels in his ear. But take a look at this. I was presented with this certificate. Your stage clear rate is 28%. We thus bestow upon you the rank of Getting There Bomber. So, yeah. Remember when I talked about how the game had a non-linear a non-linear aspect to it where you can choose what levels you want to do? That's what it means. It is possible to 100% complete the game before doing the final boss, but that requires a bunch of backtracking, which I didn't do. I just completed the levels that I was allowed to complete to get me to the final boss. I likened it to Breath of the Wild, where you're allowed to go straight to Ganondorf, it's East Ganon that. You're allowed to go straight to Calamity Ganon as soon as you start up the game. It's kind of like that. You pick the shortest route to the ending. It's kind of what I did. There's way more to the game. It kind of explains why it's the only Super Bomberman game with save files. I will complete the rest of the stages, see how many I can get through. But yes, the entire stream last night only amounted to 28%. 28%. We're getting there. We're not there yet. We're getting there. We will get to the fireworks factory soon. Did you clear it, or are you still working on it? Currently, at 28%. How is that a tip? That's not a tip, bitch. What kind of tip is that? I need real tips. I only accept tips for my business, the liquidity of my business. Hey, Saru. BC is protesting the guy because I said so. We watched Dingus. I don't know if that's true. Your little VC said no DSP yesterday. I peeked in. There was a little bit of the guy. You're lying. But no, I couldn't really I couldn't really deal with Directive 220 either. But welcome in, Seru. I beat Super Bomberman 5, but it's got a non-linear kind of style to it. So I didn't actually beat it. I beat it, but I didn't beat it. I didn't beat it the way that it wants me to beat it. So I guess I just go all the way back and play through the levels until I get levels that I haven't been through. Like, I gotta go in all the yellow piss portals. Hey, Nurgle. Look who's back after getting felted last night. I wasn't felted. I beat the game. You fell asleep before I beat it. But owing to the fact that I did receive an ending, the game is technically complete. So I will watch some stuff right now. Just something to tide us over. Kino Casino is tonight, but it's gonna be another Jer show. I will actually take off before then, or hopefully a little bit after then. That's where I'm targeting. After I hop off, I wanna work on the overlay. Sounds like a felt to me. We talked about this yesterday with Cope. You can't just call everything Cope. I'm literally bashing my armrest. You can't say that everything is Cope, because then nothing is Cope. You can't say everything is felt, or nothing is felted. Game overing is also technically an ending, only if you allow it to be. Only if you allow it to be. If it's not, it's not a game over if you allow it to be not a game over. It is a game over, and it is an ending if you allow it to be so. You have to give it that power. It's like the N-word. Hey, Dogsplane. You can't say that's a cope! It's not a cope! Today, someone told DSP not to wage quit 80-20. He said impossible. Quote, impossible. Because he's beating it today. Under 15 minutes later on break, he threatened to wage quit the bonus content stream of it with more money. Oh, without more money. Doing the extra endings. That's a shame, because that's something he told us he actually wanted to do. Guys, I want to show you the alternate paths. I want to show you the alternate choices. I want to show you the alternate ending, guys. I used the word ever, though. Well, you just used it right now. Comparing a game over to the N-word. No, it's like if you get a game over, that's one of many words you could potentially yell out into the ether, right? You have a 200% chance of being more likely to say it if you're completely alone in your home, house, apartment, humble abode, wherever you may stay. If there's nobody else around in your vicinity, you might just yell it out at the top of your lungs. If you die over 200 times to the same pirate boss and his little minion, his little Boshi Louie, or wherever the hell that he's riding. But yeah, he's doing 220 right now. He claims that he'll finish it. We'll see if he does. If he scams the additional content that he promised, it's just another Dragon Quest situation where he promised that he was gonna do the DLC and then didn't do the DLC. What a fake! What a fraud! What a scammer! He's also just straight up copying Jeremy and buying the Pokemon cards. I heard about that. DSP, after watching the quartering documentary and mocking and ridiculing and making fun of Jer for all of his scams, he constantly brings up, oh, Jer literally shills GoFundMes every single stream that he does. And I don't watch his streams, by the way, but I know he shills GoFundMes every single stream. I know that this is what he does. He says this, that, and the other, and yet still decides to copy the quartering's grift. He's gonna buy $300 Pokemon cards, and if he's actually decent at copying said grift, hopefully they end up being resealed Pokemon cards too. I need the boxes to be resealed. I need them to be open, gutted, only the dummy cards left over, I need to be resealed. It doesn't even matter if the plastic is on it or not. These days, motherfuckers buy, like, what do they call it? I used them in high school. Not laminated. Is it the machine where you put things in plastic? I used them in high school. Well, you can buy those. You can buy consumer machines that allow you to do such a thing. Scalpers, I don't doubt that scalpers have that shit in their garage and they just fucking gut the cards and put them back in there and reseal them and then put them in the plastic machine and just put them up on eBay or something. Shrink wrap, there you go. I don't know why the words were escaping me. I always, like, reserved lamination for, like, a singular paper. You would always see them do it in schools and shit. But shrink wrap, shrink wrap is what I was thinking of. They have the shrink wrap machines that they use. I used them in high school, and I don't doubt that there are people out there that use them for their own purposes. Okay, I did say that I would watch stuff. I'm gonna scattershot, jump around, and watch whatever I want. which unfortunately means it might be a little bit of Muppet content. In fact, it will be Muppet content. Legend retires. The Switch 2 bundle deal. Zelda Amiibo and more. The Nintendo News Roundup. Oh boy. It will only be Muppet, depends. He has uploaded some new videos since we watched him last.
Hello, my beautiful, beautiful friends.
I always love when he opens the video like that. Hello! Hello, my children! Hello, my friends! Hello, my beautiful friends, my lovely children! Hello, guys! I'm gonna bore your fucking ass off with 20 minutes of Nintendo news. Hey, some of this I might not know. Some of it I do know. I do know the legend in question that is retiring. You might not know. You will learn today, right now, who the aforementioned legend is. Alright. Let me adjust this and get a little sip of coffee. Yeah, I don't know why I'm sipping coffee at 4 either. I really am turning into Phil. I did have tea earlier. Alright, I guess I just have to start at level 1 and then... I guess that would be the easiest way to do that, just go ahead and start from level 1. It's the level 1 Dongcast, everybody! Yes!
Another batch of smaller Nintendo stories I've decided to round up into one video. Am I still calling it Top Carlo today? No, let's do News Roundup. Let's do that again. This is a Top Carlo Nintendo News Roundup.
There's the jingle.
Let's begin with one news story that actually probably would have gotten its own video if I'd been able to get to it, but you know,
he's lazy.
A good few days ago, so everyone's probably
he's late to the news.
I want to include it in here.
What
anyway,
do I even watch the news for?
Very, very big deal. Takashi Tezuka is leaving Nintendo, and technically speaking, we're not 100% sure that he's leaving the company entirely. We just know that he's stepping down from his role. But just considering,
yeah, they might have him in like a forever salaried representative position, like
Miyamoto. We can be
Miyamoto.
reasonably sure that he is leaving the company. He's completely retiring. And this is a very big deal because this guy is an underappreciated mastermind at Nintendo. You know, you think like, who are the big legendary designers at Nintendo? Of course, Shigeru Miyamoto comes to mind, Satoru Iwata, and then, you know, in recent years, we've come to know like Yoshiaki Koizumi a lot better. But Takashi Tezuka, I have to imagine maybe he just doesn't like the spotlight that much or something. I'm really not sure, but like, it's a name that I think is probably a lot less well-known. You know, it's the kind of name, it does come up. Like, you know, like, oh yeah, that sounds vaguely familiar, but like, no, like this,
you hear the name, but don't know what he's done.
Since the beginning. We're talking a lead director slash designer slash producer on some of Nintendo's most iconic franchises, really all the way back to the NES. Like, he basically helped Miyamoto create Mario and Zelda, like the early titles from those series, which would then go on to define those series. Like, he was there. It would take hours to go over all of the guys.
I guess I don't even need to ask.
I mean,
no, I beat Super 5. I just didn't completely complete it
this entire time. I mean, just like Yoshi's Island. He basically made Yoshi's Island. Did you know he created the Boo character? He did. So Mario and Zelda are his biggest
Tezuka based it on. There's a funny story on that.
He's had his
Tezuka did create Boo. He based it off his wife. His wife was always shy in public, but whenever he would get home late from work, working at Nintendo, his wife would yell at him. You know, that's where like Boo's two personalities came from. Where if you look at Boo, Boo gets all shy, but if you look away, Boo gets all nasty. So it's literally basing an iconic enemy off your wife. What kind of enemy would you get if you made an enemy based off Cat? What would the enemy do? Probably nothing. Probably be just very sedentary.
In Pikmin, you know, and even as recently as Super Mario Brothers, Super Mario Brothers Wonder, Nintendo Switch 2 Edition Plus.
You get a Thwomp. You get Snorlax.
Miyamoto
gets why do I even need to ask?
Creating the characters and creating the concepts. But like, Tezuka was the guy who was basically doing a lot of like the hard design work and even like the coding work. Miyamoto was never really into coding. I saw someone put it really well. Miyamoto and Tezuka were basically like Jobs and Wozniak, you know? Like, there's like the idea guy, who gets all the credit. And like, you certainly can't like downplay the importance of the ideas, of course. Like, I'm not going to downplay Miyamoto and what he did and how he created these series. It's just that then you've got the guy doing the way more hands-on work, really just like building how these things work.
The guy who thinks the shit and the guy who programs it.
So much into the creation of these games and these series, and just not being as well known, not getting as much credit for it. So yeah, I just wanted to bring up that he was leaving Nintendo. I personally have not done a very good job of recognizing the guy. I have been rather uninformed. Talking about Nintendo is literally my job, and I have been woefully ignorant when it comes to Mr. Tezuka. And it's really crazy to see these legendary figures, the OG guys leaving Nintendo after all these years. Kensuke Tanabe left not too long ago.
Yeah, he's not crying over that.
From game development, although saying that, he does seem to be involved in Star Fox to probably a pretty good degree. But overall, he's mostly working on theme park movies and whatnot. And I see the temptation on the
Miyamoto's just working on all his silly little projects.
Nintendo, the old guard, they're all retiring. I really do just think this. They're in their
time.
60s and 70s. Like,
they're old.
It's just like come on. If you helped pioneer just a game company and its systems and its games in the 80s, then yeah, I think just naturally at this point you're probably ready to retire. And it's I don't know. It's just really interesting. What direction do we see for the company?
People can't believe it because it's not something that ever really came up as a topic of conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Tezuka, for everything. I mean, gosh, like really, you cannot possibly thank.
You can't believe it because you never conceived it. You just thought they would be working there forever.
What do you say to a guy who helped make Mario and Zelda? It's just like it is too big for words. Moving on, Nintendo recently posted their quarterly financial results. Actually, their financial results for the entire
Casino with the chair set. Yeah, no restream today.
And a lot of fun little details here and there have been coming out, as interviews and investor Q&As and whatnot are translated. And there's one detail I actually meant to put into my big financial results video, but I totally forgot. One thing that Nintendo did at the end of this fiscal year was buy back a bunch of their shares. This is something they do every once in a while when they have a lot of extra cash.
This part I didn't hear about.
May not necessarily like to be beholden to the whims and desires of its shareholders, people who own a piece of the company and therefore have a say in how the company is run, at least to some degree, but may not necessarily share in the values of the actual executives running the company. And so every once in a while, Nintendo will, basically buy some of its own shares and essentially dissolve them.
Really?
I'm not 100% sure how all of this works. I will never pretend to know how stocks work, but that just seems to be it. That you buy them back and then just say, poof, they are no more. We burned them in the fireplace. So now there are just that fewer shares to go around to other people. So Nintendo spent 100 billion yen to buy back 11 million of its shares, which accounts for about 0.88% of their overall shares. So a little bit shy of 1% of the company. It's not a tremendous amount.
I'm still jarred out, but a little bit.
It's worth a whole lot of money because 100
they said
billion
on
yen,
the Monday promo, as in today, the today promo. They said on the promo today that the Wednesday show will be less Jer, more variety. Yeah, I'll hold you to it, bud. I guess nobody really thought about retiring then because of this deification. That's a good way to put it. The same thing that people do to Kojima. The deification of executives is something relative new. There was a lot of old heads that quit and people don't know where they are today. Exactly. They see these people, especially people like Miyamoto, Iwata, people were blindsided when that dude died. That guy had decades left in him. But the same reason they were blindsided when Iwata died or Kojima split from Konami. People are now talking about Miyamoto, Miyamoto's getting up there in years, Koizumi's getting up there in years, Aonuma's getting up there in years, Sakamoto's getting up there in years. When are the rest of the old guard gonna finally leave? Because the prospect that you're left with that is that it's gonna be the new people, the younger people running the company now, and it's interesting but also worrisome. But we do have some people amongst the new guard, I would say. There's people to look at. There's people to look at. The guy who does Animal Crossing and Splatoon, in particular, Nogami-san. He is behind Animal Crossing and Splatoon. He's I'd say younger than the rest of the old guard. Obviously he's been there for a while if he's done Animal Crossing, but he's still younger, relative to the rest of these guys that I mentioned. But you make deities out of these guys, they can do no wrong. They're gaming legends, and not to downplay their achievements, they absolutely are. But it's because of the deification. I agree with you. You can't really conceive of them as being people that are people and would ever want to retire. Hi, Zaw. Hi, Sleepy Zaw. You love me. Thank you. I love you too. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day or evening. I don't know what time it is for you. Isn't, like, UK 5 hours ahead? I remember that because, this will be funny. I had a friend back in a long time ago, the days of your Club Penguin days. I would use that chat to communicate with my Club Penguin friends. Probably not the best app to use to communicate with your friends that you met online, but one of them was in the UK, and I remember them telling me that the UK time zone was 5 hours ahead of Dingus Land. Owing to that, it should be like 10 for you. Oh my god, it's my first step. Is it 6 ahead? No, I'm slightly off. That's a weird thing to say. Well, what do you want me to say? Zah, you suck and I hate you. Like, no, that's mean. But yeah, I hope you're having a good day, Zah. And yeah, to go back to it, I agree with Chrono. It's the reason why people like Arlo can't fathom that this is happening is because they've kind of made these people out to be like gods and not people. And you know, I feel like everyone's kind of done that to a degree, especially you growing up. You grew up with these kind of games and you think they're masterpieces and all that. But and I've always said this too. Like these are products that are like projects. The result of many caterpillar legs working together to create something great. It's not really just a one-man show. Like, even something like Metal Gear Solid wasn't just Kojima. Oh, I don't really like these enemies. Okay. Oh! Put that right there. How many hit points does he have?
Hey, Wiggle. $1 million.
How's my retro life? It's going great.
Really a whole lot of money to spend just to buy back some of their shares. But I don't know. I suppose it just means that it's really important to them. I don't know what their long-term plan is. Is the idea to eventually
buy them all back? Motherfuckers gotta retire, they gotta retire.
Again, so they can just do whatever they want. I would love to see what a Nintendo...
It'll be interesting to see if there's like ever a modern Miyamoto, you know?
That was very interesting. Here's another story that almost got its own video. Kane was really pushing for this one to get its own video, but I guess it just didn't happen. But we will still
I want it took some L's.
Naturally, the Nintendo
Wii U was a big one.
Is increasing in a few months. And, you know, again, say what you will about Nintendo, I do not see this as just like a purely nasty, greedy move. President Furukawa seems to be genuinely displeased that it came to this. Like, he really is not happy that they had to do this. He's not sitting there, like, twiddling his mustache and thinking about all the money he's gonna make. Most other companies raise their prices, and those changes go into effect basically...
Wait. Is he sweeping for the price hikes? I don't know what to think of the new president. Beyond the fact that he came from the Pokemon company, and that's kind of really all I have to think about. Oh, they imported him from the Pokemon company, and all these shitty decisions are being made now. Interesting. Oh, interesting. Let me rewind a bit.
Immediately, but yeah, he's given us about 4 months, and he's been talking about how this may impact Switch 2
price
sales
hikes.
And even just the, the customers.
It'll raise the sales,
he was talking
actually.
about how this higher price may pose something of a barrier for customers, and he said, "We will prepare a robust software lineup to enhance the Switch 2 ownership value. We will work diligently to overcome this barrier." Now, I think this could be interpreted in a few different ways. It's very much possible that this really is just kind of corporate speak, and like this isn't really him saying that they're going to make any changes to their actual plans. It could even be reasonable to imagine that, like, whatever, like, they have their plans. They're always trying to be efficient. They're always trying to make games at a good pace and not let the budgets and the timelines balloon out of control and all that. So, like, why would raising the price by $50
I don't think it's going to cause
really
a change in their release schedule.
But at the same time, he obviously recognizes that the market be crazy right now, and he has not ruled out the possibility of further price increases down the line. I mean, you kind of can't rule that out. The whole entire industry is just a mess right now.
The tariffs
so I think it's at least possible that because of this, because of them having to raise the price and being worried that they may have to raise the price again later, I don't know. It could actually mean that this will affect their plans, that they will have to be more aggressive than even they imagined when it comes to just getting
I was dying to a gun so much yesterday.
Providing games for people to buy so that they've got stuff to play on the Switch 2. Yes, we're sorry that you have to spend a lot more money on the system, but we want to make sure that you've got a lot of stuff to play. At that meeting,
at least they gave the 4-month the 4 months advance warning. I feel like if you go these 4 months and you still don't have it, you just don't want it enough at the moment. You're probably just still waiting for worthwhile exclusives. The Nintoddlers of the world who already have one have already bought one for the... Because the Nintoddlers are already won over, regardless of price point. They know if they buy one, eventually the games that they know are going to eventually come out are going to come out. Like, they know a Smash Brothers will eventually be out. They know a 3D Mario is eventually going to be out. They know the next 3D Zelda will eventually be out. So you buy it, you buy it with your faith in the company that you're going to get what you want, eventually. The normies are the ones that have to be convinced. And again, if you still don't have one, with the 4 months of advance warning you've been given, you're probably not convinced, and you really don't want it that bad. Which is fine. Like, it's, not everyone is going to be won over.
There was an investor who was concerned about how long it takes to make games these days and was wondering if Nintendo would be able to keep up the pace, and Furukawa said the following: "Ideally, we would like to deliver new titles more frequently and in a more timely manner, but as you pointed out, software development periods have become longer than before. Even so, we will continue to work on various initiatives to ensure that many titles can be played on Nintendo Switch 2 by devising improvements to our development system and development process. Regarding the future, we are preparing a variety of new titles for Nintendo Switch 2, regardless of whether they are so-called major titles or not."
What he means by that is making 3DS quality titles and releasing them for $60. Oh my goodness. What's the bomb doing? What the bomb doing?
We have new titles prepared for the second half of this fiscal year, in addition to those already announced, and we will provide details at the appropriate time. I like his so-called major titles. I don't know what you consider a major title. I think
no, he knows what they mean.
A major title. That's what he's saying to himself. So yeah, point is, whether or not
it's
he's
a major title in my
here,
heart.
We really don't know, but I would not be surprised if they do have to start getting just purely out of necessity. They have to be more aggressive than ever. They have to find ways to get games out faster, spend less time being confident that your handful of tentpole releases are just going to float the system for the foreseeable future. I mean, it's good. It is a really, really good thing. Stay hungry. That's everybody always delivers their best work when they're hungry, when they're a little bit scared. And then additionally, it's nice that he has confirmed here that there are other titles coming.
That's true. Nintendo always does better when they're struggling.
Yet, so yeah,
when they're under a little bit of pressure.
There will be more games announced. I don't think that's necessarily surprising. However, I do still think that a Nintendo Direct in June would make a whole lot of sense if they've got more games to announce for the second half of the year. But IDK will see. Another little tidbit to come out of the investor meeting. President Furukawa also says that he would like for the Switch 2 to essentially have as long a life as the Switch 1 did. Which,
Wii U Nintendo being really generous. $10 Wii games.
It's nice to hear him say it, I guess. And it's funny because anywhere I read this, lots of grumbling comments, lots of people being like, I don't think so. There's this idea that the Switch 2 is just way too underpowered, and the technology in it is just way too, it's already outdated. But I could not disagree more. I think the Switch 2, if anything, is even more poised to have a nice long life than the Switch 1 was. The Switch 1 already performed so well, despite being such just laughably weak technology. The Switch 1 proved essentially these graphics are good enough. They're basically good enough. And so now with the Switch 2, the fact that it's
kind of reiterated that the graphics don't really matter as long as the game is fun.
It's shined up just that much more. It runs that much better.
Remember what Reggie said. The game is fun. If it's not fun, why bother? Then you remember what Naughty Dog Man said. We don't use the word fun around here. No!
I don't know, I really do think that as far as most of the market is concerned, this really is as good as it needs to be. And you could argue that when PS6 and Project Helix come around, oh well then Nintendo
ain't no one buying Project Helix.
I just don't see it that way. I don't see it as this arms race where things just keep advancing and advancing and advancing. I really do think we're reaching a point where graphics are becoming just kind of good enough. And there are people, indeed,
we're kind of already there. We've kind of already been there for a while.
Too weak for me. I'm used to playing on my PC at 120 frames per second, yada yada. And that's a valid opinion to have. If you feel that way, that's perfectly fine. It's just that
your opinion's valid, but I'm gonna sneak diss you anyway.
You are not the target audience. You do not represent very much of the target audience whatsoever. And especially with where hardware prices are at, I think Nintendo would probably be wise to just kind of like hunker down and just be like, yeah, we're in no hurry to refresh this hardware. Like, yeah, maybe we'll get a pro version at some point if you want to just like push for even higher resolutions and frame rates and whatnot, but still more or less have the games look the same. I think that's going to do just fine for them. Even
Oh
if this
no,
thing
not
does
this
end up having
guy!
a 7 or 8 year lifespan. I think that'll be all right. And then speaking of the Switch 2 price increase, apparently it caused a pretty dramatic drop in Nintendo's stock prices, which is funny because apparently a lot of investors were like kind of pushing for Nintendo to raise the price, and then when they raised the price, a bunch of them noped out. Their share price dropped nearly 10%.
Oh, it's
pretty
them
much,
reacting to the
in, like, a
news.
second.
Even
However,
though
it
they were
has
probably the
since
people that
stabilized
demanded
a
it.
little bit. It's kind of like split the difference at this moment. I mean, obviously, like even by the time
It's a
you listen to this,
no-brainer.
it
Raise
can
your
change
prices
pretty
already.
dramatically, but,
Okay.
so now it's
No,
really
no,
down
not like that.
4 or 5% or something. And then to close out this this kind of financial results cleanup, I'm not normally one to call out what I feel are bad opinions. We are all entitled to our opinions. However, I do think
He's
it's nice to
sneak
have an
dissing
occasional reminder that even people in places of great influence, people, professionals, people who get paid to do particular jobs, oftentimes these people are hired by much bigger companies to do this job. They can be just wrong. Just very, very, very wrong. An analyst by the name of Dr. Serkan Toto was speaking with VGC and said the following: "We truly live in weird times. Usually unit sales of new consoles increase in year 2, whereas Nintendo now predicts them to drop 17%. This is of course due to the price hikes that seem to be inevitable against the backdrop of the memory crisis we are in, but Nintendo is trying to build an initial install base and now got caught on the wrong foot." Okay, all reasonable so far. But then overall, I expect this fiscal year to be a relatively silent one for Nintendo.
You shocked the market to buy back your shares, right?
Second year of the Switch 2's life. Relatively
Oh, the Switch 2 will be
silent.
fine.
Yes, Nintendo has lowered their forecasts because of having to raise prices. Yes, it is true they were caught in kind of a weird situation. It was kind of a bad time.
I can't
to
get
launch a new
bogged here.
console.
No.
But the idea, like the word silent, that's very, like silent means like nothing happening.
Graphics
Does that
peaked with
mean,
PS2,
like,
by the way.
Nintendo is not saying or doing anything? Does that mean that they're not releasing any games? Does that mean that they're not making any
It's
money?
always been about
Can you
art
give
style.
them a second? Do you honestly think that they're not going to be announcing and releasing more big games within the next year that, that may make a pretty okay?
No, Nintendo is not making new games because they haven't announced them. I needed a Nintendo Direct now so I can rest assured that Nintendo is making new product to get hyped. I must get hyped and I must get ready to get excited to consume next product. It's like, I really don't get the demand. I do get the demand for a Nintendo Direct, but I actually also don't get it. It goes back to what I said about like the Nintoddlers knowing that the games that they want are going to come out. That's why they bought a Switch 2 in the first place, even with the somewhat limited exclusive lineup. They bought it because they have faith in the company putting out exclusives that they're going to be interested in, that they're going to want to buy. Again, eventually a 3D Zelda will release. Eventually Smash Brothers will be out. 3D Mario, so-and-so, such and such. But to then get upset because we don't have a Nintendo Direct for you to get excited about, kind of just exposes, you know, that you're just a soy chugger. You just want to get hyped, man. Oh, I know the games are gonna come out. That's why I bought one without me knowing for a fact that the games will come out. And then when you go even like a couple months without hearing news of a Direct, you're like, hey, where's the Nintendo Direct at?
Amount of money. I don't know. It's a little extreme. Nintendo's gonna do just fine. Yeah, things are not ideal, but they're gonna do just fine. A silent year. That's just laughably wrong.
A silent
that's
year.
Coming from a professional analyst, someone whose job it is to do this.
I really don't
And
like
say
the
that to
punching
bring down
ability.
This person, but just to remind everybody else,
Nintendo Directs
that
suck ass
just
now.
The idea of professionalism is fake. It's fake. Everyone is just doing whatever. Everyone is just doing their best. And
Yeah,
that very much includes this guy.
Iwata delivered a very personal. He was a people person. So his directs had like it felt like a gamer talking to gamers, and you know why? Because he himself was a gamer. It felt very direct. But he was very personable, very amicable. You felt like a friend was talking to you, even if you weren't really his friend. Every presentation since then, since his passing, hasn't really felt the same. Probably, of course, out of respect to you know, the way in which he conducted himself on those directs. I don't want to really imitate his style, so directs have kind of changed since then, and they never really hit the same. But I feel like they kind of wanted to leave it that way. They didn't want to imitate his style so that he could so that they wouldn't like really tarnish that legacy. Sakurai does good directs as well, where because he's also not just a talking head. He is. I just had this conversation too about like talking heads and how they get like deification and all that. But Sakurai is is very hands-on with the game development process, just like Iwata was when he had when he wasn't like the head of the company, was just working his way up. But Sakurai also speaks from a position of like actually knowing the game. He'll just like have little directs that are like 45 minutes to 2 hours long, and it's just him telling you about like Kirby and how the vehicles control and how you can make your own designs and put them up on the marketplace, and then people can buy them, and there's no transactions involved. And also let me have a specific segment in which I tell you there will not be any DLC. Those are the good directs. When it's just the president, whether it's like Furukawa, just kind of like talking at you and telling you, hey, like this is out. Let's look at the headlines. It doesn't hit the same way.
Right here. Moving on, Nintendo has put demo kiosks for Yoshi and the Mysterious Book in various retailers across the US. If you yearn for a chance to play a little tiny bit of the Yoshi and the Mysterious Book game, you may do so
no,
at
I'm gonna go in
Best
cold
Buy,
turkey.
Walmart, GameStop, and Target locations. And I'm a little bummed because I actually would like to just like
assuming your GameStop isn't turned into a card shop.
A couple times, do a video. I'd really like to, but their website does not seem to say who is carrying the demo. So I guess you just gotta call around or something.
Did he expect there to be like a store locator for which store has the Yoshi demo?
In the greater Seattle area, I'd appreciate it. So last week, someone discovered that within the free-to-play game Super Animal Royale, apparently you can access a web browser, and from that web browser,
I heard about this.
You can access YouTube on your Switch 2.
A really sussy version of
no
YouTube.
Official YouTube app for Switch 2. Apparently, it's still coming. Team YouTube said, while YouTube is still unavailable on the Nintendo Switch 2, we're hoping to be offering it soon. Yeah, apparently you can access YouTube in this very, very specific way.
It's very stripped down.
Unfortunately, though, someone somewhere has patched something. I don't know if it was just like a hot fix or whatever, like on Nintendo's end. I'm not sure. But apparently, unfortunately, this no longer works. Apparently now, if you try, you get an error code. Oh well. Nintendo has finally given a release date and price for the Legend of Zelda.
They were probably scared that not that people were going to use it as a way to watch YouTube videos, but more as a way that people could use that potentially to hack the system. They pushed out the hotfix real quick, I imagine.
The Minoru amiibo. I say finally because that's the way that it's being presented everywhere else, even though I personally was not aware that this amiibo was going to exist. I must have missed that. When did they announce that?
Isn't it your job to know?
I don't remember that at all. But yeah, apparently there's a Minoru amiibo, and I guess it's, I don't know if it's like big. It is articulatable. It's got articulaty bendy arms, which is pretty cool. But yeah, I don't know if it's like kind of like the Guardian amiibo. How it's a kind of jumbo size. I kind of hope that it is. I'm not really sure. But apparently it's going to be $35 here in the US. It's coming out September 17th. It looks pretty cool. I do think it's a really cool design. I think Minoru does look pretty neato.
Want to be talking head who's underinformed and bad at his job? You can't just compare everything to Phil.
What this is or what it means or why it's called Minoru. I think you just still need to beat Tears of the Kingdom. It's like it's related to like the last quest that you do at the very, very end of Tears of the Kingdom. I think a lot of people were like not even aware that this thing exists. I don't know, maybe by now everyone knows what Minoru is, but yeah, anyway. Cool amiibo though. Nintendo is launching a new Switch 2 bundle at participating retailers here in North America. This is called the Choose Your Game bundle, and it's kind of cool.
I heard about this one.
It's $500 basically, and then you get to choose between Mario Kart World, DK Bonanza, and Pokopia. So, you know, like basically the three biggest games on the system right now. And if, you know, before the price increase, if a Switch 2 would normally be
it's basically the Mario Kart bundle, but you get additional game choices. So in case there are people who like you know, skipped out on buying the Mario Kart bundle and got like the 450 console that didn't come with the game because they just didn't care about Mario Kart. If those people would later go on to buy like Pokopia instead or something, or Donkey Kong, perhaps this bundle would have appealed to them. Shit! No, stop. All his job is to show people that you can suck at your job and still keep it. Well, he's the person that keeps himself employed. Or I guess the viewers do by watching his videos. So I keep him employed. It's like how people get arrested by the police and then insist that the police work for them because they pay taxes or something. No, I'm actually a traveler. I pay your paycheck. I supplement your existence, sir.
$50, then that means you're getting one of these games for $50. In the case of the $70 games, you're saving $20. If you get Mario Kart World, you're saving $30, which is nice because they discontinued the Mario Kart World bundle at the end of last year, which was disappointing because it was the only way to get Mario Kart World for a decent price. So it's really nice that right here they're giving us a similar bundle, and you get to choose between the 3 games. And you know what? It's also cool that they are raising the price, but they have given us 4 months, and they're giving us another bundle and another opportunity to save some money on these games before the price. Like, they're basically giving us like, okay, hey, if you want to get in on this before the price goes up, then here you go. Here's a nice bundle with a little bit of savings before we raise the price. So that's nice.
Whoa, good guy, Nintendo.
Finally, in a groundbreaking development, Nintendo has announced that they are changing the name of the My Nintendo Store.
To just Nintendo Store.
Are you sitting down? Are you firmly grasping the arms of your chair? You've got to plant your feet on the ground and grit your teeth and close your eyes as hard as you can. The new name is the Nintendo Store. Thank you for watching this edition of the Topic Arlo Nintendo News Roundup. I'm Arlo, and I made some chia seed pudding. I'm gonna go check and see how it turned out.
Wow, thank you, Arlo. Thank you for that update. The replies to that announcement that they were changing the name were pretty amusing. People, the way that they had worded the tweet kind of like made it sound like it was going to be important, and then it's just like, oh yeah, we're just changing the name. Nothing else is going to change. Nothing else is going to change with the stores. It's going to be completely the same. We're just calling it the Nintendo Store. It's kind of it's a little bit of a remnant of the Wii U era, I'd say. Calling it My Nintendo. A lot of services used like the My prefix back then. Disney was using it for, I think they had little bands that you would use to like do Fast Pass and shit with. The My Magic Plus or something. I don't think they use those anymore. Basically, we're past the point of Silicon Valley tech companies putting the word My in front of everything. Not that there's anything wrong with Daddy Jim being gay for the purpose of entertainment and satire, of course. What? Oh, the sovereign citizen stuff. Okay, the Arlo stuff continues. He has an hour video talking about his favorite Nintendo games. Let's not watch that one right away. Let's watch the video that goes deeper into the quarterly report that came out recently. All right, let's refresh this. There you go.
You hear that? It's me rubbing my hands together, licking my lips. I got my fork and my knife and my big cartoonish bib tied around my neck because it's time to dig into some numbers. It is time for the quarterly financial report from Nintendo, but this one is particularly exciting because it is a financial report not just for the quarter, but one capping off the entire fiscal year running through the end of March this year. It's not quite as exciting as possible. I think the very next one that we get is going to be very exciting because that'll show us a full calendar year of the Switch 2's life. But this is still really, really nice. Lots of good stuff to dig into. And I'm kind of a poser. If I were really,
oh yeah, you don't need to tell me that.
About like the profit and stuff. I don't know. When I start looking at those numbers, my brain just kind of turns to putty, you know, because there's just like all the different ways of looking at.
Mine does too. That's why I watched the video.
Versus revenue, and it's across all of their products. So like if they had, you know, like the movie come out, then that quarter is going to be more. And then you yen to dollars. I don't know. I'm just not going to do it. Like they
wait, bust out the calculator like Phil.
Obviously, they made a tremendous amount of money during the fiscal year that they launched new hardware. Yes, they did well. Mostly though, I just want to look at the games and the system numbers. And I was so intensely curious to know how well the Switch 2 would sell after the holiday season. It had a very good holiday season. It was a little bit slower than Nintendo anticipated, but it was still very good.
Nintendo said it was an L holiday season, actually.
Units through the end of the holiday, and then since then, we didn't know if it was gonna like kind of drop after that. You know, holidays are over, not a lot of like really big, hard-hitting titles. But no, momentum has been pretty darn good.
Let's get some momentum.
As of the end of March, the Switch 2 has sold 19.86 million. No doubt has soared past 20 million by now here in May. So just shy of 20 million. And their forecast was 19 million.
Give me my fucking glove.
So it cleared their forecast by nearly a whole million.
Hey, Starman.
And that forecast was
Yeah, I didn't know. I'm glad I didn't spoil myself. I didn't know that there was a whole percentage thing. Well, I saw it in the save file, but I didn't think it was only going to be 20% done when I when I got to the ending. I like the non-linear setup here, but I feel like after I get through the honeymoon phase, I'm gonna like I'm gonna look back at the game and be like, okay, but what did that really change? Since the layouts are kind of randomized, like what does it really matter to pick the level that you go to? Especially if you can't see what level you're gonna go to. I think it'd be better if you could see what level you're going to. Because you have the argument of, well, you know, the enemies are different depending on what level you go to. Okay, I mean, can I see what level I'm gonna go to then? And then I can kind of imagine what enemies might appear. Like, let's say I don't like these octopus fuckers. If I knew an ocean level was gonna come up, I would just avoid the ocean level portal so I don't have to see the octopuses. The octopi, the squids. Same thing, if you know a certain power-up is gonna be in the next level and you don't care for it, you can like ignore it and go to like a level that has a power-up you do want. I'm still not done? I'll do as much as I can. I do like this one. I don't know what your opinions are. My opinions are, this is a series where they actually do get better as you go along. I thought 4 was pretty easy, still enjoyable. 3 is fun, but that final battleship level can go fuck itself. Like, absolute difficulty spike out of nowhere. Though I didn't really like the pyramid or snow levels either. 4 is better than 3. Though it is easy. Almost like too easy. Coming after Super 3. Super 5 I felt like was like a nice balance between those two. So I think looking at it right now, I would say it actually does... It's like, oh, one's the least good, and then it goes up to 5. 5's the best. Thank you, Senator Strike, for the re-up 4 months. It's tier 1 for 5 months. Jeff Bezos, your ads are dead to me. Thank you. Thank you for re-upping. Once you get 100%, you have to do it all over again with harder layouts to get 2 random passwords. Oh joy. I was not aware of that. And I do like the little celebratory aspect to it too. How all the levels are based off, I guess the tile sets. The tile sets are based off the first 4 games, and then you get the new shit. And you get a lot of new shit. It's not like it's mainly a title that relies on assets from the first 4 games, and then you get like a little bit of new stuff. No, there's like I saw at least 28 levels for the new shit. Very impressive, very impressive. How are you doing with beating it at 28%? Apparently there's more beyond 100%. I am just learning this right here, right now. You also get mocked if you get a bad ending on your 100% clear. I did like how it reminded me of DKC 1, where you get like the K-Rool, the fake-out credits. I got the credits where the dude was, you know, fast-forwarding and rewinding the credits. I thought that was amusing. At first I thought I was like, I had my finger on the trigger to rewind it. It did get me good. The emulator kind of adds to the fake-out, kinda. Thank you for the on-demand Nintendo factoid, Vikes1011. The on-demand Nintendo factoid is... The Nintendo 64 launched with 2 games at launch in America, but it launched with 3 in Japan, and the Japan exclusive launch game was like a Mahjong game. The fastest route has you clear at 13%? Okay. Really? That's some like, what's a good comparison? I said it was like Breath of the Wild, where you're getting the Ganon, like within minutes of starting the game. Do like the Ganon speedrun in Breath of the Wild. Or Metroid, when you finish and it tells you how many items you got, and people go for like low item percentage. No! Hell. The rating calls you a blunder bomber, literally says something like, all that effort and you couldn't even get a good ending. I am officially a getting there bomber. Getting hyphen there bomber. In that case, no, I don't think we're finishing it tonight. Baby steps, baby steps. I do want to do, well, obviously, like I've done like the previous 4 Super games now. I want to do Bomberman 2 NES, because that one's got, visually at least, it has a lot in common with the TurboGrafx games. I don't think anyone wants to see me do classic like the first NES Bomberman. But at that point, it might be we might be getting a little too retro. Not to sound like a poser, but that's like 50 levels and the tile sets don't change. Did I get filtered by the dog? Yes, I did. I got filtered by the dog. I got filtered by the vampire dude with the pipes man. And actually, the worst than the dog, I did eventually get around to the dog. Worse than the dog was the pirate and his little minion. I do like how, depending on who you take out in the pirate minion fight, you have a different animation from the one that survives. I liked how the minion gets on his knees and kneels to you, Dr. Wowie style, and the pirate gets upset that you killed his little dude. Another scrub checked by the dog. Yeah, it took me a minute. I did like the new bomb types they introduced. The proximity bomb was fun. I ended up getting the remote bomb, and I cheesed a bunch of levels just with that. Oh, this level type? No, fuck that. Worst level type in the game. Too many bad memories. Just gonna hide here. Stop! Okay. Oh, I like the new Louis designs too. Rather than just like being a different color, they all have different outfits. That's nice. We went from brown Louis, that's just brown, to Magician Louis. I want to say I like the different mounts in 4 more, just from a visual standpoint. But I get it, like the Louis are more marketable. Probably easier to make sprites for. You just use the same base sprite and then give it like a hat or a bow or something. But the mount, I appreciated the mounts for being like different creatures. 3 is better than 4. 4 is too easy. It was a whiplash coming off of 3 and playing through 4. I'm like, wait, what the fuck? Why is it so easy? It was kind of like going back to the difficulty of 1 and 2, but even easier than that. And I think that can be attributed to these having different developers, just being published by Hudson. I'll fuck this up. I fucked it up! Oh, fuck. Some of the mounts are too overpowered, like the bird that just erases all the blocks. But who thought rideable kangaroos would work out so good? Some guy who looked at Yoshi and was like, I want that. Hey, Jerky, welcome in. No! 5 for how obviously unfinished it is carried immensely by its gameplay and items, of course, all the fun Louis. Yeah, there's a lot going on here to appreciate. I didn't get the feeling that it was unfinished, if you want to elaborate on that. You just mean like the over-reliance on the assets from the first 4 games? I also think the sprite work got better as the series went on. 3 and 4, the sprite work for those games really resembles the TurboGrafx games. And 5 just seems like kind of a refinement on that. Like, Bomberman's walk animation is really fluid here. It reminds me of that meme of Mario if you gave him additional frames. Where like his hat's bouncing and shit. No, I do not speak German. 99999. Shit. There's always one hiding. No! I didn't think that through. The punching one reminds me of the kangaroo from Oracle of Seasons and Ages. No! Alright, we'll wake him up. all the reused assets, subordinate little pirate guy, and Walui being unused. You can even access sub in a battle mode with some passwords and a custom bomber maker. Also, this right errors like Bomberman having skin arms and red bomber. Huh. Damn, I didn't notice that until now. Bomberman's arms aren't skin colored. It was 1997 for the Super Famicom, so it makes sense. I think, like, it's about, like, how you frame it, right? So, like, disguising it as, like, oh, we're celebrating the series, so we're... here's all the levels from the older ones. It's a nice way to disguise your asset reuse. It's like Majora's Mask. They reuse all the assets from Ocarina of Time, because they were like, okay, make me Zelda Kino in 1 year. So what do? Oh, you reuse all the assets. I got a time over. I just wanted to see if there was an item in there. You reuse all the assets, and then you just say, oh, it's an alternate dimension. It's an alternate parallel world. Hey, Blue William. And the code is Super Bomberman 3's title screen with a plus added to it. So it seems at one point the game was a re-release of 3. It's 97. Oh, year after Saturn Bomberman, and how good that was. I brought it up last stream, but it always kind of slaps me across my face just how often they were putting these out. But yeah, like, it wasn't all Hudson. Like, they had help from other teams and shit. They were still... at the same time, they're putting out games on Game Boy and all that. Shit. Stop. Brother! Brother, I just got in here! Yeah, like 2 to 3 games a year. And I've played a couple of them. I would consider myself an enthusiast, not an aficionado. You have definitely played more of them than me. I can at least say that I've played more than the average Joe. I said it last night, but I feel like for a lot of people, the character is recognizable. But how many people can say like that they finished a Bomberman game? Maybe Bomberman 64. That's every time I say that, I get people saying that. Oh, that's the one I played. That's the one for me. For me, it's gotta be Hero, and the ones I played on my little collection I had on PC. It came with the original TurboGrafx 1. Bomberman 93 and Bomberman World. World was very interesting with its bad voice acting and perspective. Yeah, the answer is how many people have played through a single-player mode. For most people, Bomberman is just a party game you put on for, you know, a couple rounds, and then you boot up Mario Party or Mario Kart. This stream is awful. He split the part at 2:45 to wait on Ket. He will continue at 3. He made a new split at 3:21. What is wrong with him? It'd probably be harder to name a console that Bomberman hasn't been on. 3DS? I still remember. In a series, you play at your friend's house for an hour and beg him to switch to Smash Brothers, and he gets caught trying to hook up the N64 by his dad and he gets grounded. No! Then he's trapped in his room as his parents argue outside. No one talks about Pocket Bomberman on GBC. Yeah, that's the one that got used as inspiration for the fan game that I played. One day, you two will take your wife for walkies and you remember how you made fun of a very serious business. He doesn't know where she is. I didn't ask him to call her. How would I do that, stupid? I mean, she doesn't have anything going on in her life. Like, why is he so concerned? She'll be home. He cares more about her whereabouts now than where she was during that storm. There we go, trap him. Maybe traffic was bad? Like, chill out. You know, I'm always gonna remember when Sakurai revealed Bomberman as an assist trophy. It didn't do it by name. Didn't really have any pizzazz about it. He didn't make a show about it. Just kind of like, oh yeah, look, there he is. That's him. Yep, there he is. He's here. I remember making, drafting up little autistic movesets for him. They were very uncreative. Like, oh, the side tilt will be the bomb kick. The neutral B plants bombs. The up B is the bomb jump. Yeah, Bomberman was kind of felt it a little bit. Honestly, should appreciate the fact that he was invited at all. Look, it's more than what Rayman got. No! Ran into it. When you pick Bomberman Smash, the gameplay becomes Bomberman. I do like that his assist trophy is essentially just a bunch of X-bomb spamming. Don't worry, Smash is gonna get a Switch 2 edition, and then he'll be playable. He's gonna get a little promotion. The Family Annihilation music again. I just want to get out of here so I can do a level I haven't done yet. Thing is, Anne isn't live to give me a prayer, and the Sabres won 8-3 last time. I got one. Can you be my proxy prayeree? I hope you guys win big at the game. Yes, my fist is raised right now in solidarity. The Pogo one. This visually might be one of my favorites up there with Magician. This just streams peak 90s. I like how they kept the color of the Louis, but just like added. They made them unique. I should have jumped. What was I doing? Give me here, Joe. Bad at a mass-produced trash game. It is not a trash game. Welcome in, Beer Joe. He's got a backwards hat.
Raised. It was initially lower, so they raised it to 19, and they still beat it quite cleanly. So yeah.
To be real, I forgot what he was talking about.
Since the holidays, Switch 2 has been selling pretty okay. And this was actually a better launch year than usual, than they would usually expect. You know, I think mainly just because they supplied so many consoles. They saw like really solid numbers tracking above the Switch.
What's up, my ooses?
However, as we discussed in the other video on how they are increasing the price, unfortunately, they do believe that this is going to have a pretty significant impact on their sales. Generally, the second year of a system's life is when it sees higher sales because, yeah, like the games start hitting, and if a system launches partway through a year, you don't even get like the full year, you know, like, yeah, it's still not even been a complete calendar year, 365 days of Switch 2. So usually the second year would be higher than the first year. However, this time, despite the fact that they had an unusually high first year, yeah, they are anticipating that the price increases are going to lower sales. And I don't know, I'm almost surprised to see, I mean, you know, obviously they know a lot more than I do. Like, they've got like analysts and stuff. I am like, I don't know how much the price increase is going to affect sales, yet they're being very conservative here with their numbers. They lowered their forecast for this upcoming fiscal year to 16.5 million. And yeah, like if you consider year 2 is usually bigger, and this year was 20 million. Next year is going to be a full 365 days, bringing it down to 16.5.
All right, trap him in there.
That seems very, very conservative to me. I don't know if they just really want to play it safe. Maybe they're on the inside in their heart of hearts. Maybe they are more confident that it'll do better than that.
Back of their mind, back of their neck, back of their head.
Play it safe. This isn't the time to be like super bold and then things get worse and prices go up and then it ends up impacting. Like you don't want to miss the forecast. I think it's all for show. And like, why do you even have a forecast? It's for show. It's to keep the investors happy. So yeah, keep this like relatively low. 16.5 would still be a really good second year. And if they exceed it, then oh well, look at that. Despite difficult market conditions, we managed to exceed our forecast by yada yada. So yeah, I don't know. It's been selling despite a relative lack of really big hitting titles, but raising the price by $50 at least here in the US. I don't know.
Anyone even play the wheelchair game? I played it with Saru for the demo. We were not sold on it. You know what's bad when even I'm not shilling it?
There are a lot of games coming this year, but still not a lot that are like sure to be like these big craze on a new Zelda, a new Mario or whatever, and Pokemon's not coming this year. So I don't know. I'm still pretty much each time they release one of these reports, I'm just like, just the story.
I don't know, something delayed game, better than a rush game, yada yada yada.
So much to consider. I kind of find it fascinating.
Look at this guy.
And then may as well mention the good old Switch, long in tooth as it be. This last quarter, it really did not sell very much at all. Like way under 1 million right now. It's at 155.92. So like.
All pirate sales, of course.
They're thinking they might ring out a couple more million in the next year, but if prices keep going up, and if the Switch 2 keeps selling pretty strong, then yeah, I don't know. I think this really is the time when the Switch is gonna
oh man, that felt so wrong to say.
Dramatically, I don't know. I don't know if we're beating PS2, folks. I hope so, but we'll see. But that's it for the hardware. Let's talk about
it came out last August.
Undoubtedly, the biggest release of the year so far is Pokopia, and it managed to sell over 4 million units in 5 weeks. And,
I believe Tomodachi Life has already outsold it.
Okay amount since then. That was just 5 weeks. That was before the fiscal year ended. And it's funny because
but Tomodachi is also on Switch 1.
Is resonating so strongly with people, myself included. Like I cannot say enough good things about the game. Like I think it's one of the best games Pokemon has ever put out. Full stop, including the mainline games. And so like my knee-jerk reaction was to see 4 million and be like, I thought it would be higher.
I thought it would be 6 billion.
I'm expecting like a 2020 Animal Crossing breakout hit. Like obviously not that crazy, but like I don't know. I really think this series has just so much potential. But no, like
Pokopia 2 is locked in at this point.
A really good number of units. And in fact, look at the other games on Switch 2 and how they're selling.
It's Koei Tecmo. They're known for sequels.
4 million units. Legends ZA. In fact, Legends ZA, as of the end of March, when they generated the numbers for this financial report, ZA has actually just not quite managed to crack 4 million units on Switch 2 specifically. Obviously on regular Switch, 8.85 million, so a much greater total overall. But
I don't like this guy.
Is a Switch 2 exclusive. So like, yeah, like it's always been this question, like how is this game gonna perform versus the mainline games? Because, it is technically a spin-off, and yet it is so appealing and it is so resonating with people. And so now seeing that like at least
the fans don't seem to like it.
Switch 2 players, Pokopia has sold more than an actual mainline game. Now, like obviously Pokopia released on both systems, that would kind of throw this off. And I know Legends ZA.
If it released on Switch 1, Pokopia would have sold even more.
The Legends games, they still sell really, really, really well, but not
Legends
quite
has that cross-platform bump, and Pokopia still outsold it.
It's mainline, but it is kind of different. So like, yeah, overall, it's going to see fewer sales than like a regular one. But like among Switch 2 owners, the really hardcore Pokemon fans who are going to buy the Pokemon games for the Switch 2, because yeah, the install base is only 20 million right now. It's only 20 million. I mean, that's a good number, But like, not all of
That's
those
an interesting
people
number.
are Pokemon fans, and yet among them, a little under 4 million bought ZA, because they're not going to buy the Switch 1 version, you know, if they have a Switch 2.
Yeah, rest in
so
peace,
like
Fat
that
Louie.
right there, that's the Pokemon playing populace of Switch 2 owners. And Pokopia sold a little over 4 million. It actually beat Legend ZA. So I have no doubt in my mind that this game is gonna have legs. Now, it's gonna be a different story if they release a sequel.
Well, they're already making bundles
in, like,
of it, of course.
3 years, which is probably going to happen. It probably is inevitable, and at that point, then this game will probably stop selling. But yeah, I don't know. At least until that point, and until we're given a reason to not buy it, I think it's just gonna keep selling as the Switch 2 gets in more people's hands. I really think this is gonna be something. Maybe it still won't sell quite as well as like a full regular traditional mainline title. You know,
Doesn't need to.
clearly it didn't really like boost
It needs to sell enough.
sales of the Switch 2 itself too much. I mean, like it could be a good amount. Like there were a good
people got a
number
Switch
of,
2
good
for
few
it.
million units during that
They probably would have gotten a Switch 2 eventually, though.
A lot of that could have just
They just
been
need that right game
Pokopia.
finally came along.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much further it will take the Switch 2 itself.
Are they counting the Switch 2 conversion as a Switch 1 sale? I don't know. They're counting it separately, so Switch 2 copies, basically they're counting it as 2 different SKUs. They're not combining it. So the sales look bad, especially if in the case of Metroid Prime 4. But when you combine them, the figures start looking a little bit more like they should. But yeah, I don't know if the conversions, if that does that count twice? Does that only count once?
We don't have numbers for past March, so for all we know, it's still selling.
Might
and
just
it's
be a
still
separate
selling
figure.
Switch 2s. I really don't know, but yeah, I don't know. I'll just leave it at that. Pokopia is over 4 million in just however many weeks, and it's gonna keep
Still dead
selling.
from it. Phil
It's
asking what's a
going
PSA.
to keep selling.
Yeah, you're spending
If it
300 on
sold
potentially
less
resealed
than 4 million,
resealed
you know,
cards.
2 or 3, then you know, I'd be like, okay, maybe it, you know, not as big of a deal as I expected, but just seeing that it's in line with the numbers for Legend ZA on Switch 2, I think that right there is kind of a signal. You know, that's kind of like, okay, well, right now, out of 20 million Switch 2 owners, 4 million are Pokemon fans, and they bought both games pretty much evenly across the board. Pokopia actually ahead. I don't know. I think that's fascinating. Anyway, speaking of Pokemon, we now also have numbers for Fire Red and Leaf Green. And, you know, personally,
Wait, does that get added on to the game's original sales figures?
I didn't know if maybe that would impact sales.
Wait.
It did not. It still sold very, very, very well. Between
I have to
those two
wonder.
games, they also sold.
We just
over
dust
4
off the old sales
million
figures and
units
just add to
in
that?
6 weeks. And I can't even.
How is that handled?
It's one thing to like spend however many like millions of dollars on a game, and then you sell however many millions of units, and you still make like a lot of
Yeah,
money.
we're going. Yeah, that's
But when you
that's
just
my
look
first
at, like,
thought.
Profit for money.
Reminds me of when Sony was like adjusting sales figures for the PS2. Oh, we found like 100 million more, and they all sold in Brazil, by the way. Don't check our homework. I promise us they did. My Switch 1 copy of the games with the game and the cartridge and the better looking boxes without all the legal shit at the bottom. Just upgrades. I would assume it of course counts as a Switch 1 copy. Maybe a separate figure for people who converted over. The question is whether it counts as a Switch 2 copy, because then your one copy effectively counts twice. I don't think that would look right on, like, I don't know, it's like, oh, you're crunching the numbers a little bit to make it look better than what it is. You're counting the same copy of the game twice. I think they would just have, to be transparent, it probably would just be a figure of people who converted. Like, your copy still would count as a Switch 1 copy only.
Bent, you know, like slap it. I know they didn't like literally just like slap the ROMs on there. There's like something different about, but like for the most part, it's a couple of GBA ROMs, and they sold 4 million copies at $20 a pop. I just like that. Yeah, just like the return on investment there. That's just crazy. It's kind of like how was it Paranormal Activity, the first one. It was just like, it was technically like the most profitable film of all time. just because it was so cheap. It cost like $30,000 to make, and made like however many, like $100 million or whatever. So like the percentage, the return
I was thinking about it, huh?
was just so
I'm
high.
one of those 4 million.
It's technically the most successful movie ever made. That's how I'm feeling about these Pokemon games here. Like that's the good stuff.
Was it Paranormal Activity that has that accolade? I thought it was the Blair Witch Project.
For another notable recent relief, we have Tomodachi Life. I mean,
he's a hater. He's a hater.
Too strong a word. I'm surprised. I'm
Really?
really surprised.
Tomodachi Life on 3DS was very popular, even if I
nothing
wasn't into
against
it
the
personally.
game. And I know
He
that
hates
the 3DS
Tomodachi Life.
one did really well.
What is he like? Like, what does he actually enjoy?
I feel like
I don't care. Like, I literally
it's just
do not
kinda
care.
Niche. It's just so like silly. It's just so
He
like,
hates it.
What
does he have against Tomodachi Life?
Projects, and they're really funny and they're really silly and they're really really great. They just don't usually reach like a super duper wide audience. And it did well on the 3DS, but like that was so long ago. You know, sometimes
it was a million years
all about
ago.
the context, the
Gamers' tastes are different now.
context.
Apparently
Like,
not.
This game came out at just the right time, just on the right platform. You can't always recreate that success. So my expectations for Tomodachi Life, Living the Dream, were not super high. I thought it would sell like a couple million. You know, it'd do well. It'd turn a profit, but like.
Of course.
3.8 million.
That's one of those not games that aren't major games that the president was talking about.
And it's not even been out for very long. If it's got any legs whatsoever, it's easily going to cross the 4 million mark. I don't know. That's really good. I'm really, really happy for Tomodachi Life and for fans of Tomodachi Life, because yeah, like even if it barely touches the original in terms of sales, like whatever, like that's still a crazy good amount. That's still a
especially for a game that people didn't even know was going to get a sequel.
Game. So like, wow, yeah, just
I missed.
Good job, really, really good job. And you know what's really interesting? Apparently, 40% of players are on Switch 2. 40%, yeah.
Well, I mean, of course. These are the toddlers I talked about who upgraded early.
It is a Switch 1 game. I have to imagine it probably just comes down to the fact that, like, out of the 0.92 million Switch owners, not all of them are going to be as active, maybe. Whereas, like, Switch 2 owners are like they're more active. They're buying.
It could be like, you know, you trade in your Switch 1, you sell it, you get rid of it. Switch 2 is your current Nintendo console. It can play the Switch 1 game, so that's how you're going to play it. I'm not surprised by that figure at all.
The new games, they want something to play on their Switch 2. I don't know what it is, but yeah, nearly half of players are playing on Switch 2, despite the
the bosses are getting more resistant.
Smaller install base. So that is interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Whole thing doing really, really well.
Ooh.
Maybe I just underestimated the appeal of Mii's. I think maybe Nintendo has underestimated the appeal of Mii's. Kane is like trying to push me to do a video on it, how like they kind of forgot about Mii's for a while. And like, is this just like proof to Nintendo? Like, look, no, we still think it's really funny to like make Mii's of our friends and
the Mii's attached. They're kind of attached to the Wii branding. The reason why I think they went away is because they're kind of attached to the Wii branding, which they've been shying away from as they're changing their marketing. You know, it goes right back to like the Nintendo Store becoming Nintendo Store rather than My Nintendo Store. Rather than like have it be attached to like the Wii specifically, I think they want the Mii's to branch out as their own franchise. That's why they tried doing that game. What was it? Miitomo, the mobile game, Miitomo, and then you have stuff like Miitopia. They appeared in Switch Sports, but only as like an alternate character choice. They want to make the Mii's like their own franchise for their quirky little social simulator games, to give them something, because they recognize how timeless and iconic the characters are, so you can't really have it fade away along with the Wii itself, the Wii branding. But they need something to do beyond just being the little avatars. So you have little quirky games like this, and Miitopia, that I think they fit. They fit. Those are games where they really work. They want the Mii's to be more than just a little extra character slot in Mario Kart, you know?
Make celebrities fall in love. Like this is a good formula right here. That is all the data we have on recently released games. You may notice some omissions. One
Metroid.
particularly
Saru, wake
large
up.
omission, a recently released
Wake up.
game that
Wake up,
for
Saru.
some reason does
Wake up,
not
Saru.
seem to be accounted for.
He's sweeping.
In the financial report. Strange, but we'll have to talk about that in another video.
Oh, he's gonna talk about it.
Record immediately after this one. But as
No, it's
for
Metro Prime.
other IP leveraging multimedia endeavors, the Super Mario Galaxy movie made over 800 million in 4 weeks. So again,
power-ups.
with the whole like earnings thing, that has certainly helped the bottom line a good bit, almost $1 billion, and you know, like that definitely is less. I mean, like technically that's 4 weeks. I don't know if it's still in theaters. I would imagine that
it goes to
probably
digital
about
in a
it.
few weeks, I
imagine
think.
it's probably not
Remote
going
Bomb.
to make much more than that. I mean, like yeah. These days, like movies barely even. I feel like they don't stay in theaters super duper long. I don't have the exact
Yeah, not
numbers,
anymore.
But it feels like they go quick. Maybe I'm just old.
They go
and
direct to
time
digital,
goes
like,
by
right away.
faster. They want to get it to streaming like as fast as possible. But even if we say it's just gonna cap off at 800 million, like yes, that is a smaller number than the 1.3 billion dollars that the first movie made. But I don't know. I
right,
think
enough
that
of
is
that.
a very
I gotta stop
expected
farming, or I won't have
drop
time
of the
to
sequel.
finish.
Yeah, like however many people who saw the first movie didn't really like it, weren't gonna come and see the second movie. Like you're gonna get a drop like that with a sequel. I feel like that's completely to be expected, and also that's still like if you want to talk numbers that would scare
numbers,
them
Mason.
into like reconsidering making more movies. We're nowhere close. We're nowhere close. This is still many hundreds of millions of dollars in pure, tasty, delicious profit. So I'm not them. I don't know what they're feeling right now, but I feel like that they've got to still be pretty happy with that. Yeah, it looks like the budget was 110 million, and according to this, it's reached over 900 million by now. Okay, I don't know which number to believe, but yeah, with a budget of 110, even if you follow like the basic
Okay, only
rule
one
of
way to go.
thumb where you double the budget after like.
Did you hear Nintendo's trying to ruin video games with paddings again? Their latest thankfully rejected patent includes tapping to move your character and subbing characters in battle. Huh, how many other games have I seen that been done in? Sounds like Nintendo, major whoa buddy moment. Yeah, no, they shouldn't have been granted that. Completely avowed. I avow the disavowing of that. What the hell is Nintendo thinking, man?
Marketing and everything, 220 million.
All right, I gotta unshrimp.
That's still
Unshrimp and take a sip.
That's a crazy, explodo, hugemundo amount of money. So that's basically it for this quarter,
yeah.
this fiscal year's financial report. Super fun, super interesting numbers.
Depth to Nintendo wishes they were Steam. Do they?
In 3 months, we will finally have it. We will have
you mean in regards to that?
Our beautiful painting of the entire first year of the Switch 2's existence. That will be very fun. But in the meantime, you keep on brushing your teeth.
I already died.
Every day, no skipping, twice. You gotta floss too. I know, it's hard, it's annoying. It kind of hurts, especially when you don't do it a lot. And then if you get I got a big bag of flossers and they're way too thick. It's like double for some reason. There's like 2 of them, but it's also just too thick. It's hard to get in
So
there.
much for my remote bombs. I shouldn't have
I bought
paused.
the whole bag. What am I gonna do? Throw it away? I'm not gonna throw it away. I gotta use them, but it's really difficult to get it in there. But I do it anyway. You gotta do it anyway. At least a couple times a week. At least a couple times. Yes, I have teeth. Yes, I have teeth. How do you think I eat chips?
What? The teeth aren't on the puppet. It would be reasonable to assume that Arlo has no teeth. Whatever. Let's get his thoughts on Star Fox. You can eat chips with just your gums, though. I think if he told a stat, people would just make fun of him for it. Hey guys, Arlo here, and I have no teeth.
The prices are skyrocketing.
So he titled this video, "This is the single most ridiculous thing Nintendo has ever done, ever.
It's taken a long time, a lot of years, many years to reach this point, to come to this conclusion, and I've toyed with this conclusion for a while.
We're at the Star Fox event Horizon.
We're kind of joking when we say it, but you know what? It's not a joke anymore. I am 100% convinced that Nintendo loves to mess with us. They do things just to keep us on our toes. Like, they have to.
Hey guys, we're revealing Star Fox, and it's going to be in 10 minutes, by the way.
You get directs, and, you know, they're either announced ahead of time by a couple of days, or we'll get, like, this shadow drop thing. But, like, shadow dropping a direct announcement 10 minutes before it's set to go live, and in that direct, revealing a game, a new Star Fox game, of all things, that's coming out next month. And just, like, all of a sudden, here it is. Just, like... just sheer stupid dumb luck that I saw that something was happening, and I was available to just rush to my computer and start a stream going in like 5 minutes. Made it, totally made it. So okay, yeah, all right.
It's kind of my story too. I rushed into VC when I saw the tweet.
Nintendo has revealed a remake of, I mean, I guess Star Fox 64. I'm not enough of a fan. I haven't played these games enough to know if, like, is it really just a remake of 64, or there are elements from the original? Maybe they're just calling it Star Fox. And, I mean, like, gosh, there's so much to say. There's so much to say. Like, where do you even get started? The
real dent heads in the comments, Dingus, for this video?
Of them doing the original Star Fox story again. It's just like, it was already so ridiculous.
What are they saying?
Star Fox Zero. It was already so laughable. The most absurd thing.
Are you excited for the 4th remake of Star Fox 64?
Third time. And since then, that was so ridiculous.
That's actually the 3rd time.
The idea of them doing it again, pure joke, pure meme. Nobody would ever consider it as an actual possibility. It is so far into the realm of just pure nonsense. It's too nonsensical of an idea. It's just, it cannot
okay, he just went schizo there.
Actually happen. So,
man, Phil will try multiplayer for like a night and then never do it again.
They're making a new Star Fox game, and it's a remake of 64. They are telling the original Star Fox story for the 4th time. For the 4th time, and that's not counting 64 on the DS, which was more like a kind of a remaster than anything. They're building this from the ground up.
You could say the 3DS one is a remaster, Zero was a reimagining. No, first, Star Fox 64, because it's all just, people say Star Fox 64, Star Fox 64. It's actually even further than that. Star Fox 64 was already a reboot from Star Fox SNES. Then you have the 3DS one, which is just a remaster of 64. Then you have Zero, which is a reimagining of Star Fox 64. Then you have Star Fox on Switch 2, which drops the 64 part. It's just straight up a remake.
For the 4th time. I feel like I should be fed up with Nintendo.
Yeah, DSP News was a thing, and he did forget about it.
I should just be throwing my hat on the ground and
along with the DSP Day Off segment.
How could they? How could they?
Remember the logos he'd have?
How could they do such a thing? I should be feeling that.
All right, there's some levels here I haven't done.
I am torn here because I think it looks great. I think it looks like
he likes the graphical style.
Anything other than perfect, I would just be in the Nintendo haters. You know, they're eating today. They're eating great. Oh, this Nintendo slop, another remake. Haha, like they're feasting today, and I might be right there with them. If I didn't think, well, you know, if you're gonna do it again, if you are gonna remake 64, you better pull it off. It looks like they're pulling it off. It really does. I would be so much more angry if it didn't look like they just doing a ding darn good job here. It's just like, it ticks every possible box for me. Every possible box. You tell me that, like, Nintendo's gonna do a Star Fox remake, Star Fox 64 remake, and I'd be like, all right, well, it's gotta have this and 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 this. All of it. All of it. I think the game looks great. Let us begin with the character designs.
so there's only so much they can fuck up, right?
And that's going to be a really, really big point of contention.
It's just
for
Star
people.
Fox 64
I'm
again.
seeing,
It better
opinions
look and play great.
all over the place. A very, very wide spectrum of opinions because this game.
He absolutely knows about
redesigned
Nintendo.
the characters again. They usually get.
I really wish it was a case where, you know how like the burnt peanut, the faithful sheriff is going after the burnt peanut, and burnt peanut like motherfucker doesn't even know the faithful sheriff exists. I really wish it was like that, where Nintendo is constantly like throwing the line out, trying to get Arlo's attention, and Arlo just doesn't bite for it. I don't think it's like that. I don't think it's like that situation. I think Arlo does know about Nintendo. I think he is kind of a little bit perturbed by Nintendo's existence and Nintendo constantly getting dubs and Nintendo constantly winning. But like, just like with the Pikmin controversy that Arlo had, he's too afraid to name the channel that he's bothered by. When that Pikmin guy, the Pikmin whistleblower, I'm only here to talk. I'm only here for Pikmin. When that guy called out Pikmin 3 getting the bum treatment on Switch 2, you know, Arlo was upset, but he couldn't name him. He didn't name the channel. I think it's like that, where he knows Nintendo exists, but he can't say Nintendo's name because he's too scared to start drama, or at least get his real opinion out there. So he does like the Pasta Eric thing, where he doesn't name names, and you kind of assume that he's talking about Nintendo, because he is. Oh, these fucking drama channels, right? Like, who are you talking about? Like, you ain't talking about fucking Game Explained, right? Like, you're obviously talking about the Nintendos of the world, the Frittatas of the world, the 8-bit Erics, the Review Tech USAs.
Kind of refreshed every once in a while, especially Fox himself.
Nintendo's strongest A-log, Dickers.
The last style of the last few games. I liked it more around like GameCube era. I really liked that one. Original was pretty good. They've done it
Arlo's
again,
a QB, so it makes sense.
They've gone with realism. That is not something I ever would have expected from Nintendo. Ever. For them to like give it a little bit more of like a realistic edge.
If it was a new Star Fox game that wasn't just a carbon copy of Star Fox 64, it would be okay with it, but since it's a carbon copy, it's fucking annoying.
People not liking it.
I had said this when it was revealed, but if it was a case where Star Fox Zero didn't bomb, we would have gotten another Star Fox game within, let's say, 3 to 4 years after Zero, and it would have been a sequel. It wouldn't have been Star Fox 64 again. Too much time has passed since Star Fox Zero, and that game flopped, so we basically have to reboot it again for the people who know about Fox because it's a Mario movie. We have to reboot it for those people, and everybody else who didn't even play the Star Fox Zero game because it was on the fucking Wii U, we got to reboot it again, so everyone can now be familiar with the character. Basically, if the Wii U didn't flop, we'd have a Star Fox game in them right here, right now, that wasn't just a remake.
I could see a person not liking it, because anytime you go kind of realistic, especially with like cartoony characters that we have known for a very, very long time, for just like decades and decades, we've
Bro,
known
they
these
made
fun,
DK
lovable
even
cartoon
cartoonier
characters.
and people had a problem
when
with
you
it.
push for realism, it's always gonna have
It ain't just
this,
realism.
Like, kind of
It's changing the design at
uncanny
all.
valley effect. You know, many people making the very funny. Many people made the joke, but it is a very funny joke. This is Star Fox with DLSS.
Yeah, no one's talking about Dickers.
Scaling on, you know, just that little like kind of
Oh, I hate the coin enemies.
kind of realistic edge to it. It is strange, but I think I like it. I think I like it. I think if they pushed for the realism anymore, a micron more, it would have been weird. It would have really stuck out. I probably wouldn't have liked it, but I feel like
I think it's fine with Star Fox, given, again, Miyamoto's inspirations with shows like Thunderbirds.
And I like the results. It's definitely strange. I'm definitely getting used to it. But like, I don't know, my initial reaction was
You think
not
the Puppet Man would be like in love with it, like immediately?
I think I just kind of like it. I think it's kind of cool because like Star Fox is like fun little cartoon characters, but it deals with some dark themes. There's like treachery and betrayal and killing and dying and screaming and exploding and stuff.
Daddy screamed real good right before he died.
This emphasizes that juxtaposition even more. It's like this game has got a little bit more of an edge to it. It looks like a real modern game. You know, we'll talk more about the overall graphics in a second, but like it's a real kind of gritty, modern sci-fi game. You know, they're really like playing up the story and the characters and everything. And
yeah,
this,
Smash
like, kind of
people
realistic
care
edge
more
to the
about
visuals,
Fox than Star Fox fans.
but they're still funny little cartoon
The
animals.
character of Fox.
I think it's perfect. It fits the overall, because like I for years and years now, I've been like begging Nintendo for them to just like lean into the characters and the story. Like I want this like silly melodramatic space opera starring animals. I think that's amazing. So I think this new visual style fits it perfectly.
I think a lot of people agree with that. That's why they wanted to push forward beyond the story of 64.
Just emphasizes
Jesse.
that juxtaposition. It makes it feel
Based on
even
red-pilled
sillier
Arlo
in
opinions?
just the best way.
Kinda. He's not saying anything I outright disagree with just yet. Have you like Star Fox is Star Wars in a sense of it seems like a giant world with a lot of things to explore. People just want the same guy with the same lightsaber fighting the same guy over and over again. I disagree. I think the fans do want them to finally move on from the story of 64. That's why they have a lot of nostalgia for the GameCube games. I agree in the sense that Star Wars is supposed to be a galaxy in a time, a long time ago, a galaxy far, far away, yada, yada, yada. It's a wide galaxy, but you only ever see the same couple of planets, and just the logistics of the convenience of all these people all coming together in a giant galaxy. Like, it just, you know, it's like, a lot of times it feels like fate, right? Oh, yeah, it just so happens that we all meet up here, and like, what are the odds, right? Star Fox is a little bit like that, too. I'd say if we get a new Star Fox game, I would like to see new planets that haven't been seen before. Just to get, like, just get some originality. To see more of what the Lilat system as a setting has to offer.
So, yeah, I really like the designs, and yeah, like the overall graphics, they look amazing. I think it looks great. You know, like, say what you will about the characters, but when you're in the ship and you're flying around, I think it looks phenomenal. I think it looks super duper good. It looks precisely like a modern version of the original. I think they've done a perfect job of just making everything look real
perfect for Phil and Arlo.
Nice. But then back on like the character
it looks so
and
modern.
Story side. Again, I've wanted them to push for story in Star Fox, and they have had story. I never played Command, but I hear like there was a ton of story, and it got really wacky, and there's like a million endings and stuff. You know, maybe not quite like that, but just like
the only thing I hear about Command is the fact that it has multiple endings and has a little bit of inspiration from Star Fox 2 in terms of a non-linear design, but I don't really hear anything else about it. I don't think it was appreciated too much.
Overall, I want them to bring more story, dig into the characters, and so for here, if you're gonna retell the story again, yeah, fine, give us more. Like, give us more. I mean, like, Zero did a pretty good job of that. Zero definitely did dig into the characters and the lore and stuff a good bit more. But I really love how here they're leaning really into the character thing, where it's like, okay, we've got this remake of an N64 game. It's, you know, it's not super long. It's not a super long game, but here's some actual added content. Even if we're not going to add a bunch of like levels and stuff to the game, we're just giving you way more story and characters, cutscenes. Like, they're adding like cutscenes. I don't know if there's going to be like a cutscene with accompanying every single level or what.
Certain players might dislike that though. Replay value, guys.
Character interaction. We actually get to see.
I assume they'll be skippable
together on the ship, on the Great Fox or whatever. Between missions, just like chatting, just like having cutscenes. I like, they're really well animated and the graphics are really good. I don't know, like there's something very not Nintendo about it. And I mean, you know, the way that sounds.
I'll pause there. There's something very not Nintendo about it. To a couple of people, to certain fans, that might be an issue actually. That it's more like a modern game, because then it's the argument turns into, oh, Nintendo is now just copying everyone else.
It sounds bad, but like, I think it's really great whenever they kind of break out of their comfort zone and they give us something that feels a little bit different. And like, obviously, doing doing Star Fox 64
Gameplay of Assault is weird.
Is very
Isn't that
Nintendo.
the GameCube one?
It's like,
I mean the DS one, Command.
Comically Nintendo, and yet leaning into the story and the characters, and just like even just the way that the cutscenes look. I don't know, it really looks like it's like if you gave Star Fox to a completely non-Nintendo team.
They did.
This is kind of what it looks
multiple
like.
Times, actually.
It would look like. But
hey, Zoomers. Oh boy, it's time for Super Dingus Bombland 5. Is that Arlo, the retired puppet glaze man? He's not retired. He's very much still employed. Welcome in. I had Command and would wreck kids in multiplayer. Was it online? Hey, UNF. Whoa, it's UNFW1. Hello, sir. I will be playing Kirby in the Amazing Mirror with him soon. Sorry, I'm still going through Super Bomberman 5. I beat the game last night, but it was one of those endings where it's like, hey, you beat the game, but actually you didn't. I only had a 28% completion rate, which made me shit my pants and cry. So we're doing the rest of the levels. I don't know what my percentage is right now. I guess I could save the game and then reset and see if it shows me. But sorry, I hear Tevin in my ear. He's going off. Oh, okay, DSP's still live. That's why. Oh, he's playing MLB The Show. That explains it. Dingus is a man. Dingus is a Bomberman. Oh, yeah. Let's talk about the DS one. I forgot about the other GameCube one. Yeah, GameCube had Adventures, the one by Rare, that is questionable. Depends on who you ask if that game is good. And then it has Assault, which is the one that returns to the roots, kind of. Well, here's the thing. It returns to the roots, but also has like on-foot segments that I guess they were trying to do like the third. That was like Nintendo's answer to the third-person shooters that were dominating at the time. But I hear they were very jank.
I like it. It's in a fresh way. It's in a like the character animations. Like you don't get a lot of Nintendo games with these like really detailed, fluidly animated character cutscenes. You do get them, but just like they're not incredibly common. And I don't know, it just like this, there's been a lot of care given to these cutscenes and these animations. I think it looks really great. I think it's really cool, and I'm really excited to see. Like the voice acting seems like pretty good. You know, not great, but in a way, like even if you want pretty good voice acting.
Yeah, Assault was by Namco.
Because then that like plays up like the camp, the camp.
Command was outsourced to the to a team of guys. I think they were called Q Games. They had they had former experience working on the first Star Fox. It was led by Dylan Cuthbert, who was one of the Westerners that was working on the original Star Fox. So there's a lot of the old people coming back to make a new one, which is why it's such a shame that one seems to be the one that nobody really likes. Like at least some people go to bat for Zero, even though that's objectively an average kind of like it's all right, but very middling, could have been better kind of game. But I don't really see anyone go to bat for Command like that.
Element. So yeah, I don't know. I love that. I love that they're doing that. If they're gonna remake the game again, yeah, put in more story. And you know, don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but like I think they have to be doing this because they just really want Star Fox to go somewhere. You know, like Star Fox Zero itself was supposed to be.
It's just like how they're trying to prop up Donkey Kong.
And that game just didn't sell. And so they were like, I don't know, like we don't want to just make a sequel to a game that bombed. That would be weird. But we also don't want to make just a brand new Star Fox game when we haven't really put out a popular one in a million years. We have not.
Welcome in, Zeal. I hope the Fire Emblem stream went well. I hope you got the legendary weapon. I hope you reset and didn't continue the map with Lilina dead. I think you reset. It's because 65% of Command's endings were very jank and also fanfiction fodder at best, in my opinion. I seen the one where Fox and Falco join F-Zero, and I've seen the one where Slippy gets married. Fox and Falco become... There's one where they become like mercenaries. Crystal becomes like... Crystal changes her name, separates from Fox, and changes her name to Curse. That's like the cringiest one. And the one I like the most is the new Star Fox team, featuring Falco as the mentor and Peppy's former role, and then the other members are like the kids. So like you have like Fox's kid, Peppy's daughter. Like I thought that was cute. That's a Kino idea right there. Look here, chat. Slippy Fox inserted his fucking frog cock and got busy. Get it? I got the Durandal with Lilina, and even my boy Barf alive. You ran it back and you did it with Barf. Let's fucking go. Slippy retiring from Star Fox and he gets married and has kids as Kino. That is Kino. That's like borderline a redemption arc for the guy who used to annoy you a lot. Hey, Astro.
Put out a successful Star Fox
Slippy
game
has
just
sex,
in decades.
yes, true,
So maybe they
he
just
does.
They really wanted to
I'm sorry to tell you.
Star Fox to do
I'm sorry you had to
what
find
Star
out this
Fox
way.
Zero was trying to do, but just a regular old traditional game, whatever, just remake the original, fine. The idea, I hope, is to then roll into future games from here. That this is actually the reboot that Zero was supposed to be, and from here, they go with something new. Maybe they even incorporate bits and pieces from the other games, but like they're establishing a brand new canon. And look, we already have like this framework for these characters,
just like they did with
these,
Zelda.
the cutscenes and the animations and the story, and we can
remember. They did this with Zelda to an extent. They know people like the Zelda timeline too much. So rather than fully get rid of it, they instead established that Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom happened so far into the future that they're essentially a new canon. So you can't really... not necessarily the timelines converging, but so far in the future that it literally does not matter anymore. Don't even ask questions. It's so far in the future, thousands and thousands and thousands of years later, like so far, far into the future. The memories of what the events of the past games, they're basically myth. Anybody who's alive that would have remembered what happened in those older games is no longer alive. So they did not commit to placing it in the timeline. It was effectively, for the purposes of the consumer who might not be familiar with the timeline, it was effectively a soft reboot. Like, I don't want to say they're retconned, but for the ease of understanding, you needn't concern yourself with the past Zelda games, is what they basically said. Star Fox is being treated the same way, but a bit more blatant because there is no Star Fox timeline. There is a Star Fox timeline, but there's no Star Fox timeline in the sense of like a Zelda timeline where like the fans demand for one and then they actually get one and they adhere to it strictly. I think it's more of a direct continuity reboot for the purpose of establishing a new canon. And like some things can come back, right? It just won't be within the same continuity. So nothing to say that Crystal can't come back. She probably will eventually, but it won't be as you remember her in Adventures. She will have not experienced the same events. Yeah, it's basically a parallel universe. But first, we got to talk about parallel universes. That's lazy. You're essentially making the canon useless and disservice. It's a disservice to them. Yeah. I'm not gonna say it's not lazy. It's them being too afraid to commit to the timeline. They don't want to upset anybody by saying, "Oh, it takes place. It takes place here, and this is what happened to have those events lead there." And then now you're contingent on explaining within the game's lore the past events and like what all went down to have things lead this way. Like why is Hyrule now just a bunch of plains and pastures and grasslands? Like what the fuck happened? What happened? Everything was so developed by like the time of Twilight Princess. What's going on? They'll remake Adventure. They said 2 Star Fox games were in development. One is by a different studio, and we just haven't had it revealed yet. And Leaker had said that it would be in the vein of something like Adventures. They didn't say remake, but similar to Adventures. So I'm curious to see what that would look like. Hey, Discord Merchant. It's kind of not, though, because he stays on that planet, doesn't even know what happens to his friends or the outcome of the war. Look at BR Joe not realize Shinzo Abe's message. Look, Slippy heard Shinzo's message, and he just went straight to fucking.
Lean into the story going forward. I think it's very funny. It is.
But yeah, they don't want new people to be concerned with what happened in the past for Star Fox.
Reputation for hating story, and I know it's debatable, and I know you have people on.
Because Zelda has a reputation. It's got a prestige. They know they can't fuck with the timeline too hard.
I do think he has had
Star Fox does not have that.
Something of an aversion to stories for a long time. It's very, very funny that he starts making movies, and all of a sudden, Miyamoto is going through his story arc now. There is hope for the next Paper Mario having a great story. He made some movies and now he likes stories. So now he's bringing like that.
But even the movies that he's involved with don't have much in the way of story.
Because he's seeing the potential that it has for stories. And I don't know. I think that's funny. And I think it's great.
Where's the Metroid video? He actually said you missed it. He said it's coming out and he's making it. What if they explained like it was a weird warp zone level? Like that warp zone level of 64 is actually just a bunch of different parallel universes, branches off on that warp. This is a branch off, and then when Andros dies, right, his hands will become sentient, puts on white gloves, and call themselves Master Hand and Crazy Hand. Nintendo loves bosses that are just like giant heads with hands. You got Andros, you got Master Hand and Crazy Hand, you got the Tiki Tong fight in Donkey Kong Country Returns. You have the giant the Ruins head in Mario Odyssey. So many examples. Giant head, giant hands, defeat the hands first, then get the head. There's one in Oracle of Ages and Seasons too. I forget where. I think it might be the final boss of Seasons.
Right. So yeah, it's essentially a remake of
Bongo
64.
Bongo too.
It really is. And again, like that could be It could be such
Oh,
a
yeah,
thing.
yeah, the pyramid
It
in
could be
Mario
such a thing to get
64.
mad about, but like they've added in stuff too. You know, like
forgot
it's
its name.
not straightforward. They've added in like the fun little stuff. You got the expanded multiplayer. You know, it's not going to be anything crazy, but they seem to have added a number of new modes to it. You've got
Slippy was listening to this when he
settings,
caught that
like,
baddie.
lots of little stuff here and there on top of all of the additional story content. You got like challenge mode now, like in each level you've got like achievements to unlock or whatever. I think that's pretty cool. But the best part about all this, the best part, and another thing that really like tempers
What are you
that-
making
that-
me listening
that thing,
to? What
that
are you
little
making me listen
monster
to, Nurgle?
Inside of this bigger monster that is just like, I can't believe they're remaking 64. I can't believe they're doing it again.
We can't listen to that.
It's $50 digitally. It's here in the US. It's
$50.
digitally, 60
It's
physically.
$50,
So,
guys.
$20 less than their other standard, you know, AAA first.
I've never heard of
Nintendo
Flight of the
games.
Conchords? No.
And if they had charged full price for it for this game, that you could probably, you know, beat in a couple of sittings, then like, yeah, that would have been just another great reason to be like, I can't believe they're just sending Star Fox out to die again. You know, because that's the thing. Like, Star Fox needs a win. He hasn't had a win in so long. Just so
He had
long.
one
Like,
win.
Really,
Fox McCloud
Zero
had
was
one
such
win.
a disaster. Like wherever you stand on that game, it was a massive, massive commercial flop. It was an abject failure, and that was supposed to be like the triumphant return of Fox. That was like after he hadn't had a game for a long time, and then it's been however many. 11,
Actually, I don't know
12
why I
years or
started
whatever
here. I
since
could have
then.
just not.
So,
I didn't
like,
have to do
he
this
needs
boss
a win
again.
so badly. And if Nintendo had put out this
I'm trying to do
remake of the
levels I
64
haven't
game
done.
without a lot of content and charged full price for it, then yeah, again, that would have been a great reason to be upset. But like, they're remaking 64, but it looks amazing. Visually, it looks amazing. They're adding in a bunch of story. They're adding in a bunch of features. The face rig thing where you move your face and it makes
The
it's
VTuber
amazing.
mode.
It's hilarious. It's perfect. But then on top of that, they're actually pricing it reasonably. They're giving it a reasonable price. In this day and age, this 2026, when everything is expensive and all the Nintendo products are all just, the prices are skyrocketing, we're just waiting for them to raise the price of the Switch to itself. It's going to happen any second now. And they're giving this game a, you know, quote unquote budget price. It is less than
As
even
budget
a
as you can
brand
get
new
for 2026.
Switch One game.
For a non-indie game.
It's perfect. It's perfect. It's exactly what they needed to do, and what I would never have expected them to do. So like, yeah, there you go. I can't even be mad. I'm so surprised.
Don't take my bombs.
I'm so surprised that I'm not more upset that they're doing Star Fox for the 4th time, because they just did everything else about it right. I think everything else about it looks really, really fun and really cool, and they're pricing it well. And like, it doesn't look like it was a massive project. I think that's one reason why they're not charging as much for it, you know. And yeah, and I was even wondering, like, it's kind of like chicken and egg, you know. Like, was Fox McCloud put in the Mario Galaxy movie because they wanted to make a new game, and they were like, well, it'd be a good opportunity. Maybe we tie him in a little bit. It'd be like a little bit of marketing, or like, were they like, yeah, let's put Fox in the movie? And then that got Miyamoto thinking, like, well, you know, I mean, like, what if we did another remake? What if we did some, like, kind of bite-sized Star Fox project?
Star Fox?
Because a full-blown AAA brand new game, that itself would have been something of a risk without, you know, I get it, like, from like an executive standpoint, you want to kind of reestablish the demand for the IP. You know, you want to be actually, like, sure that there will be people to purchase a new game.
Oh,
so
no.
a remake, especially a reasonably priced remake, is a really good starting point. And, like, just the timeline adds up. You know, it took them 3 years to make the Mario Galaxy movie. So about 3 years ago, they were planning and writing the script, and they decided to put Fox in the movie. So, like, yeah, 2-3 years is a perfectly reasonable amount of time to make this kind of, like, remake. And
got
you know,
one
if
hit
it's a
in.
smaller project, then Miyamoto doesn't have as hard of a time kind of dipping in to kind of oversee it while he's still got his hands full with the movie. They probably went hand in hand, and I think that idea is pretty cool, and I think it's pretty smart too. Like,
I tried to walk away.
Putting him in the movie and then giving us relatively.
Oh, yeah, I
safe,
actually don't
maybe
have to do the
inexpensive
boss fight, though.
To create remake.
I just went to it accidentally.
It's a much safer and more responsible way to try to put
Punch
Fox
Out
back in the spotlight without
the Wii one was
spending a
good
bunch
from
of
what
money
I
on a
heard.
massive game that you don't know how many people.
I need to get here.
And like, yeah, it really does stink. Like, especially with
Here.
Nintendo games, because they've got so many of these legacy IPs that are just like so old. And oh, it's been so many years since we've gotten a new one. So every time there's a new one, it's like, y'all better buy it. You know, like, it stinks to be put in that situation where it's like, the pressure's on you. You better buy it. You better give this big corporation a ton of money.
The Wii
If
one's
you
so
want more
good?
these games, that is kind of the situation that Star Fox fans are in right now.
You think they would have done something on Switch?
When you're a fan, you know, let's say you're not happy with this remake. You're like, I don't want to spend money on the same game again. I think the characters look stupid. I think it all looks stupid. But if I don't support it,
I guess they thought they'd get in trouble with the racial stereotypes.
I'm one of the target audience, and if I don't support it, then who's gonna?
Which I'm not affected by.
If we want more Star Fox games in the future, don't we have to support it? But then if you do, are they just gonna make more in this style that you don't like? I don't envy anyone in that situation. I've
hey, Sunlight Seeker.
I've been in
Welcome
that situation a couple of times. But yeah,
yeah,
I
I'm
guess
still
that's
bombing.
Yeah, it's coming next month. June, is it
I'm
25th?
bombing in more than one way.
Like a
because the gameplay is tough right now.
Playing this game, and yes, the rumors were true. By the way, worth mentioning, the rumors were 100% true. We're getting a Star Fox this summer, and it's going to be revealed just before then, sometime in May or something. And it happened. It absolutely happened. And so everyone in the chat is just like, Ocarina of Time remake confirmed. Like, that's probably a whole other discussion for another day. That is a good discussion for another day. I'm gonna write that down. Does this actually mean that the Ocarina of Time remake is more likely or confirmed at this point? I will save my thoughts on that for next time. In the meantime, you keep what's the Star Fox catchphrase they say at the end of all the games?
Let's rock and roll.
Star Foxing away.
Oh my god.
And I'll keep shooting monkeys in the face.
What?
With my spaceship gun.
Oh, okay.
Remember when he said that in the Super Mario Galaxy movie? And then he was like,
I remember when Frieza said that.
awesome!
Okay, he did actually end up putting a video out for the Zelda thing. Does Star Fox mean the Ocarina of Time remake is definitely happening? Thank you, Koizumi. Reach 29% yet? I don't know what my current percentage is. I think I have to reset the game to see it. Yeah, I don't know. What did he mean by that? What did Arlo mean by that?
Nate the Hate was right. So what? Big deal. I've been right before. I've been right a lot of times. One time, my Uncle Jerry was like,
yes, definitely is in all caps, and so is happening.
Dare me to eat these 2 sticks of butter in one sitting. And I was
It's
like,
happening.
if you do that, it's gonna make you feel sick. And that's all I said. I didn't even dare him, and he did it anyway, and guess what happened? So, Nintendo
Dude, he's taking credit like he was the one who
revealed a new
predicted
Star
it.
Fox game. And I use the word new a little loosely. They're doing Star Fox 64 again, but you know what? The real point is that it is a new Star Fox game. It is a Star Fox game that was revealed in May
Star Fox series.
and is releasing in June, releasing this summer. And that's what the rumors said. The rumors were correct. Somehow this information got leaked and it got around, and man, oh man, Nintendo can't be happy about this. I just like, Miyamoto, he's fuming right now. He's stomping, even this second.
Hey, Golem.
Weeks later,
What do
he's
you mean
just
two
stomping
Muppets?
around. His fists are all clenched up. He looks in the mirror every once
Hey,
in a while.
Sansa.
He passes by the mirror and just goes, and his face gets all red. In all seriousness, they are having
You
a very
think they
bad
look
problem
AI
with leaks. So
generated?
this information does just keep getting out. Not everything every time. but
First time
like,
I've seen
it
that
is
opinion.
A lot. And the thing about this recent wave of rumors, I mean, we had a very big wave of rumors. Kind of a lot came at once. I'm not really quite sure why. But the thing is, because they all came kind of in one big cluster, it was just like one day or like a weekend or something where just like all this stuff came about, we have to wonder, just naturally, if one of the rumors ended up being true, then does that mean that the rest of the rumors will end up being true? You know, I suppose you could follow the logic that if somebody at Nintendo was sharing this information, or somehow someone gained access to this information, okay, maybe they gained access to a lot of this information at the same time, and then leaked.
I wonder which team got Star Fox. It for sure wasn't Nintendo. No, this is offloaded, but I'm wondering which team got it. Yeah, they're not saying which who the developers
that's
are
the only
just
real
yet.
reason why we saw this one when we did, and now we're all just.
Zero was handled by Platinum Games, but this doesn't look like their work.
Batch of rumors, but you know the key points, the biggest stuff. It's Ocarina of Time remake coming later this year.
Miyamoto
like
seems more involved than usual, which is strange.
And then new 3D
He's a little
Mario
hands off with the games
next
now.
year. Almost certainly also holiday season, just because that's a perfect holiday title. 3D Marios usually come during the holiday. So that's like the big stuff. I mean, there are other
favorite LTG insult. When he quit the dashboard on a foreigner and was like, "Sorry, Mexican." That's my favorite. Look, out of context, it's not even that insulting. But the context is just wanting to deny the Mexican player the points. Just the way he said it was such vitriol, and also because it hits a little too close to home.
Little stuff in there as well, Wario Land and, you know, Switch Sports.
Remember, I'm allowed to quote that.
When Star Fox Direct materialized, as it did so unexpectedly, the question on everyone's lips was, no, I'm sorry, it wasn't actually a question. I think for me, it was a question. But
yours is the one with the Portuguese?
For most of the people I was seeing, like in chat, it wasn't really a question. It was just like, Ocarina of Time remake confirmed.
Ice Warden is the best white person slur?
No, I mean, plenty of people. Obviously, this is it's a very big talking point, a point of discussion. It really is a natural question. Like, yeah, no, I mean, yeah, you ain't wrong for imagining. Is it true? Like, does this basically confirm that we're getting an Ocarina of Time remake? Yeah, and it's funny because like all the other rumors
pieces of the video are gonna tell me.
That was like, you know, like it's on our minds. But Ocarina of Time remake, that's been like the thing. That has been the big rumor of this year. Because like Star Fox rumor is great too. Like, you know, don't get me wrong. Like that's a prime rumor right there. I haven't gotten a Star Fox game in like 11 years or whatever. Like, absolutely. But
yeah, for me, Star Fox coming back was the primary rumor, and Zelda was like the other thing. By the way, Zelda coming.
It's just kind of in the public conscious, this idea forever. I mean, like I talked about it in I did a whole video on the main channel about the idea of an Ocarina of Time remake, and like I really do mean it. Like pretty much since the GameCube, we've all been like, the conversation has just been like, oh man, could you imagine they remake Ocarina of Time, but with GameCube graphics? That'd be crazy. And so just like
instead they just ported it to GameCube.
Has basically always existed pretty much since then.
It already has a remake anyway. They don't care. They're gonna remake it again.
Came out, that's when it started. It's been 25 years since then.
This is the company I think remade Star Fox 64 3 times.
Rumors. It's just like it's one of those rumors that just
even if they did it in different ways.
Fake Nintendo Direct sheet.
I was the Mexican. I don't play fighting games.
It's this mythical thing. So like, I basically said in that video, I don't think it's impossible, but I am a little bit doubtful. I am kind of doubtful for a number of reasons. Go watch that video if you really want to know. I'm not going to dredge it all up right now. So no, I will not lie. When the Star Fox Direct came about, it definitely, it definitely gets you thinking. Is this real? Is this for real? This rumor turning out to be true? Does this mean that Ocarina of Time remake is not only on the table, but like gonna happen? Okay, well, to answer the question,
do we need a fourth Ocarina of Time? Probably not.
Star Fox.
But they're gonna do it anyway.
The name of the game is just Star Fox, I guess. Does that confirm an Ocarina of Time remake? No, of course not. Obviously not. Like nobody really believes. Like
yeah, they're gonna buy it, so that's reason enough for them to make it.
Very, very loosely,
regardless of whether we need it or not.
Actually confirmed. So like obviously no. It's still a rumor. Pretty much no matter what, a rumor is always going to be a rumor. Yes, a rumor being packaged with another rumor that ends up being true. Oh, it's very compelling. It's very, very, very compelling. And like, yeah, this could all be true. I'd be bummed. I really would be bummed. Like, it was basically just like like 2 years of huge Nintendo surprises just spoiled. They just like, they can't keep anything a secret anymore, I guess. I don't know. So I don't really like that idea, but I have to admit it is very possible. It is very, very possible. Although there is something we have to consider. You know, with all of these rumors flying about right now, multiple people have spoken up to remind us that apparently it is a regular thing for Nintendo and you know, other companies as well.
This is cope.
Problem with
right here. This is cope.
To basically leak fake information, like even to like various departments.
I don't believe this is one of those cases. This is cope.
See what gets
no,
out,
guys, I promise it's fake.
Kind of help them.
I promise it's just one of those fake leaks, guys. It's not real, guys.
Coming from and try to what's the weasel, weed out the no, is it a weasel out?
It's weed out.
No,
weed out.
Weed out. That's
weed out.
Avoiding responsibility.
Weed out. Proceed with the video. Proceed with the content of the video.
Nintendo games and stop it, so Miyamoto can get his hammer. And no, I'm not talking about like a big Mario hammer with like a star on it. I mean just like a ball peen hammer and chase that person out of Nintendo forever. So, if it is true that they've been having problems with leaks, and we just got a whole bunch of different rumors, I don't know. Is it possible that some of these rumors could be fake? I don't know. I'm not well versed in like the history of this happening. Usually, when we get these rumors that don't end up being true,
we had one of those about a Star Fox racing game.
Oh, that was one of the.
I just don't think I don't think this is one of those circumstances.
You'd have to be one of the upper ups at the company who's doing these like this secret leaking to know that that's where it came from. I know like a lot of people will jump to Star Fox Grand Prix to bring up Star Fox again. A lot of people believe that was one of those fake leaks. It really wasn't though. That was like I don't know. I'm not gonna go over that whole thing. thing, but I don't believe that was one of those fake leaks. At the same time, how would we know 100% for sure? Again, I don't know. If I'm not the guy up there in the office who leaked it, like, I don't know. Point is, though, some of these leaks could be fake. Some of these rumors could absolutely be fake. They are plants. They are carefully laid traps to figure out who's been leaking all this stuff. That is a possibility. But I think the problem there is that if I were going to do this, if I were a company and I had like 4 different just false rumors I was going to like feed to the company and put in an email or something to like see who spreads it out, I would not pair it with actual information. You know, like these rumors really all did come kind of.
Yeah, it's like you're sacrificing a real leak just to weed out the leaker with a fake leak.
It's a little hard to believe that the timing.
Why would you pair it with real shit?
So perfect.
I would just make all the leaks fake.
At the same time, Nintendo was planting this false information. Some actual information leaked out. It could be a coincidence that those two things happened. I think very often, especially with people who spread rumors and make claims and stuff. I think often they probably, I don't know, don't like quote me on this, but it sounds like they usually kind of hold on to the info until they hear a couple other people saying the same thing. So then like, because like if just one singular person, like, say just Nate the Hate is the only person who has said, this is going to happen. We're going to get a new Star Fox game in June, and nobody else has said it. Then like Nintendo's going to be knocking on his door and being like, who have you been talking to? But if like there's like some low rumblings that all kind of come up at the same time.
Do directs more often. I wish they would, but I guess they feel like they're past that, and now we're at the point where they just want to rely on shit like the mobile app that nobody wants to download. I have it downloaded. It's neat. It's neat for little check-ins, but I get how it's not for everybody. I'll download anything with Nintendo's logo on it.
And they all kind of wait and be like, yeah, I heard that. Oh, I heard that. I heard that. Well, now it's just a conversation. Now he himself is merely a conduit for a herald to welcome the rumor into the realm of being, rather than the like pure creator of the rumor, who can then be possibly blamed, or a finger can be pointed at and be like, who you been talking to? So it could be that some of these rumors have been kind of bubbling in the primordial ooze for a while, and it all just kind of like came out at the same time. Well, I heard this. Well, I heard that. Well, I heard that. It could be. And if that's true, then it could be that any number of these rumors could be the false or the true. Obviously, it is nebulous. Obviously, we don't know. Obviously, here in this video, even though I have proposed the question, does Star Fox Remake confirm Ocarina of Time Remake in the title and the thumbnail and whatnot? Of course, we're not actually going to come to any solid conclusion here. It's all pure speculation.
He's admitting the clickbaiting.
You know what? That's a thing we haven't mentioned yet. That's another thing that makes this a little bit more compelling, is that Star Fox was a remake of an N64 game, and Ocarina of Time would be a remake of an N64 game. I don't know if that necessarily makes it feel more likely or almost less likely. Why is Nintendo all of a sudden remaking a bunch of these N64 games?
Because they're very safe bets.
Like really
do quarterly directs.
Like,
I'm sure they can get a bunch of indies and AA and have people. I'm sorry, indies and AA and people have that more games to show. They used to do it. It used to be like every February, you get the February Direct, and then you'd get the June Direct when E3 was a thing, and then you get the September Direct. Not necessarily quarterly, but every couple of months. You could expect a minimum of 3 directs a year, and that has kind of gone away in recent years. They've not really been following that pattern anymore. Field directs lose more input. When they have so many indie ones of already announced games or 30 minutes dedicated to one game. The reason why they do it like that is so that they don't have general directs where this information they have to trickle out about a particular game that might be considered a big release, so that they don't have that one game dominate the entire direct, because they've gotten complaints about that before, where they do a general direct. Prior to them doing more single game based directs, where like, oh my god, like I don't fucking care about this game, like just move on to the next game already. Like that's been an issue for them in the past. So we've really seen an uptick in directs that focus on literally one game, but no directs that focus on a general showcase of what's coming to the platform. I enjoy the app, but I miss directs. We'll never get it back, but I miss the Reggie era. Yeah, I miss Reggie too. He was really he brought that flair, he brought that groove, he brought that vibe to Nintendo of America in a time where they really needed it.
They want to spread them out like a little bit? Is it possible that the
Xenoblade 2 lengthy segment
remake, that kind of like helped create the Ocarina of Time remake or something like that? Some kind of relationship there? Maybe like, you know, as I always say, like so often these rumors, they do just kind of come out of the ether. It's not even like, I think they just materialize. It's like a life form being born. It's not necessarily that any one person heard something. It's just the right time for the idea to present itself. You know what I mean? So like Zelda, it's been a few years since we got a mainline title, and we know it's going to be a few years before we get another one. We don't know what else is going on with Zelda. Nintendo likes to release Zelda stuff pretty regularly. Last year, we got Age of Imprisonment, so some kind of remake would make a lot of sense, but what are they going to remake? They've already done remasters of all the 3D games. What's the next logical step? It's a big Ocarina of Time remake in the style of Breath of the Wild or something like that.
If that happens, people are gonna.
Again, that's another
people
reason
will
why
react, and people will do things if it's Breath of the Wild style.
It just kind of creates itself. Even if it is caused by one person saying it, maybe they weren't even saying it seriously, but it caught on and it became a thing. So yeah, ultimately does Star Fox remake confirm Ocarina of Time remake? No, but
oh, what if it did?
But it is interesting. We just keep seeing over and over again. These rumors end up being true. And, you know, even if I argued in my Zelda video that there isn't really a precedent for making a big, like, remake, full, like, reimagining or whatever.
Ignored the Zelda game?
Of a 3D Zelda game, or many, like, big 3D action games. And I know it's funny because I just did that.
I would say Echoes of Wisdom is still too recent to suggest the next 2D Zelda top-down is ready to reveal.
A video being like, there isn't a precedent for it. I didn't consider how like Star Fox is kind of like it's kind of the one example. There could be a bunch of others that I'm not remembering, but like yeah, like completely reimagining a game, recreating it from the ground up, and just like rethinking everything. That isn't something that Nintendo really does, except for with Star Fox. They love doing it with Star Fox. They've done it many times. Although to be fair, this remake, it's not really like a full reimagining. It looks like the levels themselves are pretty darn similar. So I don't know, whatever, we're getting a little in the weeds. That's probably all there is to say on this. It's, yeah, I don't know. I'm still pretty skeptical, but crazier things have happened and rumors keep end up being true. So yeah. I don't know.
So yeah,
I'm just trying so hard to remember that phrase. What is that phrase? When you're like, there's something in there and you're trying to like get it, like smoke it out. Like you're like, it's why the word weasel? Squirrel
Weed out.
You're trying to squirrel out the leaker.
Weed out.
You're gonna
weed out. Why is he like this? Weed out.
To smoke something out.
Weed out.
To flush out. Yeah, okay.
Weed.
They're trying to smoke. I don't know.
I guess flush works.
Weasel. They're trying to snake out the rabbit weasel with their smoke. Fire. Boom. Got it.
Worthless video. Does it confirm that the remake is happening? Maybe. End of video. He has another one on the subject. So, yeah. So about this Ocarina of Time remake, this one is on the main channel. And it's sponsored because of course it is. It took us a while to get to the first sponsored video of the evening. Might be the only sponsored video of the playlist. Honestly, don't see a Zelda remake happening anytime soon. His logic, in my opinion, is the one thing I'll agree with him on this subject. The logic makes sense in that it's quote-unquote time for it. You know, we already had a spin-off. I think the next 2D and 3D Zelda games are a bit ways off. Like, it makes sense to go back and remake one of the classics and just put it out there. I think we're due for a remake, and they remastered all the other ones, so we're past remasters. Everything's been ported to NSO, just about, outside of like, I don't know, Twilight Princess on NSO or something. Everything's been remastered already. It's time to go into the realm of remakes. That logic makes sense in that it's the right time for it.
This video was brought to you by Squarespace.
Oh boy!
Right now, right this second. What would
why do I watch him again? I like them back in the day.
Look like in this current year? This modern gaming landscape, this particular generation of Nintendo. It's an interesting question because up until now, all their 3D Zelda re-releases have been remasters. Every pre-Breath of the Wild title has been given a facelift and some quality of life features and even been reworked a tiny bit. But that's it. They have yet to give any of these games the complete remake treatment. This is something that would be totally new, but what would a full-blown Ocarina of Time
Totally
remake
new,
look
except
like
it's a
today
remake.
is
I
also
understand
a
what he
very
means.
big
But
question,
that's still funny.
because there are
Still funny to hear.
so many ways Nintendo could go about it. And that is because of the current situation the Zelda series finds itself in. Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom represent a very different direction for Zelda, just a complete reinvention of the series. And at this time, we can't possibly know exactly what the next big mainline game is going to look like, but based on what Aonuma has said, it's pretty reasonable to imagine that they're going to continue focusing on.
If it does happen, it'll be expensive. The current rumor is that they're gonna split it up. They're gonna split it up like Final Fantasy VII and have multiple games. I hope they don't do that.
The same ideas that define this modern age
He
of
hasn't
Zelda.
mentioned that part of the rumor
Non-linear
yet.
quest design, open-ended puzzle solving, and just overall player experimentation. Generally speaking, the 3D and 2D games have historically delivered their own unique versions of the Zelda experience. 2D more focused on tight design and puzzle solving, 3D on traversal, combat, cinematics. But Echoes of Wisdom kind of rewrote the rules. That game was basically Breath of the Wildified, a 2D game, but with much of the same focus as its 3D contemporaries. Story progression wasn't as open as, say, Link Between Worlds, but the puzzles and combat and just overall world and dungeon design was all about player expression and experimentation. To me, this is why everyone's first thought when they hear the words Ocarina of Time remake is to wonder if they're gonna Breath of the Wildify it. Nintendo seems to be so married to this new format that it's only natural to wonder if they might try to reimagine their old games in the new style. I personally have my doubts, which we'll cover in a bit. But since it's an idea that kind of permeates the discussion, I absolutely think it's worth exploring.
Sell two versions like Pokemon, one in the past, one in the future. So if you want to go back and forth, you need both. How are they gonna do like the Shadow Temple? It doesn't make any sense, you guys.
What it might look like if Nintendo remade Ocarina of Time into an experience more in line with the modern titles. Well, if you want to imagine a reckless, gratuitous adaptation, shoving a round peg into a square hole, it's almost too easy to conjure a quick picture. Every locale is now part of one big, seamless open world, with Hyrule Field kind of taking up the most space in the middle. Enemy camps and towers, and of course, shrines now pepper the whole entire kingdom. Dungeons can be done in any order. Maybe the first 3 have to be completed first, just so you can become an adult or whatever. And then you can do the rest in any order, but for the most part, it's totally up to the player. Okay, see, but even in trying my hardest to paint broad strokes, we're already smashing our heads up against the problem. It's something you just cannot gloss over. Players progress through Ocarina of Time in a pretty linear fashion. The story follows a natural path, and most importantly, abilities are earned in a thoughtful, delicate chain of progression.
Game definitely yaps at you more than Breath of the Wild does.
Experience into a totally non-linear one, you would have to completely redo everything, and I mean everything. If you gave the player all of the major abilities, boomerang, bow, lens of truth, hover boots, just absolutely everything right off the bat so they could take on any challenge in any order, you would have to remake the dungeons entirely. And, I think it kind of goes without saying, this would rob...
Yeah, so Star Fox Remake seems to be a bit too... the level design hasn't changed for the levels, right? I think that'll be more faithful to the original Star Fox 64 versus this. I think with Ocarina of Time, it might hurt for me to say this. It might hurt for you to hear this, rather. For me to say it's fine because I haven't played the OG, but for you to hear it, it might hurt. I think it will kind of be Breath of the Wildified.
Them of their, first their identity, but then also
I don't think it'll be as faithful as Star Fox.
Lock and key nature. And then it would also just be a mess from a design perspective. The abilities in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom were very carefully designed so that every single ability has a ton of different uses and they all kind of function together. It's kind of a small, but really focused and intelligent moveset. You simply could not do that with all of Ocarina of Time's items. It's just, it's too many items, it's too many abilities. A lot of items have kind of specific uses that are still very integral to the progression of the game. You couldn't necessarily just adapt them, but then removing them completely, again, would just be like, all right, well then, like, why are we even doing this? And then, yeah, again, the story issue. Like, there's so many story beats that all have to happen sequentially, or they just
you wouldn't be able to.
The story problem.
Okay. That's the issue, right? If it's too faithful, like Star Fox is being faithful to Star Fox 64, you wouldn't be able to. If you want to give it that same freedom as like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, you'd have to change shit. You can't present that story in a non-linear fashion. It just wasn't written that way. The game wasn't designed that way to be non-linear.
Maybe is the lesser of the problems, as long as you had like an isolated area that you occupied when you were a kid, and then when you became an adult, then it kind of opened up to the rest of the world. I'm really not exactly sure how that would work. Maybe you could work something out there, but I think for the most part, the idea of turning Ocarina of Time into Breath of the Wild, I don't think it works. I don't think you could really do it. Turning it into this like totally or mostly open sandbox, open air experience, I just think it would be a totally different game.
At that point, you'd have to do it and make it more of a reimagining.
I feel like it would defeat the purpose. Like, why would it even be a remake? What would be the point of that? Like, clearly you just wanted to make another Breath of the Wild. You should have just done that. Okay, but if you want to be a little bit more nuanced about it, they'd want to like kind of inject it with a lot of Breath of the Wild DNA, but not necessarily turn it into this like giant, completely open thing.
I like how Echoes of Wisdom's UI had a lot of Breath of the Wild's DNA in it.
First and foremost, you know, what's the biggest difference there between Ocarina and Breath of the Wild? Just make it bigger. Each area is just kind of blown up. You've got more ground to cover, more space to just like fill with activities or whatever. You could still make it a seamless world as long as you didn't give the player the ability to just like climb over whatever. As long as there was still gating.
I want to inject my DNA anywhere in Ocarina of Time, Arlo.
Zones. And if you are going to blow it up like that, you really would have to fill it with lots of stuff to do. You know, especially Hyrule Field, it really would need to be like the big thing in the middle. So yeah, it would probably be like enemy camps. There'd probably just be like enemies all over the place. Towers, yeah, sure, why not? Towers,
oh boy, enemy camps to waste my fucking time.
You got a big world, so sure. And then like maybe it could still have shrines. You know, Ocarina of Time has lots of like holes you can drop into.
Let's not put shrines into a game considered a masterpiece, one of the best games of all time, please.
Why not? Maybe the shrines in each area are tailor-made for the items that you get there. So that solves the progression problem, and maybe these shrines are not as open-ended. You know, this is less of this like open-ended experimental physics kind of thing. Maybe it's a little more straightforward, just some puzzles that use the tools that you have acquired, and maybe there aren't as many. You know, it's not like 120 or whatever. Maybe it's just a good amount, just a good handful per area. Just
right,
some extra stuff to do, so you can say you followed the brief. You know, you ticked the boxes that you needed to tick in order to say this is a Breath of the Wild flavored Ocarina of Time remake. See, but then we still run into the same problem with item progression. If you're not getting them in this careful order, then this is just a totally different game. Both a different kind of game and a game that is different from Ocarina of Time. But if you do limit progression in the same way, the same lock and key kind of format, then why have you made it so big? You know, like, why have you made it this big sandboxy open world if it's not even really that sandboxy? What's the point of having this super vast kingdom if you're going to be railroaded so much? That's just going to be frustrating. So yeah, I'm kind of doubtful that Nintendo would clumsily force these two styles together. I mean, there's a fine chance that we would see a little bit of that modern DNA kind of leak into a remake, maybe some modern quality of life stuff that we would recognize from the newer games. But Nintendo is nothing if not careful. Whatever they do, it has to feel right to them. A smooth and interesting end-user experience is of utmost importance. Also, historically, their remakes have been absolutely faithful to the originals, maybe even to a fault. Even with ground-up remakes, they are often hesitant to change much of anything. There's just no precedent for this kind of thing, and I see no reason to believe that they're going to start taking their old games and just tearing them apart and changing everything. Don't get me wrong, they do love making people mad. But I think
Oh, do
this
they
would be
ever?
a little bit too far. They understand how important these classic games are and always strive to preserve the original experiences however they can. So, if I'm right that they're not going to just Breath of the Wild-ify the game and will instead do
Damn
a
it.
more faithful
lost Louis.
remake, what would that look like? Before we continue
Whoa.
dreaming up new ways to play a
Ads.
30-year-old game for the umpteenth time, a quick reminder that this video was brought to you by Squarespace. If you need a website but have no experience or knowledge in the field of website creation, no problem. Squarespace has got you covered. You don't need to write
Wow,
so much
really?
as a single line of code. You can just use the intuitive builder to put everything together, lay out everything however you want, embed pictures and videos and anything else. You can even start with a template if you want to get a big head start. And before long, you will have yourself an awesome, professional-looking site. You could do something personal, something for your business, storefront, info page, blog, anything you want. My site, Arlo Recommends, is a basic blog, so it's super easy to draft
Remember
up a
when it
whole
was
bunch of
down
posts,
for a period of
schedule
time?
everything to publish at later dates,
Was it
and
uploading
it'll
to
even
it?
automatically generate social media posts for me. Squarespace even gives you a great suite of analytics to keep tabs on what's working and what needs work. And if you ever need more, they also offer a bunch of powerful extensions to supercharge your site. To try out Squarespace for yourself, head to squarespace.com for a free trial. Then when you're ready to launch, head to squarespace.com/Arlo to save 10% off your first website or domain. And now for today's recommendation.
Oh no.
A communal history of Metroidvania video
That's
games.
unfortunate.
My good buddy Derek Bittner from over on GVG is working
Not
with
that
Lost
Derek.
and Cult on a big retrospective of the Metroidvania genre, featuring a ton of material from a ton of different folks. Basically, one big love letter to the genre, and it looks like it's gonna be amazing. So go check it out and consider dropping a pre-order. Thanks again to Squarespace. Now let's continue talking about Ocarina of Time.
I gotta get into the piss
Until
portal,
we
but that purple
die.
portal was in my way.
Well, the way I see it, you've got two options. The first is a one-to-one, by-the-book, completely faithful remake. Maybe even one that uses most of the same, like, programming and world geometry and everything, and just remakes all the assets just to make it look brand new. This would be more in line with Nintendo's previous remakes
Puddin'.
and
Thank you
re-releases.
for the lurk.
Ocarina of Time and Majora's
Thank you for
Mask
the
3D.
40
They
streak
didn't
streak.
remake everything, they just kind of redid the assets and like the character models and stuff. And then Link's Awakening. It was a complete ground-up remake, but for the most part, it was a one-to-one, square-by-square recreation of the original. This would be a much more Nintendo-style remake because it would be a much more safe remake. The problem is, though, they haven't really done this with a big 3D game before, you know, like remaking it to look like a modern game that you play
Could you
on a
imagine
TV.
Mario
It
64
was
is
one
next?
thing when it was still a handheld experience, but remaking all the assets and making it look like a modern game, but not remaking the entire thing,
Trash
might
Man.
feel a little bit weird.
Whoa, thank you, Trash Man. 1 month at tier 1 for 41 months. Hello, Dingus. When do we get to the escalator of Bomber Girl? To my knowledge, Bomber Girl is still arcade only. I think they were doing a PC limited test run for it. I know not of what became of that. Okay, let me in. Ah, yes, that's more like it. Thank you, Trash Man, for the re-up. 41 months. Thank you so much. How you doing? Hello, sir.
Like an N64
Let's also,
game
yeah, let's
with
also
the
do Mario
veneer
64
of a
in
modern
the
AAA
Breath of the Wild
Nintendo
engine.
game. Like it's a little bit strange, especially like Hyrule Field, you know, looking way nicer, but still like not really having much stuff in it. I could be wrong.
You're having fun with Racing Game Japan? Dude, DSP was saying everyone spoiled that for him. How can you spoil a racing game?
It's hard to say without actually seeing something like this in action, but it just seems like it might be a little bit awkward. The biggest reason to doubt this, though, is that they already did it. Like, yeah, it was like 15 years ago and on the 3DS, but they still already did it. And Nintendo
can spawn
ain't
enemies.
Sony. They're not usually in the business of just like continually updating a game and bringing it up to modern standards like multiple times. Okay, so then the other option is remaking the game entirely from the ground up. Every single 1 and 0, fresh and new. The plus side there is that would allow them
I
to
spent
do
too much time on the edge.
anything they wanted. But on the other hand, that would let them
You need to
do
work on that level of brain activity, fair.
anything they wanted. Then you're left with this just giant, towering question. What exactly do you change? How much do you change? For better or worse, this opens the door for not only remaking, but reimagining. See, this whole what is a remake thing, like it's a constant ongoing discussion. There isn't really one answer, and I feel like we don't often
Is the argument going to be that we should get more reimaginings?
Reimagining.
Final Fantasy VII was right, actually.
Recreation that is still functionally almost completely identical to the original. Again, Link's Awakening. And another game could take tons of liberties, like basically just take all the basic ideas and totally redo and rethink all of them, as long as like the overall experience is similar enough. Like Resident Evil 4. Both of these things are called remakes in our world. We don't really have adequate terminology to identify all the distinctions between them. So if Nintendo completely remade Ocarina of Time, like what would they do? Maybe they could keep the bones mostly
well, that's
the
where
same
the rumor
and
comes in that it's going to be 2
clean
games.
Things up, tweak things here and there, make the combat a little bit more involved. You could have more moves, give Hyrule Fields some more stuff to do, maybe even like break it up into more distinct areas, more little activities here and there, or like just at the very least make it look more visually interesting. Just fill the world up with more little details here and there, just to kind of remove the awkwardness of being an N64 game that looks like a modern game.
It's
Or
so,
would they completely
it's over.
reimagine and rethink every single element, Resident Evil 4 style? It could have the same basic story
Chrome's got a gazillion
beats,
hit points.
except all of the dialogue has been rewritten, and there's even more. It could have all of the same items, or like most of the same items, but with some thoughtful little tweaks here and there. Some of the items aren't like super useful, so maybe they give them more uses, or they kind of cut them out. The dungeons are mostly the same. The whole like lock and key nature is mostly untouched, but just made a little bit more intuitive, a little bit more fun. They could remove sequences, side quests and puzzles and whatnot that just weren't as fun, and add in kind of just whatever
I
they
would not
wanted.
want any content
Basically
removed,
take
actually.
the blueprint, like the general design doc of Ocarina of Time, but then just do it again. What would we do if we had this idea, this story, these items, and these ideas, but we did it all today? This complete reimagining is technically an option, but I am pretty doubtful that Nintendo would do that. I mean, there's just no precedent for it. It's not really something that they've done before, and that does not mean that it's not possible. Everything.
Yeah, I
is
wouldn't
a
want
thing
content to
that
be
has
removed.
not
I would
happened
want
before
I would
until
want
it happens,
content to be
but
added
just
in.
Considering how safe they've been with their remakes and re-releases up until now,
No, I don't agree. I don't agree with that. I don't
what
agree.
is most realistic, and maybe from Nintendo's perspective, the most wise, is something of a middle ground. It is a ground-up remake. You are recreating every single element, and you're giving yourself liberty to reimagine elements, but you're only doing so very conservatively, very strategically, so as to smooth out all the rough edges and create an experience that kind of does feel more or less like a modern experience, but without sacrificing what makes Ocarina of Time Ocarina of Time. It still needs to be
Sacrificing the
familiar
soul.
enough to people who love that game that it still feels like a faithful remake. It really is a very delicate balancing act. It could still mainly be the same design and general layout, the same basic story and the gameplay beats, and like probably even the same dialogue. Cutscenes can be mostly the same, just kind of gussed up a little bit, and probably even like mostly the same dungeon design. Like functionally, the game would be mostly identical. If you hadn't played Ocarina of Time in a long time, you'd have a hard time picking out all the little differences.
I understand what
because
he's
they would
arguing
be
here.
so strategic.
It would be more so the moment-to-moment gameplay would be what gets changed up. Everything else could still be the same. That's not the part that he considers to be the issue. The thing that he considers to be in need of modernization would be the general gameplay loop, the flow of which, you remember Ocarina of Time for all the masterpiece moments, the memories you have of when this happened or that happened. He's arguing that should honestly stay, that probably won't change much, but what should change is the ebb and flow of how it actually is to get from like point A to point B. Like that part should be different. That part should change.
And thoughtful, that you'd be like, oh, like this seems like it was part of the original experience. It fits so well. It would just be fleshed out and modernized at every opportunity.
Yeah, Water Temple I think a lot of things will be changed. Ocarina of Time, due to being so iconic, the criticisms of it are kind of ubiquitous. They're universal. You know all about it. Water Temple, Navi, these are things that they no doubt have heard and that they no doubt will tone down. In fact, I think they were already toned down in the 3DS whatever that they put out. Water Temple will be made easier if they adhere to the same strict dungeon design that he's suggesting that they will. And then Navi will either talk less or not talk at all. And we already had like them taking that feedback when Majora's Mask came out, and your little fairy in that game didn't have any voice acting either.
You know, like, yeah, Hyrule Field. Fill in the empty spaces. You could even make the rest of these locales bigger, as I was kind of talking about earlier. Not like Breath of the Wild big, but just bigger.
Fill in the locales.
To give them more of a grand...
I love filling locales. I love doing it. I'm going to spread and inject my DNA in all the locales.
And, you know, fill the world with more NPCs, more,
what did he mean by
more
that?
action. You know, it's an N64 game, so yeah, it can feel a little dead. There was only so much they could fill the game with. But you could just kind of bring the whole thing to life. And
more
yeah,
NPCs
like,
would be appreciated. More people to talk to.
Annoying tidbits here and there. Maybe you do chop out some side quests and puzzles and whatnot.
Don't
Maybe
remove content. Why is he saying that? Shut up. Don't remove. Add content.
Valuable items. You can give us more to do with them. Remake parts of the game. Bring changes, but with a
like he makes some points that I agree with. Like, oh yeah, they probably will just do this. It probably won't be that drastic. But then he'll say, oh yeah, well, they could remove some stuff that people didn't like. No, how about we don't do that?
A delicate little touch, doing everything possible to strike that balance between being faithful and making a game that holds up to modern standards. Pre-existing fans are satisfied and newcomers are satisfied. I think this is how you do it. I think this is the play right here. This is how you remake Ocarina of Time.
This is how you
because
don't
I know
remake.
Opinions are mixed on how well the game holds up, but I feel like it holds up pretty darn well. It's still a very grand game. It still has a very...
With the 3DS remake, Nintendo adjusted water level indicators to the spots where you adjust the water level inside the water temple. See, yeah, okay. I had heard right. They did already change it with the 3DS remake. Stuff like that will probably be retained. Stop kicking bombs.
Very epic kind of feel, and it's still very well designed. There's a lot of annoying stuff you have to contend with in there, but for the most part, like, it's got a whole bunch of dungeons and they're really well designed, all the lock and key stuff, like, it still works really well. I think with the right mindset, you could make Ocarina of Time feel like a modern game again without really sacrificing its core identity, everything about it that everyone loved so much. As I keep saying, though, there just isn't a precedent for this kind of thing. So until it happens, I'm gonna remain a little bit skeptical. It's not impossible, but just, you know, other companies chase these kinds of remakes and re-releases aggressively because they're just such easy money. Say what you will about Nintendo, but their handling of their own re-releases kind of proves that they do love money, like really a whole lot. But there are many areas where they refuse to be reckless, no matter how much money they are leaving on the table. Because, like, seriously, they are leaving a lot of money on the table here. They could have re-released every Zelda and Mario game on every platform several times over by now and probably made billions. And yet they are consistently conservative, very hesitant to revisit a game unless it feels like just the right time. At least when it comes to their biggest, most important classics. And they've said so many times that they're just more interested.
Yeah, the asterisk there for biggest, most important classics is, I'd say relevant. There have been Nintendo games that have gone full from the ground up remakes before. Remember those Famicom Detective Club games? I played the new one that they had put out. Mario and Luigi, we've had remakes in those. And they're not against, like, greenlighting remakes, full from the ground up remakes of their titles. But for the biggest, most important games, those are the ones that just get... At most, they get remastered or ported or something, like Super Mario 64, Mario Sunshine, Mario Galaxy. Like, they've been ported and remastered time and time again. We've not seen a full from-the-ground-up remake of any of those, so it kind of makes you wonder. Like, those games are like sacred cows. They're put up on a pedestal. Like, you don't remake Mario 64. You know, formerly, You would have thought Ocarina of Time would be on that same pedestal. Like that's no, that we don't remake those games. We don't remake that game. That's a game you don't remake, guys. I guess there are no sacred cows in reality.
In doing new things than revisiting older experiences. For a really successful gaming corporation like them, it is surprising how often they choose projects.
Hey, Basic Bun Cream. Welcome in, welcome in. How you doing? Happy Monday. I'm suffering in Super Bomberman 5 here. I'm a 28% getting there bomber. I'm doing my best. But apparently, I'm a shoot for 100%, and even after I get 100%, apparently I'm still not done. The game still gives me a humiliation ritual ending. But I beat it once, but apparently this might be a case where I have to beat it more than once. Perhaps even more than twice. Huh. But yeah, how you doing? How are you?
Based on what sounds
watching Arlo.
fun. And if they already revisited Ocarina of Time on 3DS, maybe they're still satisfied with that? Has it been long enough for them to find the idea of a big, huge remake fun? And if we're talking about a big, huge remake, might that kind of interfere with development of the next big mainline 3D game? Modern
so.
Ocarina of Time remake. It's just one of those things that's been on everyone's wish list for so long.
No.
I think pretty much since the GameCube. I think Ocarina of Time may have been 3 years old when these
Bomberman
rumors
DS, I'm in the
started.
Bomberman Spirit.
So, yeah,
That's
don't
one of the
know,
ones I
it just-
haven't played.
It feels like one of those
One of the
things
hundreds
so
of
many
Bomberman
people
games I've
want,
not touched.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that we're ever gonna get it. But I do have to admit, the rumors are pretty darn strong at the moment. So, hey, we'll see. Crazier things have happened.
No.
You want to
Stop.
know what Zelda
Fuck.
remake I want, though?
Bitch.
I want a big remake of the Oracle games.
I do too.
In the style
Shut
of Minish Cap. Because Minish Cap is when Zelda graphics peaked.
That's true though. How did it take this long for him to say something actually correct? This would require Nintendo to acknowledge that Capcom made a lot of great Zelda games for them, which they don't seem to like doing, because the Capcom Zelda games were the only ones that didn't get any references at all in Hyrule Warriors. Oh no, are we caught up with Arlo? Are we actually caught up with Arlo? Outside of the 1 hour video in which he talks about his favorite games, we are. So let me jump around. This is Frogmire. These would be his thoughts on Star Fox. Nintendo has lost its identity, and Star Fox is the proof. We listened to a positive Star Fox take. Now we're listening to a negative Star Fox take.
Completely lost their identity. You would have hoped with how bad the Switch 2 launch has gone that they would change course, that they would realize that wider audience they're trying to obtain does not care. And the only people defending their psychotic actions are Nintendo fanboys who would consume quite literally anything the company produces. They don't care if it's good or bad, fun or boring. All that matters is they played their games as a kid and now they can do no wrong.
No, this isn't stepson, it's stepson's brother.
They will worship fervently for the rest of their lives, and they will clap and cheer as the company slowly decays into just another AAA game company that makes the same mediocre slop that everyone else does, except mediocre might even be too high of a bar. And there's no greater evidence of this than the announcement of a new Star Fox game.
You should have remade Star Fox Assault.
I
think they need Namco to do that.
Look what they did to my boy, man. That ain't Falco. This art style is a joke, and I mean that literally. Nintendo Hire This Man was not meant to be taken seriously. Nobody wants this ugly Unreal Engine AI art style. I thought my expectations for Nintendo games were already as low as they could be, but I didn't realize that expecting a game to not make me violently ill when I look at the characters is asking for too much. That asking them
Bros
to
tried
not
so hard to
reboot
care.
same franchise
It's kind of his bread and
4
butter.
times is too much to ask for. Oh, you didn't know that? Yeah, the new Star Fox game, a franchise that's been neglected for 15 years, honestly longer, is just getting another remake of the same game that's already been remade multiple times over. But it's all okay because you get a $10 discount if you buy it digitally. For a game you could play for free, except the characters don't look like they were taxidermied. I'm genuinely baffled this time. I thought everyone would agree with me, that they would look at this, immediately think this is laughably stupid, and we could all make fun of Nintendo in joyous harmony together for once. That people like Nintendo because they made Nintendo games. Games that didn't have this terrible realistic art style, that were more gameplay than cutscene. Games that actually innovated instead of copying trends. But apparently I'm the crazy one. I'm the fake fan.
Why is everyone
We're
not agreeing with
watching
me?
what the company produced for decades.
You go to
Or at the
your
very
little
least,
corner
just
of the kids'
watching
table
good
and
games.
go eat with
Instead, the
Nintendo, and he'll
discourse
agree
has
with you.
been bafflingly positive. I already know this video's gonna get dislike bombed into oblivion, so you gotta like the video if you're one of the 12 people who actually agree with me, who have, you know, eyes that can see. In fact, people are actually praising the game for not looking like a Nintendo game, which is insane, right? Why would you want one of Nintendo?
I'm pretty sure Mario 64 was considered the most realistic graphics ever at one point. The graphics of Jumping Flash were at one point considered realistic.
Flagship franchises to be anything like every other AAA game company. You know, you could just buy their games instead, right? That the only reason to own a Nintendo console is to play Nintendo-like games? Nintendo makes the weakest, worst console every single time, but you put up with it because they create unique experiences that no one else does. Something that is no longer the case. This is not the first Nintendo game to not feel like a Nintendo game. Did we all just memory hole Metroid Prime 4? One of the worst
that wasn't made by the
games ever
in-house
made
team.
because it tried to copy terrible AAA Western games with endless cutscenes, annoying characters, a tacked on open world empty desert that had no place being in a Metroid game. In fact, none of that had any place being in a Metroid game because Nintendo doesn't make Metroid games anymore. They don't even make Nintendo games anymore.
They never
make
made
the
Metroid
same
Prime.
slop
That was always
every
outsourced
other
to Retro.
company does. Nintendo is completely lost.
I don't know, we're scratching
its
semantics
soul,
on, like,
and
what a
it's going to
Nintendo game
completely
is.
Rewrite its own history until you forgot they had one to begin with. To show you what I mean, let's analyze what we know about the new Star Fox game a bit, which is beautifully just named Star Fox. If it couldn't be more obvious that this is meant to be a replacement for the games that came before. Replacing something that's unmistakably Nintendo with something any other company could have made.
I think they just gave up with subtitles, personally.
Man was a joke, not because it looked bad, which it does look real bad, but also
Take this
because
debate,
it's
Frogmire.
missing
I would
the
lose.
point. Realism is a binary. It either looks more or less realistic. So the only way to stand out from other games trying for realism is to improve the hardware as much as possible to become as lifelike as possible. Something that Nintendo cannot do.
I sure hope you're having a blast. About as much as I can. There are blasts, no doubt. It's debatable whether the blasts are my own. Sometimes they're the enemies. But no, yes, I am having a blast.
Always have the weakest console. So rather than standing out through a unique art style that's charming in its own way, it instead looks like every other game except objectively worse. It's a complete loss of identity, and what they got in return is nothing. This is quite literally the worst these characters have ever looked. It really shows Nintendo's inability to learn literally anything. Did they not see ugly Sonic? Did they not understand why people didn't like this? That you can't take a cute, stylized character and turn them into a realistic monstrosity? This isn't a decision made by an artist, but by a boardroom, that they have to show off how powerful the Switch 2 is. Except it doesn't even do that, because this is like PS4 graphics, not PS5, and we're almost on the PS6. It doesn't even make any sense because they just released a movie that had Star Fox in it, and he didn't look like this. I hate Illumination. I hated the movie, but it's a good design. It even looks
that kind of comes off as sweeping for the movie because you think he looks so much worse in the game.
Show off the power of the system. In fact, this might be.
I bet I can go back to his fucking movie video. It'll probably say Fox looks like dog shit, like some kind of furry guy's fetish dream in that in that video.
The only
And
way
then
Nintendo
retroactive
hasn't lost
sweeping
their
here.
identity is intentionally making the wrong choice for no reason. What, did it simply make too much sense to have your new game tie in with your movie? New fans aren't even going to recognize this as the same character. Isn't that the point, to create new Star Fox fans? That
No,
it
I
was
don't think
kind
it's
of a
bad as
failing
bad as Ugly
series,
Sonic.
and now they can revitalize it thanks to the movie appearance, and we can finally start getting some new games? Is that really too much to ask for you to make the most logical business decision instead
Do you
of being
think this won't
evil
lead to
for
new
no
Star Fox
reason?
games
Just
that
to
aren't
screw
64?
over every fan just because you hate us? Is the point
They're
just to
rebooting
see
it
how
again 'cause
dumb
Zero did so
Nintendo fans
bad.
really are? To see if they really will buy anything? To see if they'll buy a remake that looks worse than a remake that already happened? Star Fox Zero, the game for Wii U that kind of killed the franchise, but that was for the gameplay, not the visuals. The visuals look better than this in every way. It's not like they ever handled remakes like this before either. This is entirely new ground for them. Normally, the visuals of the original game is treated with at least some level of respect, not something to be stomped on and replaced with a completely separate vision. Just look at the Super Mario RPG remake. The original game was for the SNES, and yet somehow
Okay, but
they
that's
took
like-
the
that still
original
was
graphics
outsourced.
and modernized them for a console
That was
that's
a great
about
remake, though.
1,000 times
But it
more
was, like,
powerful. This is
when
what
you say
respect
Nintendo,
looks
like, clarify
This is
what you mean.
actually caring looks like, not spitting in the face of the people who like the original designs. The designs of Star Fox 64, the game that's being remade, not old box art that people make fun of. It's just such a colossal
Do
waste
people
of
make fun of the
effort
old
to
box? I disagree. I don't-
intentionally make the
I
game
don't think
worse,
that's
something
true.
Nintendo has been doing over and over again. I'm surprised they haven't announced the open world yet, but maybe they finally learned their lesson on that one. Or it might just
I think
be a
people
little
post
too
those
much
old
work
box
for a
arts and
remake.
advertisements
But
and
who
say they
cares
look
how
cool.
bad the characters look most of the time? You're just gonna be seeing the ship, and I guess that looks fine. I mean, look at how pretty the water is. Well, that would be the case
You're
if they
welcome,
weren't
Halligan.
adding another thing to this remake: cutscenes. We're getting a whole new sweep of cutscenes, mission briefings between every stage.
You can probably
some
skip these if you don't like 'em.
never-before-seen story content. The game has big budget, realistic graphics, so we need those big budget cutscenes like every other AAA game. And
Should we
somehow,
not?
again, this seems to be universally.
Okay, but like if we didn't have this, then your argument becomes, oh, you're paying $50 and they couldn't even be bothered to add new cutscenes. Like, I can like play this game too.
Praised. People are so excited for this. Why do you guys like Nintendo games? I thought the whole point of Nintendo games, why they're good, is it's just gameplay. You just play the game. That it's not like
Yeah,
these other
there were
games
never
where
cinematic
90% of
cutscenes
the
in
game is
any
just a
Nintendo
movie.
games. They're
And it is
all
going to
gameplay
be
kings.
Even worse here. Anyone who's ever
No, I
played
get what he's
Star
saying.
Fox
It's just
knows
disingenuously
this.
phrased.
The main game of Star Fox 64, start to finish, is like 30 minutes long. If they put a cutscene between every single mission, the game is going to be 95% movie. That's not even a video game anymore. There's more game in the Shrek DVD menu. What made Nintendo great is they weren't like everybody else. Nintendo has always made mistakes. They've made bad games here or there, but at least they were bad in their own way. Not the same mistakes the game industry
Sticker
has been
Star was
making for
good,
the last
actually, because it was
15
bad in a
years. And
uniquely
why it's
Nintendo
so
way.
surprising that people seem to be so excited for Star Fox is these same mistakes are what ruined Metroid Prime 4. This already happened. And I told you all then, long before the game came out, that it was going to be terrible. Nobody believed me, and lo and behold, I was right. And it's going to happen again. This one is also going to be bad. And for the exact same reasons. Metroid Prime 4 was bad because you tried to take a game that was about lonely exploration and fit it into the modern day Naughty Dog, Last of Us, Uncharted AAA bubble with annoying characters.
His argument falls apart when he's praising Galaxy for no cutscenes, ignoring the intro, the dialogue, Rosalie. Yeah, Galaxy's one, yeah, where there are more cutscenes than the usual 3D Mario experience.
That are constantly talking, incessant hand-holding, endless cutscenes, linear design, tacked on open world. The square just doesn't fit in the circle hole. You cannot turn Metroid into God of War Ragnarok, and you definitely cannot do it to Star Fox. Star Fox.
Why does Synthetic Man care so much about video games like this? Now, here's the thing. It's not Synthetic Man. It's his brother.
Is an arcade shooter. Arcade. Constant gameplay.
He hit his stride by making fun of Nintendo is the reason.
Fault. And by our fault, I don't mean my fault. Since I've existed, I've complained about stuff like this. But it's bewildering how many Nintendo fans are asking for the very destruction of the things they love. The Metroid Prime 4 developers did claim that the open world was not them chasing trends, but was instead a reaction to fan demand for an open world Metroid game. And at the
they
time,
listened to
I thought
you.
This was completely ridiculous that no one would ask for a generic Breath of the Wild style open world in a Metroidvania, that locking content behind progression is the very core of the entire genre, but ever people openly praising an attempt to turn an arcade shooter into a movie game, that people are praising the remake of a Nintendo game for not being a Nintendo game. Maybe people really are asking for this, that I'm just not looking in the right places. Maybe they don't even have any idea why they like things in the first place. They don't know what makes a good Metroid game, what makes a good Star Fox game, because all that matters is Nintendo made it, and that's what makes it good. Maybe people really were asking for Star Fox to be remade for the 5th time. Although this seems like classic Nintendo remaking the same game over and over again, it's more of a flanderization of their standard practices. You could argue that Mario or Zelda has been remade the same number of times, the same story, save the princess, defeat Ganon, defeat Bowser, same Hyrule, same Mushroom Kingdom. The general idea is always the same, but the details are different every time. You would never call Wind Waker a remake of Ocarina of Time, but for some reason Star Fox is special. They keep trying to remake those details one for one. The exact same Lilat War every time. But even then, each game was still different enough to be considered its own unique thing. There was gameplay evolution.
This guy went to the Dick Masterson School for Comedy.
From the SNES to Star Fox 64 is undeniable. It's the same thing, but how it was always meant to be. And Star Fox Zero attempted the same thing. They just messed it up. But now it just feels like they've given up. Star Fox 64, that's the best it's ever going to get, so might as well just make it again. Like, really? That's the best you can think of? Couldn't possibly make a new level, new story, new characters even? Was Star Fox Adventures really that devastating that you'll never attempt anything interesting with Star Fox ever again? Was it really so devastating to Star Fox fans that they're willing to accept anything as long as it's not that? Is this the future of Nintendo games? They're just gonna remake all of their classics forever? No Super Mario 64, then Sunshine, then Galaxy, then Odyssey. No, it's just gonna be 64 again and again and again, because we can never do anything better. Don't even add new levels, just make the same levels Bob-omb Battlefield over and over and over again. Except Mario is going to be hyper realistic, and Peach is gonna talk to you over the radio, and there'll be 500 cutscenes. Every time you collect a star, there'll be a debriefing, and all this will be met with cheers from the supposed true Nintendo fans. Anyone who questions any of it will be shot down. Why? Because you get a $10 discount if you buy it digitally.
Ocarina of Time video yet? No.
Complain about the new Star Fox game because it's a budget title, and by budget title they mean it's a full price $60 if you buy it physically, the only way to actually own a game, and slightly cheaper
order it from
if you
Amazon
buy
for
it
the
digitally.
digital price.
The remake of a game that came out nearly 30 years ago. Let me make it very clear that they're not doing this out of the goodness of their hearts, that they didn't suddenly become generous out of nowhere. The only reason they're not charging $80 for this is how badly other games have sold on the console. They already tried to sell Mario Tennis Fever for $70 and nobody bought it. People seem to forget that Nintendo used to have two consoles, a handheld console and a home console. And handheld
It wouldn't be the first
games
time they
have
sold a Mario
always been
Sports spin-off for full
Since
price,
the Switch,
so-
they've been selling handheld games as if they were
Like Mario
console
Tennis bombed on the
games,
Wii U
despite
at
them
full
being
price.
lower budget,
They
and
still
people
put it
were
on
okay
Switch
with
1
it
at
for
full
a
price.
time. I guess just because the Switch was so popular, no one really cared, it was all good times. That same strategy does not work for the Switch 2, especially with them pushing the standard price even higher. You cannot sell a $40 3DS game for $80 and expect anyone to buy it. But they certainly tried, and now they're giving the tiniest bit of ground to the consumer, and everyone pretends like everything everything else didn't happen. I'm calling it now that this is going to be a representation of the game's quality. They thought Mario Kart World was an $80 game, so if they think this is a $50 game, you can only imagine how bad it's going to be. It's not generous to release a $20 indie game for $50 and you don't even get to own it, just because they've done something much worse in the past. But I guess excitement is about expectations, and if you expected Star Fox to never get a game again, or for it to be $80 and terrible, and it's only $50 and terrible, then I guess that's something
Sorry you
worth
didn't buy
being
Mario
excited
Tennis.
for.
Rye didn't either.
Personally, I can't get excited for Nintendo to throw away everything that makes the company what it is, to abandon everything that made me like their games in the first place in order to emulate games that I hate, games that Nintendo fans should hate, because if they didn't, they would have no reason to defend the liquid feces that Nintendo's been putting out lately, because they'd be too busy playing those games. Unfortunately, Mario Kart World was the canary in
I wish
the
I had my
coal
remote
mine,
bombs
the
for
first
this, man.
sign that something was wrong. Something I called, by the way, because there's no reason Nintendo should have been poorly copying a trend that got old 10 years ago. Then if you didn't heed that warning, Metroid Prime 4 should have been the slap in the face, the real wake-up call that Nintendo would never be the same again. And we're now seeing the truth of that no franchise is safe, that everything will be rewritten by a new trend-chasing corporate Nintendo. Childhood whimsy replaced with cold, hard realism. And what are we supposed to do? If you're a real Star Fox fan, you have to buy the game, right? The last time they tried to reboot the series, no one bought it and we never got another game. It bombed so hard they skipped an entire console generation. So if we don't buy this one, the franchise may be dead forever. Well, I hate to say it, but that's a risk I'm willing to take. I would rather Star
Flippy
Fox
gets
be
more
dead
pussy than
and the
Synthetic
memory
Man
be of
and his
good
brother?
games
Yes.
than for it to live on as
Yeah,
this
that's probably
monstrosity.
true.
For Star Fox to be known as these horrifying furry creatures for the rest of time. You should buy a game because you think it's going to be good, not because you hope that maybe they'll release another good game in the future.
I
if you
literally
just
just started
waste enough
existing.
of your money. For all you know, they might not even learn the good lesson that people want more Star Fox and instead just remake another game. Star Fox dying isn't nearly as bad as you think anyway. I mean, it's what we've been experiencing this whole time. Really, you could argue we're still experiencing it, given this is a remake and not a new game. That's just me coping a bit, though. The good news is there are alternatives now. There are indie Star Fox games. Now, they don't have the Star Fox name, but they're Star Fox in soul, certainly more than this newest game. Wild Blue Skies finally has a demo, and supposedly it'll
I appreciate
release
shouting
this
out
year.
fan
I wouldn't
games,
count on that,
or
though.
indie
If you have any
games, at
experience
least.
with indie games, you know they come out whenever they come out. But it plays like Star Fox, it feels like Star Fox, it even looks like Star Fox, something I really can't say about the remake. And if you're really impressed by that $50 price tag, you're gonna lose your mind when this is like $20. If you can't really wait, you can play X Zodiac in early access right now, except it takes more after the original SNES game. Personally, I actually like this art style even better. It has more.
My argument is, did Star Fox ever really take off? No pun intended. It's really been lackluster the entire existence. Probably gets most hype when he shows up in a Smash game. Unfortunately true. He got the most attention during Star Fox 64. After 64, they can only remake like 2 more. They can only remake them so many times. Yeah. Hey Toka, thank you for the 35 stream streak. I hope you're having a good evening. I'm trying to continue my Bomberman journey. I actually did finish the game, but I only finished it with a 28% clear rate, and the game made fun of me for doing it because of the non-linear setup. So I have to do all the levels that I did not do. I don't know what my current percentage is, but the game awarded me a certificate that said I was a getting there bomber. Oh, yeah, you're still waiting for Forza. Is that tonight?
more style. It has more grace. This monkey, it has a
He's
funny
in
face.
line at
now,
Walmart?
If you really need those
He's in
same
line.
Star Fox characters to enjoy a Star Fox game, then there's always Star Fox Event Horizon, what is probably the highest profile, highest effort, highest budget Star Fox fan game. I mean, they paid for some of the real voice actors. Of course, it'd be Crystal. It doesn't really play like your standard Star Fox game, but it's the kind of innovation I would expect from a new game. It has entirely free movement, and of course it's entirely free, so you really have no reason not to try
Oh, okay,
it.
3
I would
hours?
suggest doing it now
I
because
see,
it's
I see.
unfinished, and with Nintendo making a new Star Fox game that's gonna put it in the crossfire, I would expect a cease and desist soon, but hopefully not. Finally, if what you're really excited for is all those new cutscenes, I promise you Nintendo will never do anything better than a Fox in Space, an independent animated series that is way better than it has any right to be. It is like real cinematography and top-notch voice acting, better than I would ever expect from.
I actually did hear this was a pretty good YouTube, like, little short
series. Now, of course, this isn't done either, but you already have basically a short movie's worth of content. Anyway, if you made it this far in the video, you're basically obligated to subscribe. Video game will be bad. Big surprise. Anyway, bye.
And that's the video. God, he was really psychotic for it, and I don't think he went even 1 second. I don't think he even went longer than 1 second without a pause. This one might be a bit politically charged. The title is "A Game So Bad He Tried to Kill the President." This is going over the games that were made by that guy who tried to charge Trump at the dinner.
Have you ever played a game
White House
so bad you
Correspondents'
wanted to
Dinner?
assassinate the president of the United States?
Yes,
Probably
actually.
not. But there is a
It was
man
called
who
Paper
made
Mario
a
Sticker
game
Star.
so bad he had to assassinate the president of the United States. Now, I'm sure there are some other factors. Him being a Smash player certainly didn't help. But if I made something so truly despicable and asked money for it, I might be driven to
No,
do
he actually
something
made his own
drastic
games.
too. Though, of course, I never would make something like this. It takes a special kind of psycho to create this and this.
The washing machine is the ideal torture device for hamsters.
Yeah, he actually made 2 games. Most people only talk about the first one, Boredom. What a great name for a game, by the way. But he also made a separate web game, sort of. Well, we'll get to it. But before we go any further, let's
I don't
give
think
the
you can say yes to that,
If you haven't
Diggus.
been paying attention
It's a
to
joke.
the news,
For legal
Trump
purposes,
got
this is a
shot
joke.
at again, and the shooter turned out to be an indie game developer. And in order to get to the bottom of why he would do such a heinous act, such as Naruto running in real life, we're gonna play his games. And by we, I mean me. How unfortunate. And to the surprise of no one, Boredom might be the worst game I have ever forced myself to play. Even worse than Heartbound, a game that's barely even a game. Sure, worse games probably
Actually, did not
exist,
watch his
but I
video on
haven't
Heartbound. It
played
was too
them.
long.
At what point would you ever force yourself to play a game that looks this bad? You know, I truly believe that the whole starving artists thing is intentional. They want to be starving. I mean, really? You couldn't think to just hire an artist? There's like 5 total assets in the entire game. It would have been, what, 50 bucks? Have your game not look like visual vomit? Offensive to the eyes and soul?
I had like 3 hits on him.
It's much easier to try and go on a murder
Yeah, Heartbound is by
spree.
Pyrosoft
I'm making this
Rockman.
video because I don't want anyone to say that this guy is some sort of slighted artist who just lost his mind because he wasn't appreciated. This is a pathetic pseudo-intellectual who didn't even try.
Why did he have so
But
much to
before we
say
get
on it?
into all that,
He had to expose this hateful man's video game, so he had to go all in because nobody else was going to. I certainly wasn't.
make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Every like the video gets increases the chances of Jimothy Bimothy dropping the soap. I don't know what his real name is, and I don't really care. We'll start with his first game, Boredom, named after the Bohr model for an atom, named after Niels Bohr. Look at how smart I sound. So smart that I'm broadcasting to people how boring my game is going to be before they even play it. Genius marketing strategy. Couldn't have named it Bohr Fun, Atomic Strategy, Atomic Battle. I'm just kind of spitballing here. They're not great titles, but it's better than Boredom. I'm telling you, starving artists, they want to starve. They get off on it. Anyway, what the game actually is, or at least what it claims to be, is an asymmetrical, non-violent, multiplayer fighting game. And
Excuse
by that,
me?
he means Pong. The game is Pong. I know that's being a bit reductive. Really, it's Pong with autism. A bunch of slapped-on extra steps that make the game less fun and more annoying.
He can
Before
punch.
we get to the gameplay, the
Hey,
first thing
shorty.
we gotta talk about is the presentation. The first thing anyone notices, the reason why no one's bought this game. And although I normally say graphics don't matter and gameplay is king, especially with indie games, there is a line. At a certain point, the presentation is so incompetent, the game can't possibly be good. No sane person could look at this and think it's acceptable. This looks like it was made by like a mass shooter of some kind. Hey, wait a second. And I understand the concept of the game is that you're fighting inside an atom. There's not much to work with. You can't exactly make them anime characters, but just look at something like the Zachtronics games. You can absolutely make something visibly appealing with simplistic design. I get it's supposed to just be a ball, but balls don't have to look this bad. His next game will probably be a lot better in that department, given he's going to federal prison, going to see a whole lot of balls in his face real soon. No, the limitation here isn't by concept. It's that it was made by an autist, not an artist.
Damn it.
And
I
he
was too late.
refused to just, I don't
couldn't
know,
catch it.
pay $5 on Fiverr to make a background that doesn't
Yeah,
look
he'll
like
probably
I'm
get
having
raked in
a
prison.
seizure. It's not even a lack of effort. It's just effort in the
Great,
dumbest places. I mean, like, look at all the cosmetics
In
and
Minecraft.
emotes that no one would ever want to use because they look terrible. Spend the same amount of time working at
Let's
Starbucks,
take a look at this
and I'm sure you
game.
could outsource it to India. It wouldn't be great, but it'd be better. The UI is unsurprisingly just as bad. Just default buttons haphazardly placed, like an early
It's more visual
free-to-play
schizophrenia than
Flash
one of my
game.
overlays.
The tutorials just blocks of text with no formatting. Couldn't even have the heart to make it Comic Sans. It's barely even readable with the background. And remember, before you buy a game, this is all you get. The Steam store page doesn't let you play the game first. All you get is trailers
Dingus
and
play this?
screenshots. Did you
Didn't all his shit get removed? Didn't he say at the start all his games got removed after he got caught?
really think anyone was going to buy this? People wouldn't play it for free. But no, I'm sure it's
Do I gotta go torrent the
algorithm's
games?
fault, or like
I gotta go to. I don't even want to torrent good games. I'm so lazy. You want me to torrent bad games?
God, it's worse. It's even worse. When we start with the menu theme, it's not that bad. I can deal with this. Okay, it's pretty bad. But when you see what's next, you'll be a little more forgiving. Are you ready? I don't think you are. Okay, here it comes. I'm just here to confirm
headphones
you're
broken?
not having a stroke, no aneurysm of any kind.
No, why
That's
is the
not
music
blood
just
rushing through
The music sounds like what you would hear when you go underwater.
your ear? Let me turn down the droning white noise of death so you can really hear the battle music. No, this is worse. I miss the droning. At least then I couldn't hear anything. That covers the presentation. Are you pumped to play the game now? Really excited for some intense action? Do you think the death penalty should be on the table yet? Anyway, gameplay, it's Pong. It's Pong. It's Pong with extra steps, but it's Pong. Supposedly, it's a fighting game. I don't know if you're looking at the same thing I am, but I don't know where the fighting
It's a
game
fighting
part
game,
comes
'cause
from.
you're fighting
Is it
the urge
because
to
it's
turn
a
it off.
1v1, except that's not even true all the time. I think he was just trying to shill it to the fighting game community, his friends, because he played Smash Bros. Didn't seem like that worked out too well. Presidential homicide, though, that's a good marketing strategy. That is until Steam took it down. Good thing you can still get it from the Internet Archive, but
I bet if you play this game, you get like a sleeper called and you're just waiting to be activated and attempt to take the life of a political figure. I must fell. I just rise out of my bed. I must fell. I must fell.
Not like he's making any money from that. Anyway, gameplay. There are two characters. You can either be the electron or the nuclei. Start with the nuclei. That's the little center bit. You ever seen an atom? They kind of look cool. It's not just a circle. I'm just saying, any attempt at anything would be
Marjorie
appreciated,
Taylor
but
Greene.
Either way, your goal is to prevent the electron from touching the border while it has energy. You know, it's Pong, except the paddle is in the center and the goal is all around you. The electron gets energy by touching the little laser beams that are just randomly shot around. Every time the electron gets energy, the nuclei gets 2. The nuclei uses its energy to shoot a laser beam, which
Dude,
makes
that's the first
it
one
lose
that came to mind.
energy and
Dispel.
knocks it away, and that's it. That's the whole game. See, I told you it was Pong, but you have super abilities, dude. Let me tell you about those super abilities.
Oh,
Nuclei
please do.
can block the goal for like 3 seconds, every 7 seconds, and every 30 seconds you can steal 1 energy. I'm blown away. Incredible. Who is the genius who came up with this? That's only for the nuclei, though. If you want a simpler experience, the electron can shoot a laser, which knocks you in the opposite direction, and that's it. It does nothing else. And you can only do this while you have energy, so the rest of the time you're just kind of bouncing, waiting. Do you see why first impressions are important? It's because they're accurate. The graphics are just as good as the gameplay. The kind of person who thinks this looks good enough is not the kind of person
Why are you
who's
trying to
going
destroy
be
my
a
streak again?
programming or
I want to spend the I want to spend the next couple of hours after stream working on the overlay for Yoshi on Thursday, because I want to do a little bit more to it rather than just the same template overlay. So to do that, I booted up early. After basically, I clocked out, I got something to drink, a little something to snack on, and then stream ready. Stream ready. Here we go.
Gameplay genius.
Yeah, it'll be this Thursday. I want to play Thursday and Friday.
Fortress looks better than your game.
Assuming it gets here on time.
Trying harder to make it worse, and that explains the gameplay pretty well too. Now, I already taught you how the game works. I thought it was pretty concise, didn't take too much time, but that's not how I learned it. No, I had to experience what was quite possibly the worst tutorial of all time, and you have to do this. They won't even let you try the game first. He deserves everything they could possibly do to him in prison for this. Let's start by looking at our abilities. And wow, that's a lot of text. And I can barely read it. Bro,
hey, Plam, I hope it's good too.
Blank white background. Why is the start here icon covering some of the text? Why is there no formatting of any kind? You could have at least tried like a little bit. The bare minimum of text is that, I don't know, you can read it. And as you look at this text a little closer, you realize it's a lot of text to say nothing. I already told you all an electron can do is shoot a photon, nothing else, and it takes an entire paragraph to say that. The nuclei gets 3 lines just to show that an ability can be done with 3 different buttons. Really? Couldn't figure out any way you could have compressed that? Or how about the fact that it tells you can right click even though the button does not do anything? Couldn't have double checked that? I don't know. You don't get it, man. I tried
you probably
so
did something
hard
in a
that I don't
prior
even
build
know
of the
what
game.
The buttons do in my own game. Or how about all of the key binds require you to left click the mouse for no reason? Why is it Q plus mouse 1? Q doesn't do anything else. Neither do any of these other letters. So what's the point of it being a combination? Just to annoy me? Me specifically? I know it seems like I'm nitpicking, but I just want to make it very clear
this guy's tough.
that this is not someone who's inexperienced or untalented. It's
I'm also
someone who
working
has
on
not
like no
tried
sleep
at all
whatsoever.
And has failed in every aspect. Now I'm gonna speed through the rest of these, but there's still some gold in here. Mechanics is another giant block of text with no formatting. And this has my favorite line in the entire game. This game does not use column physics, but rather elastic collision physics.
My vibes are down too. I don't even have the vibes. No sleep, no vibes.
I went to college!
But what I do know is this guy cannot program a UI element to disappear. So there ain't no way the physics system is any more complicated than basic
Have to be
vector
in for the
math.
8:30 a.m. meeting?
It's
Yeah.
Pong. You
That's
are not
rough.
impressing me with your science mumbo jumbo. You are simply making
my
the
day
rest
wasn't
of
any
the
better in
game
that
look
regard.
even more pathetic. He also makes sure to note that relativity is not supported in the engine, because we're all holding our breath for that. Oh yeah, and there's a scoring system. Look at how much text text there is here. This is probably really important. Would you be surprised if I told you it's not? Remember, it's Pong. All that matters is if the electron escapes, the electron wins, and the nuclei loses. If time runs out before that happens, the nuclei wins. There's nothing else. You get 1 billion points for what I just said, so all of the other points are meaningless. It's complexity for
I'm supposed to do a hard mode after I do all this?
Both sides can earn points for doing the same thing. They both just get points as time passes. You'd think only the nuclei would get points for time, given the electron wants the game to end as fast as possible. Given all the failures so far, though, I feel like this is the least egregious. On to the playable tutorial, which at the very beginning makes you wait 50 seconds to play with the scroll wheel. What? You cannot progress the text, you can't practice, you can't mess with the controls. No, you just gotta wait while you zoom in and zoom out. This is mandatory, by the way. I hope you can read the text fast enough and really absorb it, because it just moves without you and there's no way of going back. The worst part is, after this, it turns into a completely
Makes me kind of wish I was fighting the fat guy again.
It tells you what to do, makes you do it to progress. So I have no idea why this is even here. And anytime you want to go back to the tutorial, you have to wait that full 50 seconds again. Like, I don't know, maybe the game doesn't register that you completed it, so you have to go back and do it again. This guy should have been locked up long before the Trump incident. Moving on to the campaign, it's just playing the game. I don't really expect you to say. There really isn't much to the game. How much analysis can you have of Pong? This is a free Flash game that they charged money for to scam their friends out of $2. And I really wouldn't be this mean about it if the guy wasn't a psycho and people weren't pretending like he was some kind of super genius who the system beat down till he went crazy, because Trump's just so evil. But he did make one other game, and it's free. I guess game might not be the right word for it, but if you get to call all the walking simulators games, then I'm calling this a game. It's called Hamster Purgatory.
This guy's a ray of sunshine, isn't he?
See the light of day again, will they?
Oh, well, okay, well, this game seems like it has more going on than the last one.
The cages have been custom designed for maximum entertainment.
Yeah, they should have locked him up for this one. Ain't no way you're making something like this and not committing some kind of heinous crime. I feel like we got off lucky. I'm surprised he didn't eat a baby or something. Then again, we don't know. He might have.
You don't know.
This game is just a conversation between a bunch of AI voices about torturing hamsters. Why?
Wait, AI?
Why? Just why?
But he's a lefty.
What do you want me to say about this? At least it looks better than the last game, not by a lot. It has a cat girl obsessed with torturing hamsters. I'm sure there's some sick freak in the audience who's into that. No, by the time he made this, it was already over. He had already lost his mind. Was it due to his failure as a game developer? The pressures of society? Never winning a Smash Bros tournament? Having to interact with the Smash community? I've heard people unironically say that the Smash competitive scene radicalized him into attacking the president, which may be true, but boredom came out in 2018, and given what that game looks like and how it plays, I think he already lost his mind by then. It certainly got worse over time, given the whole hamster thing, but the idea of this guy ever being a functional member of society is a pipe dream. He was destined for greatness, and by greatness, I mean a great many things shoved into his rectum in federal prison. Anyway, that's the video, kind of a short one. I just wanted to make fun of this guy for being a massive loser. Wasn't really any other point than that. Make sure to like the video or he'll get off. They'll let him out, and it was coming for you next. Anyway, bye.
But he's gonna get off in one way or another. Get it? Because there will be lots of lots of grape in jail. Well, you know, given his crime, federal prison. I feel like he could have gotten more into the political aspect of that. I will actually say he showed a lot of restraint in just focusing on the gameplay. This shows the divide, the great difference between Synthetic Man and his brother. Synthetic Man would have just went straight into the politics of it and not really given a fuck about the game. We actually had the brother go into the gameplay and talk about the gameplay for as much as he possibly could, because it's just Pong and a game where you torture hamsters, I guess. It sounds like the guy has a lot of demons that he needs to work out. I don't doubt that they might be Smash related. Blame Smash. Okay, I think I got at least 1 hit point. Now I got 2. And I killed them out. I think I blew up the bomb power-up. Consoles get more expensive every day, and it's your fault. You're the one. You bought the Switch for $450. You're the reason why it's $500 now. You allowed it and you said it was okay. You spread your cheeks, bent over the pool table, and spread your cheeks, and you said, Daddy Nintendo, give me more. That's enough, Mutt's Law. I'm sorry, but he's literally going to prison. It's like the easiest prison joke you can make.
If you haven't noticed, console prices have been going up for quite a while now. And I don't mean the Switch 2 being more expensive than the Switch 1. I mean already existing consoles are increasing price year after year. Sony just recently announced another price increase for the PS5, a console released in 2020. It's now 2026.
My day one PS5 is only appreciating in value.
$900. Won't be long until you have to put a down payment on your video game console. I guess you could get the $650 normal version, or if you're really down bad, $599 for the digital only. I remember when $599 was a joke. How you knew the PS3 could not.
I don't know,
succeed.
if you really want to play Soros, get a
I
refurbished
Actually,
digital one from
another
GameStop.
6-year gap
The mom and
from
pop shop.
2006
Wherever.
to 2012. That's the Wii. $250 on release, and 6 years later, you could buy a Wii for $100. Brand new in less than half of the original price.
Bro, GameCube's brand new for $99.99.
Hardware becomes outdated and thus
Those were the days.
decreases in value. Now a console is more like a house. You buy it, it experiences wear and tear, slowly falls apart, and yet only ever gets more expensive. And this is the only taste of a house Zoomers are ever gonna get. I just can't wait until the PS6, where we can't afford it not because of the price, but because the interest rates are simply too high. At least console generations are getting longer to make that 30-year console mortgage feel more reasonable. By the time you pay it off, you'll be ready for the next one. I don't mean to only lay into PlayStation here, because Xbox is just as bad with that same
Not that anyone needs to be told that by you.
for their standard model.
It's not that anyone has an Xbox. That's why it's easier to dunk on Sony.
Near what I would call cheap, especially when you're getting quite a
At least some people have a PS5.
And all of that is not even to
Because
mention
you have an
the
Xbox. I do,
but
but
before
I'm not
we begin the
normal.
video in earnest, this video is sponsored by Temu.
Excuse me? It's not his first Temu sponsor. Yes, he is getting sponsored by Temu. He does have sponsorships, unlike his brother. Though his brother got sponsorships in the past with Raid Shadow Legends. In retrospect, he looks back at the Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship as a joke, but it was serious at the time. Because he only says it's a joke now because people got after him for doing the sponsorship in the first place. So he's like, "Oh, guys, bro, I did it for the lols, guys. It was just a joke, bro, because like everyone's doing Raid Shadow Legends, lol." It's kind of a cope. He wasn't saying that when he took it. He only said that after people shat on him for it. His brother is no different. We've previously seen him shilling chairs. Here he is shilling the place where you get refunds from constantly. The place you buy stuff for $1 and then like return it the next week because you remember that you bought something from China.
Temu is already known for being the go-to place to shop on a budget, but now you can get some of Temu's best products for completely free. Yup, all you have to do is use my exclusive code and place a qualifying order in the Temu app, and you can get a $0 gift. And this is for all Temu app users, whether you're a new user or you've used one of my codes before. If you're new, this is the best time to try. There's nothing better than free. Let me show you how you can get your free gifts. First thing you're gonna want to do is download the Temu app, which you can use the QR code right
downloading
there
apps.
for. Then once you have the app downloaded, you want to type in my code in the search bar.
You've already
not
turned
at
me
checkout,
off.
in the search bar. You want to type in KAD6764. Then search.
Don't
and
say
you now
anything.
have access to your free gifts. And they got gaming accessories, a new mouse. I need one of those. Quest, that's a VR. Anubis holding your gaming controller. A dash
It's just
cam,
slop.
$140 for free?
It's
and you
physical
know you need
slop.
one of those now with how people drive. Don't miss out on some of Teemu's
And then it just hard cuts back to the promo.
Completely free. Remember to use my code.
He recorded that and just no.
KAD6764.
It's just a hard jump cut. Just a hard jump cut back to the promo. That took like minutes. That took minutes for him to record and set up. That was lazy.
In the search bar of the Temu app and get your free gift. You can download the app through the QR code on screen right now, or click the link in the description box.
Where do I get
or
my
pinned
dragon
comment.
dildos that
Thank
your
you to
brother's
Temu
so
for
interested in?
sponsoring this video. See, the console's just a means to an end. You're supposed to play something on it. I know, crazy. You wouldn't think so if you've seen a PS5. I didn't even know that had games. It's more like a status symbol, a nice pair of Yeezys you never wear. The other two aren't any better in this regard either.
Yeah, he should ask his favorite e-girl.
Modern Nintendo games, they really couldn't get any worse, and I don't think Xbox makes games anymore. And if they do, they all go to PC, so I don't know why you'd play it on an Xbox in the first place. It costs more than a computer at this point. But ignoring all that, assuming there actually were games to play, and I know that's a big assume, it's an imaginary world, but you have to play pretend with me if we're going to have this conversation. Then you would have to pay $70 per game. And this isn't just on release, this is anytime. Another unfortunate tragedy of our modern reality. Games used to go on sale and decrease in price over time. Usually
Spike
like
Bomb L.
$10 every 6 months, maybe more. Nowadays, if the game's a flop, maybe it'll go down to $5. They might even give it to you for free, but if it's successful in any way, something you might actually want to play, you're paying that $70 forever. Even Steam now, who used to be known for great sales, people still pretend they have them when they don't exist, will give you maybe 15% off a game released in the last 2 years if you're lucky. Even a game being a flop isn't a guarantee. Fallout 76 was a complete failure on launch, to the point where they were giving it away from full price $60 to free.
I went in
now
early.
They fixed some of the bugs. People pretend like that made the game good all of a sudden, and now it's back up to $40 or $60 if you want the full package. What I'm trying to say is these are not isolated incidents. It is a pattern that is only going to get worse, but I don't think it can do so forever. There has to be a breaking point. We're being milked dry from every corner of our lives.
We're being
And
milked
entertainment
like
will be
a
the
human.
first to break. People are going to buy groceries before Sony's new movie game where you eat poo-poo in the Legends of India. I know the normies will pay $70, but will they pay $80? What about $90? I don't think so, because if you think they're gonna stop at $70, you're dead wrong. We've already seen $80 games, and they're going to have to go higher because the console
We saw
prices
one
for once
$80
aren't the
game.
result of corporate greed. Well, it is, but it's not the greed of the game industry this time.
The prices have been
It
getting
is
quite
not by the
lenient since
choice
then.
of the console developers. Not this time. No, console prices
It's
are
just the
going
slightest
up
bit
because
schizophrenic.
the cost of producing them is going up. All
Damn it.
thanks to
I got
AI. See, right now we have a RAM
Oh, man.
shortage. Because if you shove enough RAM and water and the blood
I
of
went for
orphan
it.
children into a big box, you can get the
A little bit
computer
a
to
little,
answer your
a little,
questions. And
just a
even
little.
Sometimes it's
Oh, no, no, no,
right.
they are
It can
very,
also
very
draw you a pretty
all into that.
picture, which is cool because I hear Starbucks is having an employee shortage. Put those artists out of work and back to making coffees where they belong. All jokes aside, I don't really care about AI. It's not what the video's about, but I think I'm just too old to have any hope for the future, and I'm also far too young to know a single time ever where technology has actually improved my life in any way, or the world in general. So far, technology has been used exclusively for evil. The internet was a mistake, YouTube especially. On that note, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Hypocrite? Never heard of it. I don't even know what that word means. Back to the topic at hand. Console prices must increase because the cost of production will increase.
There we go.
Now
Talk
it's
about
the
AI
RAM
and chips
shortage.
and whatever.
Before it was a chip shortage, but there will always be some kind of shortage because consoles are just computers.
There was a
and
shortage when the
AI is
PS5
also
came out.
just computers. So if AI is eating up all of those computer parts, the price of those parts will go up. And sure, they can just increase supply, but that's a little easier said than done. And even if they do, it won't help that much because the demand is infinite. At the moment, investors are shoving as much money as they possibly can into AI. Every day, more data centers are being built, so they will buy everything that can possibly be produced. And the only way to get some of those parts yourself is to be willing to pay the exorbitant prices. So until that AI bubble pops, and I would not get your hopes up, it takes a lot of time and a lot
I've been told that it's popped what,
may never come
2 or 3 times now.
A tower that's built entirely on speculation to begin with. So at least for the time being, consoles will get more expensive, but that can't happen forever. So next, it's going to be the game prices that go up. That used to be the sales strategy of Sony and Microsoft years ago anyway, where they would sell the console at a loss and make their money back on game sales. Because unsurprisingly, they get a cut of every game sold, even if they didn't develop it. Now, Nintendo never did that, and Sony and Microsoft gave up
they've never sold
at
at a loss.
certain point, but I think we're going to see something like that pretty soon. It's actually debatable if that's already happening again. I couldn't find anything definitive from the companies themselves, but people are pretty confident that at the very least the PS4 generation
and I couldn't get out of there.
Sold at a loss, and that the current generation maybe is sold at a loss, while Nintendo is definitely not. And Microsoft claims they have always sold at a loss, so I don't know. Either way, even with the price increases, this might already be true. If the AI bubble continues to get bigger and they keep buying more of these PC parts, we're going to see consoles go up in price, then games go up in price, then consoles go up in price, then games go up in price, and back and forth as far as they can possibly push it. And sure, there'll be some pushback along the way. Like we saw Xbox go back on their $80 games a couple times, but then they just go and increase the console price.
What was the example with Xbox?
They'll get their money somehow. But what happens when they can't push any further? I would argue they're already getting
Outer Worlds 2, that's what it was.
$900 is insane. That is a very cheap car for something that plays video games, and only like 3 of them are good. And then $80 per game.
Wait,
so
you're right,
one
BRG. I think 3DS was sold at a loss.
That's like a
Maybe he just meant the consoles.
less cheap car. I don't know. I'm a zoomer. Those are the only expensive things we're capable of buying. A house is completely out of reach. How about a mortgage payment? Anyone ever heard of those? Me neither. The point is, once people cannot pay anymore, what are they going to do? Because they do not have control over the price anymore. Well, Microsoft has already found their own solution. No idea if it's going to work or not. Their next console, Project Helix, is a PC. It's just a computer. It's a computer that can play Xbox games. Actually, my computer is also a computer that can play Xbox games. But
your fridge is a computer that can play Xbox games, according to the marketing.
As an Xbox console that can also play PC games. But the reality is, it runs Windows. It has a desktop. It's just a computer, a regular Windows PC. So that's Xbox's solution. Just give up, make computers, no more consoles. Well, not quite. It's still a console for the most part. It accomplishes what a console is supposed to do. You plug it into your TV, you put in an Xbox game, and it plays said game. No, what they're trying to do here is if the price is going to increase, they're trying to increase the value of what they're selling. Part of the reason why PC gaming is so prolific now is you kind of have to own a computer, but you don't need to own a console. But if you have to own a computer and you like video games, well, you might as well buy the computer video game console. What it reminds me of is why the PS2 sold so well, is it was a DVD player, and not just any DVD player, it was the cheapest DVD player.
They rolled those ads back?
Good. DVD player, and you have any interest in video games at all, you're going to buy a PS2. It just makes sense. Since Microsoft is a massive company,
pretty bad.
they could probably afford to make the next Xbox console one of the cheapest computers. So you end up with the same situation, except with a PC instead of a DVD player. If you want a computer and you have any interest in video games at all, you might as well buy this Project Helix, as long long as it costs the same as any other computer you could buy at Best Buy. I know there are going to be a bunch of comments about building your own computer, but good luck with that. Have you seen the prices? They're insane. Even a used graphics card that's been Bitcoin mining for the last 10 years costs a fortune. Now, how well Microsoft's strategy is going to work, I'm not so sure. So far, Microsoft has just kind of been losing over and over again for no reason. I think they're going to have to at least make a couple games this time if it's going to work out. So what I'm trying to say is I don't think it's going to work out. Microsoft's plan is for their next console, but I think Sony has already been working on how to solve this problem, and it's by turning their console into a status symbol. For a status symbol, the more it costs, the better it'll sell, so price increases will actually help. And this is a proven business model.
They've been doing that with a lot of
Just look at
ventures.
Apple.
They've been doing that with Vegas now and Disney, where you're pricing out like the middle class. Not to get too much into classism, but they're pricing out the middle class and the lower class, the lower income families, by making things more expensive. Carl last week was talking about how Vegas is too expensive now for regular Joe Schmoes who are just going out on vacation. And we're seeing the same thing take place with Disney, where like it's getting more and more expensive to plan that one. Like there are families that only ever take like one vacation to Disney, and that'd be like the only time they go. They save up, and then they go, and then now those people aren't able to go anymore because they're targeting like the upper middle class, upper class people who want it to be like the people who like going just the act of going to Disney or Vegas in general that's the status symbol. Like, oh, I'm Gucci Mane, I'm able to go to Disney and you're not. It was like those memes back in the day when the PS3 came out and bro was like, yeah, I got the $600 PS3 and I have enough money for one game. How about you? I think we're just seeing that again. Thank you, SCP, for the ding coin.
You subpar products at insane prices. They'll sell you a monitor mount for $1,000, and if you ask a consumer why they're buying
I didn't even get to
well,
fucking
what,
start.
Poor? You can't afford Apple? The price
Don't you guys have
is
phone?
the point. It's
Don't
for
you guys have
poor
phones?
people to feel rich, because ultimately $1,000 is not a lot of money for anyone.
We're seeing
who's
it
rich.
everywhere.
It is
Everyone's
only
penny
for dumb
pinching.
poor people to make fun of other poor people who are better with their money. I noticed the same phenomenon with the PS5, where everyone was talking about buying one, but no one ever talked about what games they were gonna play on it.
Because there were none to
became
play.
a symbol of free income, the kind of thing you buy if you don't have a girlfriend, or if your girlfriend loves you, she buys it for you. No reason why you should need it, why you should want it over anything else. It's just expensive, and boys like video games. I can't really see this strategy working that much longer either, though, because the thing with a poor people status symbol is the poor have to be able to afford it, and soon even $1,000 will be too much for the poor, and it'll never be a rich person status symbol. It'd have to be $30,000, not $3,000. They could always try anyway. It certainly worked for Vegas, where attendance is lower than it's ever
what Carl was
been, yet
talking
they're
about.
making as much, if not more than ever, by appealing.
Think about it. How are the profits up but attendance is down?
Exclusively to the uber rich. I'm just
Yes,
not
that's
so
true.
sure it'll work for a Sony video game console. If that's how Microsoft and Sony are handling the problem, then what is Nintendo doing? Nothing. Nintendo is doing nothing. They're hoping that as things get worse, you'll be more reliant on your childhood for any semblance of joy. And Nintendo has everyone's childhood by the balls. As you get sadder and adults become more infantilized, they'll want to transport themselves back to when they were 6 and Mario
Well,
was
nostalgia's
still
kind of
good.
always been
And
around,
hey, look,
though.
they
That's
still
not,
make
like-
Mario games. Maybe I should
That
buy
didn't
that
just
new
start.
Switch 2. Unfortunately, I think this one is the most likely to succeed. Things are only going to get worse. People
Hasn't
are
this
only
kind of
going to
always
get
been the
sadder.
company's
No
MO?
one's having any children anytime soon. It certainly helps that
Thank you for the Boogie Love Bomb.
$50 doesn't look so bad next to $900. I spoke before about increasing missing the value of the console, and Switch 2 probably has the lowest value of all. Ignoring the games, just as a machine, it's garbage. So maybe if people get tired of the bing bing wahoo, that'll come back to bite them. So that's it then. Consoles become so expensive that no one can
there
buy
tossing
them,
bombs to
and
block
there's
them off.
nothing we can do. A big meteor hits Earth and we all die. No, I think there's another way. The greatest games of all time came from the previous era, when the graphics were worse and the games were simpler. Even the greatest games of today, that's true. I would much rather play my indie sloppa than Metroid Prime 4 with 100 times the budget and 100 times
Metroid Prime
the
4 was
pain.
like 5 months ago. Like, get over it. 6 months ago, even.
by
Half a year. Get over it.
reducing the budget,
I'm
and we
sorry.
made
Like,
consoles cheaper.
the game
by
came
making
out,
them
it was
weaker.
mid,
I know
and
that
it flopped,
sounds
as they say.
insane. Making the consoles weaker? Every generation has been stronger than the last, but is it necessary?
Your
Has it
forced hatred
resulted in
insists
better
upon itself.
games? You know, the point of a console? The improvements in power aren't even noticeable anymore. Do graphics really look better than they did 6 years ago? Game developers are only using more power so that their games can be less optimized. Unreal Engine 5 is a travesty to the world, probably a fine engine, but nobody knows how to use it. And I know this is a pipe dream. All investors care about is growth, which means bigger and better every time, no matter how unsustainable it is. But let me dream for a second.
Oh, yeah,
here.
take my
Instead of every
bombs there,
game
why not?
needing to be the new most expensive failure, 7 years of development, 10 years
Donga's
of
gonna form a
development.
move on
We go
organization
back
for
to the
Prime
basics.
4.
2
Like,
years.
I said that I couldn't give it higher than a 6. I'm just like a kid. Can we just like when does the conversation stop? Like, what more is there to be said about the conversation? At this point, we would need like people at Retro to speak up and like explain. And I think there have been interviews, but only with like Tanabe. I want people from Retro to talk about it. Like, if you're gonna really bring up the game again, can it be from the people who actually made it?
At most. You know what? Give them 1 and maybe they can push it to 2 if it's looking good. Make the game 20 hours at the very longest. Preferably 10 or less. In a team size less than 100, 1 studio, no outsourcing. Then release it $40, $50 and immediately start on the next game. All for a $200 to maybe $300 console that's as underpowered as it needs to be to reach that price point. I don't care if it's 720p.
Oh my god, he got the glove.
Through Mushroom Men: The Spore Wars on stream, a low-budget, janky Wii game with some pretty fun gameplay, interesting ideas that aren't explored at all, puzzles that are basically time wasters, and even with all that padding, was still only 4 hours long. It was a fun time though, a comfortable 6 or 7 out of 10, and it was more enjoyable.
I've heard of
than
that
the
game.
vast
I've not played
majority
it.
of
Classic.
every game
Never
released
played
in
it.
the last 5 years, maybe 10. It doesn't take money to make a good game. It doesn't even take that much skill. It just takes heart and soul, something the game industry has long since forgotten. You know, my business proposal here used to be a reality. In fact, it used to be Nintendo's business model. It was the cheap console with cheap games, but they were good and they were fun. Now Nintendo's trying to hang with the big boy consoles, but they suck. Why are you trying to emulate them now that they're failures? Really, I think Nintendo's just trying to have their cake and eat it too. They have a cheap console and cheap games they want to sell at premium prices. I think the problem they're running into is Nintendo used to have 2 consoles at a time, a handheld and a home console, but they bundled them together and now it needs to sell double what it used to.
And when the N64 wasn't better hardware compared to the PS1, since when was Nintendo the dollar store console? My family always looked at it as like the Nintendo was always like the expensive premium games that we could never afford. So for longest time, we only had that GBA. Brother Dingus had that Game Boy that he mysteriously lost one day.
nowhere for those cheap games to go. Even if you wanted to make a lower budget title,
even when I did get something like the DS, like the fucking janitor stole it. The Janny.
Or phones, and if it's gonna be a phone game, it'll either be Gotcha Slop or have a budget of $4, and I want it to be a little
Didn't get the
higher than that.
GameCube till it was pre-owned for like $30.
Phones are strong
N64,
enough.
buy
It's
it
just
for my cousin for
screen
20.
size and no controller. It's just a bad medium for
I
games.
even bought my
That
Wii U
leaves
secondhand.
Steam, which has its own problems and market factors. There's a reason why Vampire Survivors likes, and these like survival craft slop games are all that sell. Sure, some good stuff makes it through, but it's just not the place for those good old-fashioned console games we used to rely. Something Family Guy. Now, I've presented to you multiple solutions for the downward spiral gaming is on right now, and although I spoke about them individually, they're not mutually exclusive. They could always do multiple of these solutions at once, and that's probably what I think is going to happen. 1 or 2 extremely big budget games will release at maybe $100, while the rest of the industry will slowly lower the budget on new games so that they can maintain that $70 or $80 price tag. So GTA, that'll be like $100, but maybe the new Ratchet and Clank, that'll be $70 or $80. Consoles will peak at $1,000. Maybe Microsoft will push it since it's a computer too. After that, they'll just increase the platform fees, which will push the other guys to either increase game prices or hopefully lower the budget. That or things will just get more and more expensive forever, and once people can't afford it, we'll just start renting our consoles. We'll start renting our games too. Maybe
you can already do that. Go to
Rent-A-Center.
Rent-A-Center.
We'll all be on Xbox Game Pass.
Florida,
It'll
your
be
fucking PS
$100 a month,
quintuple,
but that's
buddy.
basically like buying one game a month and you get every game. I hope this doesn't come to pass, but I've only ever been disappointed by reality. Anyway, that's the video. Bye.
With the power of the Xbox Helix, I too can be a console chuddy that also games on PC. My dad used to give my mom a hard time for making him buy Super Nintendo games back in the day. I barely remember it since I was a babby, but she loved to play SimCity. That shit was like $80 in 90s money. It is kind of wild to go back to those old game ads and see the prices for shit. Like, like for example, yeah, you say SimCity, $90. Pretty much like all the first-party Nintendo games were like around 70 to 80. Like the real cheap stuff, like cheap as we would think, like, oh, I wouldn't pay more than 30, 40 for an SNES game in the now. You look at those games that were around that price range back then, it was only like the sports games, the puzzle games, stuff like that. Stuff that even they back then, in the past time, they knew they couldn't get away with charging that much for. Rent-A-Center opens up next to the grocery store. It's time to move. The Rent-A-Center Mafia? It's kind of goofy. Nintendo gets all the blame when the entire industry is just boring and bloated. It is very profitable right now to make content dumping on Nintendo. Not to say that they don't deserve some of it and that they're infallible and they never made a bad game or anything like that. But the tides have shifted. The turns have tabled with the release of the Switch 2. And there's many, or they have endured many fumbles as of late that people are pouncing on. The pendulum has swung in a certain way. In a certain way. My mentor DSP told me that. Okay. Oh, here we go. We might be diving back into politics here. Chinese games are all caps based.
Are you tired of yelling?
The Nintendo Pay has been going on for 2 decades, which let the other companies get away with everything. I don't think people were really too easy on Microsoft during the PS4, Xbox One days. But outside of that, yeah, I feel like overall, Sony has it the easiest compared to the other two. Well, it depends on context here. Like Nintendo can get away with a lot due to the pedigree of what they've put out previously in their defense force. But when Nintendo really screws up, nobody lets up on them. Microsoft has always been kind of a punching bag ever since the Xbox One situation. Sony will have fumbles from time to time, but when they do fumble, they don't eat it as hard as Nintendo does when they fumble, if that makes sense. Generally, that's what I see. Now, I do have a bias as a Nintendrone, but that's generally what I see. Like the Nintendies will sweep hard, but when shit really hits the fan, I think they eat it harder than when Sony fumbles and shit hits the fan.
Paint, endless cutscenes, and female character designs that look like Nikocado Avocado. Games made by people who hate you, who hate video games, who intentionally ruin the product for their own sick agenda. And I know I've only shown AAA games, but indie
maybe he doesn't mean it. Maybe the title's ironic.
Problems. It feels like every popular indie game nowadays has either received investor funding or comes from a full-fledged company that no one would have considered indie 10 years ago. And as a result, they end up feeling even more corporate and pandering than modern AAA. That is assuming that they're not just doing it for the love of the game. Some people just hate the female form. No, at a certain point, it's time to just cut your losses.
That's not me, that's my fault.
I've given up on the West. It's time to look towards
Yeah,
the
I mentioned
East.
that earlier. Sony's still
And I'm
counting the
not talking
PS2
about
money. They're still finding PS2s to sell.
Fallen to Western influence. Whether it be rogue localizers ruining the message of the original work, or just making it cringe, higher ups forcing
I don't know if that's to do with the Japanese side of it.
With Western taste, to the point where we have article
That's
after
just bad
article of
localizers.
Japanese developers complaining about it, and then we just have straight up censorship where we just don't receive the product as originally intended. I mean, God forbid anime Dark Souls have attractive characters. No, that's illegal. The single cat ladies will lose their minds. Not to mention the Japanese made Yu-Gi-Oh, and for that, God will punish them, but that's a video for another time. Japan is dead to me. I have given up on them. As a wise man once said, years ago, I was Chinese. You've seen the title of the video. It's time to talk about Chinese games. China has entered
selling
the gaming
PS2s
market,
on
and they've
eBay and counting those as
discovered
sales.
this insane trick to set themselves apart, where they make video games for gamers and not single white women who work in HR. That when you make video games for people who actually like video games, the games have women with giant boobs, men who are jacked out of their skull, and the games have actual gameplay. Now, I know when you hear China in video game, the first thing you think of is gacha because of Genshin Impact and Wuthering Waves, and I'm not talking about those because they suck. I don't like gacha games. They're no good. The whole reason to make this video is I need to get my social credit score up. It's already in the negatives from me saying I'm Chinese too many times. The plan is to expose you to the world of good Chinese games so that maybe you'll leave this video with some good games to play and greater hope for the future of gaming, not for you to develop
maybe
an
it's not
addiction to a
ironic.
credit
Maybe he
card
actually
swiping
does like
simulator.
China.
I'm being a little harsh. I played Genshin when it
Punky.
came out, and it was okay. It was fine, but it doesn't compare to the kind of game that you buy and then you just
I need to keep rolling. I just can't stop spending money. I just need money.
Before we get into the real video games, this video is sponsored by Temu.
No, of course it
Since
is.
we're talking about Chinese games, I had to show you my favorite Chinese company. And boy, do I have a deal for you. If you use my code, you can get a $100 coupon bundle for all users. And these coupons can be used on everything from gaming products to figures and so much more. Let me show you how you can get your $100 coupon bundle. In the search bar, you want to type in my code.
This is going to be very strange. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to relate. This part of the video where it like cuts to him showing you how to access the deal. This reminds me of these ads that only play past midnight where they show you how to get like generic Viagra. Has anyone seen this? It's like a robot, maybe an AI voice of a black man. He's like, I would like to order generic Viagra. Yes, I would like to order 2 capsules at 99 cents. Thank you very much. No, it's not QVC. I don't even know how they do it. I don't know how this is legal, but it's just an ad with this setup. This exact setup. The phone is on the side, and you don't see the guy because it's like AI or something. But you see the phone, and he's accessing the site, and he's like, allow me to show you how to check out and get your discounted Viagra. Like an infomercial, but a specific type of infomercial. There's no host. There's no Billy Mays here. I almost said Jimmy Mays. There's no Billy Mays here. There's no host. There's no pomp and circumstance. There's no vibe with it. It's very robotic. It's a very robotic version. These only come out like past midnight. It's a very specific type of infomercial. Oh my God, VR Joe has seen it. That's it. I'll take 750 MSG. Thank you very much.
KBN 8848.
Yeah, the ads that play when you're just trying to watch sports.
Search, and now we can claim our coupon bundle.
Yeah, for the boner pills.
Claim. Give it to me. Yes, the $100 coupon bundle is for everyone, but exclusively for my new users.
Even me?
I have flash sales of Temu's most popular items, including items I have personally chosen. And all you have to do is scan that QR
It doesn't mean anything
code
if you
right
chose
there.
them. Like, fuck
now
you.
Let's take a look at some of these items. You have electronics. You know you need
Your taste
those.
is worth shit.
Sun Wukong, the main character of one of the most popular Chinese games. Anime figures.
Charge your phone.
Rayquaza.
50%?
In all of this, up to 90% off. Don't miss out. Click the link in the description, use my code, and get your $100 coupon bundle. And for those of you who have yet to try Temu, make sure to scan the QR code and get up to 90% off Temu's
I would
top
never sign up for
recommended
this.
products. Thanks again to Temu for sponsoring this video. It's only appropriate.
Wasn't there someone in the chat that liked Temu? It was Sankers.
To start this video off with the game that made everyone realize that China was capable of making real video games. And that's Black Myth Wukong. We all know the story. The game blew up. Everyone bought it. They're like, oh my God, why don't Western developers make games like this anymore? And the entire
No, it was 100% played straight. It is serious sponsor.
Nobody learned anything. Developers went back to
No, I don't
making
want a weird
slop.
anime girl
Gamers
mask.
went back to playing slop. And at the time, I didn't even play the game. I just assumed clearly Chinese propaganda. There's no way the game's actually good. It's probably the same slop everyone else is making. But I was truly missing out. And if you haven't played it yet,
Sangers buys everything from
Temu.
Temu.
The game's great.
And constantly gets refunds from Temu.
A AAA game that looks like a AAA game.
It's like you see the prices and you get like dollar signs in your eyes, so you order from Temu and then realize later once the product arrives is that you order some Chinese slop that's generic and like I don't want to say brand name because then I'm thinking then you think like, oh, Dingus would only order if it's like a brand name that he cares about. You're like a loyalist or something. I'm not saying that, but it's like you realize that what you ordered was cheaply produced, no quality control, Chinese slop. So then you get returns, and he returns a lot from to Temu. But I'll say this, like they honor all of them apparently. But I don't know, like I don't want to constantly be ordering and refunding shit. Like, oh wow, what a deal. Oh wait, I ordered garbage. Okay, time to refund. The loop here is not satisfactory in my opinion.
But it's just fun. No propaganda. No
external hard drive, which is just a micro SD card. Exactly.
Trying way too hard to be high art. Just a fun video game that's meant to be enjoyed. That not every action game has to be Dark Souls or a playable movie. As much as I like Dark Souls, because they really are great games, I'm kind of sick of it. Dark Souls was interesting because it was unique. And now that every game is like Dark Souls, I want to go back. I miss the old action games that were a real power fantasy. How come it's always the bosses that get to do all of the cool stuff, and what you're forced to play as is a complete lame-o? Because if you did anything cool, the hardcore Souls fans would claim, oh, you didn't really beat the game. You didn't really
you didn't really beat the game. You cheated yourself. You cheated yourself.
You didn't really beat the game if you turned into a giant wolf guy who's
you didn't get 100% in Bomberman 5. You didn't really beat the game.
Froze the boss in place, beat him up, teleported behind
Mike
him,
Matei came up with this meme, by the way.
Style. No, that's too much
You didn't
fun.
beat the goddamn
Games aren't
game.
about having fun. It's about proving to other people you're good at something that doesn't matter at all. That's not to say that the game is
that's why I play games.
easy or anything. The point is, the only thing anyone seemed to have learned from Dark Souls is that hard equals good. That it is a bad thing to give the player options and choices and cool things to do because you don't want to empower the player too much. We're supposed to be pressing the right button at the right right time, dodge at the right time, parry at the right time, and no more complexity than that. Well, I'm tired of it. I want to play a game where I'm a monkey man who's clearly overpowered in beating giant monsters.
Remember when he described Donkey Kong Bonanza as a good game because you're just a monkey man who beats shit up and that's it? That's the whole point of the game. That's why I like it. And then in the next video, he was like, actually, now that I have spent more than one day with Donkey Kong Bonanza, I actually don't like it, and my brother was right. It is slop.
I want it to be clear that I am the cool one, and who I am killing is a loser, hence why they are dying. In that spirit, to actually talk about the game a little bit, the regular enemies are all just fodder. You obliterate them with no problem, because you are Monkey God, and they are nothing to you. Making the meat of the gameplay just fighting a series of bosses and mini-bosses. And boy, are these fun to fight. There's a ton of them.
No, people said this was an alright game.
The transformation that makes
DSP
you
dropped it. I got no opinion.
Optional boss. There's none of this, oh, when is it my turn to attack? The boss has to do their 20-minute cutscene where I dodge roll 500 times. No, it plays like an old action game where you're just beating each other up. I mean, just look at how much I can do in a single string of skills. The boss gets no opportunity to hurt me at all. It's true power fantasy. Now, I immediately die right after this, but ignore that part. It's not about being easy. It's about being cool and fun. As for the aesthetic of the game, it's your classic wushu Chinese stuff. It's Journey to the West. And normally I would not like wushu, but I'll let it slide here because Journey to the West is a classic. We all love Goku, but you won't see any more of this wushu ancient
Carl's
Chinese
been unbanned
in the rest of this video. Despite 90% of Chinese games having this one aesthetic, it's like if every Western game was about medieval knights. Actually, that'd be really cool. Knights are way cooler than Chinese. Are they samurai? Ninja? No, that's Japanese. They're just, they're like,
are you Chinese or Japanese?
Story-wise, I honestly don't even know what's going on. Wasn't paying any attention at all. The Chinese voices are just too funny. Rather than actually read and see what's going on, I would just try and mimic the Chinese voices.
No.
It doesn't matter to me anyway. That's enough about Black Myth Wukong. I want to keep it brief because that's the one game that everyone's already heard of. In this video, I would like to give you some new games to try that you haven't heard of, like possibly the greatest action game ever made, Weird RPG 2. I know this may look like your standard action game. Maybe even it looks a little cheap. It has a dodge, it has a parry, it even has a super move to spice things up.
I already lost my
bit,
spike
but
bomb.
For the most part, it's a standard Souls-like. Except wouldn't Dark Souls be so much better if I could have a black man who's very good at basketball help me defeat my enemies? That maybe this enemy is too hard for me to consistently parry. So instead, I'm gonna turn into a monkey demon with an assault rifle and just headshot him a bunch of times using wall hacks and aim assist. And if that's not enough,
black.
I have
he's
voice-activated
Myth.
lasers.
Wukong.
And voice-activated floating blades. You know, I made a whole video about soul in video games. This is what I mean. This is soul. It's just putting everything you think is cool in the game. You think any kind of committee approved of this? Do you think the developer cared about accessibility? I don't think so. It's already really fun to just do this crazy stuff, but believe it or not, the base combat of this game is genuinely good. You see, most games have lag for all of your inputs. Not the kind of lag that Unreal Engine causes, but the kind of lag where if you use an attack, you cannot attack again until the animation finishes. Or if you take damage, you can't make an action until your damage animation finishes or the stun ends. Not this game. There is no lag at all. You can do anything out of anything. You can parry in the middle of taking damage. It is the Street Fighter 2 Turbo of action games. Now, it is profoundly jank, and you definitely wouldn't want this system in every game. But in a game this goofy already, it fits perfectly and is something I've never experienced before in anything but joke fighting games. It's extremely fun. While we're on that note, why does attacking cost stamina? I get dodging and parrying. If you could spam those infinitely, you'd become invincible. But why not just let me spam the attack button? In fact, basically all the later Souls games let you do that anyway. So might as well go all the way. And on top of all of that, the boss fights are actually actually pretty well designed. That's probably the most surprising thing of all. They have a boss fight where you're fighting a wizard dude who's constantly shooting projectiles. The logic of any other game is to close the distance. What's good at long range is usually bad at close range. But not this fight. It's the complete opposite. You close the distance, he one-shots you with a giant fireball at point-blank range. No, you have to actually engage with the projectiles, dodge at long range while shooting your own blasts back at him. It's pretty cool, and it genuinely took me a ton of attempts and felt rewarding to complete. For a joke game, maybe if we fire Karen from HR and hire this guy, we could actually get some good video games. Now, that's enough of games that you could comfortably play in front of your parents. I sold you at the beginning of the video good female
wait, what's coming
designs. And my lord, look at these. Can you believe this game is safe for work? I already know what you're thinking. Is this just Hades, but with monster girls? Yes. Yes, it is. Got a problem with it? Have you seen Hades 2? I get it. Maybe it's a really fun game, but I'm playing that. It looks disgusting. It's like they intentionally tried to make the characters look unappealing. They do realize this
Too
is
many base
fantasy,
people
right?
like Hades 1. That was the issue.
Real world.
But now we gotta make it look ugly.
In fact, they should look ideal. Just look at Smite. That's what a god is supposed to look like. Not this. The original Hades isn't much better either. The only appealing character is a head, and she shoots you down. I don't care if this is a Chinese knockoff with objectively worse combat, and everyone speaks in English. At least the girls are attractive, and they're actually nice to you. I mean, it's crazy that it's the Chinese game that doesn't have propaganda in it. I don't really have anything else to say about this one. I mean, it's just Hades. Just look at it.
The font for the game already bothers me. And if the text is poorly translated, it's one thing to be poorly localized, but if it's just straight up like English, like poorly translated, that would also bother me trying to read it. Like it would actually fuck with my immersion.
Does this sell it for you? If not, maybe it's not the game for you. How about this? Is this more your speed? Can you believe this is also safe for work? Could you imagine if all video games looked like this? Okay, maybe that'd be too far, but every once in a while, I don't know, it'd be pretty cool. Definitely a lot better than the Concord likes and the Fortnite like characters we've been receiving for the last decade.
I don't think that should be the bar, though.
Anthem 2. Ignore the fact that it's a sequel. Don't play the original. It's not good.
Yeah, this doesn't appeal to me just because the characters look better.
So you're not missing anything.
Oh, they look. Oh, wait. Oh, wow. Instead of a derivative of Western characters, they're derivative of anime characters. Wow, I magically like it now.
2D action platformer. No Metroidvania, no puzzle, just jump around and hit stuff. It's a game all about the spectacle. Massive bosses, massive attacks, everything's over the top. The gameplay matches the character designs. It's extreme. There's no stamina bar, just a special meter that fills basically instantly. It's all gas all the time. That is for the gameplay. Unfortunately, the story doesn't really follow that same pace. The general gameplay loop is you run around, do a little bit of platforming, obliterate every small enemy in your way, then fight a giant awesome boss who obliterates you 20 times in a row. Yeah, did I mention that the bosses are pretty hard? Because it's designed around you having continues. Where you die, you can immediately get up and start fighting the boss again. They don't heal, no reset, nothing. But that's for cowards. I would never do that ever. So if you play like a man, it's all fun and games until you get completely evaporated by a giant plant. Everything does about 8 billion damage, and you really have to use your overpowered dodge.
Muramasa Demon Blade. Is that the one Vanillaware game? UNF played that. I was thinking something like that looking at this.
Able to dodge an attack. It's
that is the game you're talking about.
Or you could just abuse continues
we were thinking of the same thing
with one hand. I don't know. I'm not judging. But once you complete that, you're on to the story part, which I promise I gave it a real shot. I was reading a lot. It's a lot of reading. And it's pretty cool, too. You're a part of some cult where people are sacrificed to be tortured for all of eternity.
Those guys really hate porting their games to PC.
But it's like an acid pool of pain.
Hey,
and you attempt to save your...
Am I becoming a Frogmire hater? The game is the video is about shilling Chinese games to me. I'm not really sold on any of these so far.
Sister, but she ends up dying anyway. But then we fast forward to the future, and there's so much text. I mean, so much text. And there's like a furry guy. Actually, there's multiple furry guys.
You're supposed to be selling me this.
And they even make jokes about how much some of the characters are talking. And I just stopped reading. It has a fast forward button for a reason. I was like ultra speed reading. I couldn't tell you what's going on. not. I don't think this is the kind of game you play for the story anyway, and that's ignoring the character designs. No,
That's
you play
massive
this game to
cope when
die
there's
in
as much
one
text
hit
as
to
there
the
is.
Middle Eastern raccoons who blow up as soon as you see them. You then come back, dodge it frame one, feel great about yourself, and only once you make it through that nightmare are you allowed to fight the ultra giant raccoon, who you completely obliterate, dodge every one of his attacks, dealing massive damage until he one-shots you and you have to try again. It's a good time, I promise. But maybe the game's a little too fast-paced for you. Maybe you died of boredom while reading all that text. Happens to the best of us. Well, have you ever heard of Vanillaware? They make some pretty cool games. They're like
Wow, we were just talking about them.
with flashy moves and high-quality
That's the company that game
none
ripped
of their
off.
games are on PC.
Oh, PC gaming bring great dishonor to Japanese.
I'm pretty sure that's why. But if you want to play a Vanillaware-like game,
No, they just don't like
on
their
PC
games getting data
for
mined.
less than $5, there's The Vagrant. And tell me this does not nail that Vanillaware art style. Look at this character. Come on, she's got to be cold, dude. It's got your
Iceman.
standard beat 'em up gameplay with a
Hello, Iceman. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid with the party 12. Hello, True Ninja. Hello, Sunlight Seeker. Hello, Winter Prince. Hello, everybody coming in. Hello, Iceman. Welcome, welcome. I am suffering through Super Bomberman 5 while listening to Lord Frogmire. I was just saying complaining. He's not complaining about China. He's actually very much shilling China. Hello, human. Welcome in, welcome in. Let me get a shout out. If you like chill vibes, and I think he's played a lot of mech games recently. You might like the Iceman radio show stream.
I need to meld my mind into the coral and the robot.
Very
and we
cool,
all need
nice
to come
guy.
together and form some kind of Mass Effect 3 green ending where I'm able to fuck my robots. There we go.
What?
Maintenance period where the robot constantly leaks motor oil.
Okay, I'm not gonna hear how that clip ended, but it started out pretty good. He also is a knower of Sector, some degrees of Sector lore. All around good dude. Thank you for the raid, Iceman. I hope you had fun with the stream. I'm trying to have as much fun as I can right now. So I beat this Bomberman game, but they gave me a fake out ending and said I didn't really beat the game. You didn't really beat the game, bro. It's one of those games where you can't really beat it until you get 100%. But these levels are pretty hard. They're pretty hard. I'm still having fun. I'm still having fun, I swear. Hey, AI. No problem. At least it wasn't one of the clips of him wearing the bunny suit or the doc outfit. I think I've gotten those. I think I've seen one of those in the past. You had me at fucking robots? Look, it depends. Like, the robot it can't just be a define robot. Like, is this just like a beep boop square head, like all metal exterior? We need some, the robot has to look good on the outside. Okay? So I'm having fun with tears rolling down my face. Oh, yes, he does have a bunny suit. He's a PNG tuber. Actually, to get a little bit more of a shill in here, Sunlight Seeker, who's been stopped by recently, who's also here right now, listening to the sound of my voice, does a lot of his PNGs. They are in our taste. Look, there they are right there. But thank you again for the raid. If you guys want to stick around, I'd be happy to keep you company, but don't let me keep you otherwise. If you need to raid and run, I understand. Go get yourself something to eat, go get something to drink, go walk around, go exercise, do all that. I wasn't going to be live for super long anyways, because I want to work on some stream stuff. But please, go do the stuff that keeps you being who you are, and I'll do the stuff that keeps me being who I am. I love shilling. I love shilling too. I should probably do it less, but I do appreciate everyone that stops by. So I do like to spotlight where the spotlight is due. Yeah, I remember you stopped by. Didn't want to stream for long, already 4 hours. Look, 4 hours for me is considered a short stream. The average should be like 7 to 8 hours, but I haven't really been hitting those numbers recently. Cheating on my wife with the Little Caesars... Cheating on my wife with the Little Caesars drone delivery bot. First of all, You get Little Caesars delivered? Little Caesars is the place where you just go because it's what's already there. Like, you want pizza, and the closest thing nearby is Little Caesars. You'd get Little Caesars delivered? I don't know, it seems like an oxymoron. Why would you do that? It's like, oh, let me just order complete slop. Not to say a Little Caesars is complete. It used to be much worse. But it's a matter of convenience. Like, you get Little Caesars because it's right there. When you have the option to order from so many places, why would you choose Little Caesars? It's like saying, oh yeah, let me order the 7-Eleven pizza. And I'm sure you can do that. I'm sure you can Instacart 7-Eleven pizza. I'm sure someone would do that. Yeah, let me get the Costco pizza delivered. That's actually good though. People do like Costco's pizza. I was a Sam's Club enjoyer, so I only ever had the Sam's Club pizza. Some old guy there taught me how to degrease my pizza. A literal geriatric that worked there. He told me it's always important to degrease my pizza. So he grabbed a paper towel, and then in front of me, apropos of nothing, without me asking, he just started degreasing my pizza by patting it down. I'm fucked. Oh, wait, never mind. I'm fucked. It's very dangerous crossing that bridge. The enemies just spawn in, and you got like a very small window.
Giant skill tree, learn some new moves.
No, it wasn't you.
It's serviceable. Not what I would say you play the game for, though. No, the gameplay is clearly a vehicle for the gorgeous art. Not that it's bad, it's just not what makes the game special. The story's not too bad either. Unlike the last one, I actually read all of this. Maybe I wasn't as distracted, except that definitely can't be true. You play as a wandering swordsman, following your lost father. You crash land on an island, are saved by a beautiful girl, so you help her escape her town so that she can elope with some guy, except her father murders him. Oh no. You then return to the town only for everyone to be murdered by demons. You know, classic stuff. Turns out the stone the guy died on was a warding stone, keeping all the evil out, and it was tainted by blood. You try to fight off the demons, but you lose. Luckily, you're saved by a witch.
I thought I was just gonna recommend the game. He's like spoiling it.
Except no, this is dark fantasy. So the witch
actually calm, so I suppose I'll keep you in the background. Well, thank you so much, Secret.
Magic killing arts, and so she enslaves you, and now you have to do her bidding.
I remember Costco used to have chicken wings, literal bucket for $20. 20 inferior Canadian dollars. There's a. Remember we used to go to this gas station, and they'd have like a cup of chicken wangs, and it was something like I don't remember the exact price. It couldn't have been more than like $5, $6, $7, and they were pretty good too. You think like gas station wings would be pretty bad? But no, they were pretty delish. The kind of banker deals you just don't see anymore. And you got like a lot. Like we're like I'm saying cup, but it was like a fat. We're talking XL cup, and they filled that shit with chicken wangs. No. Felted.
How can a girl with breasts that big be so evil? It's simply not possible. And that's the driving plot of the game. Do the witch's bidding. Try and escape
Bucky's
her
brisket
wrath.
sandwich.
Discover the mysteries of this demonic island. It's a good time.
They also make McDonald's Cinemelts now. I haven't tried the Cinemelts, but I have tried the brisket sandwich.
Different. Have you ever heard of a series called Girls Frontline? I haven't either, and I don't really care because it's a gacha game, but apparently this takes place in the same universe. Do you like XCOM? Yeah, me neither. But imagine XCOM, except with android cat girls. Suddenly, it's a good game. This does not fit the tone of the game at all, by the way. This is like some super serious
Yeah, it's basically a super gulp, like a big gulp cup of chicken
poisoned,
wings.
Making mutants. You are part of the Antarctic military, and you're trying to rescue a girl with regeneration powers as she's hunted by what are basically Russians. I'm pretty sure that's the analog. The story begins with her sister being obliterated by a tank, just a blood splatter left over. She survives, by the way. Each chapter ends with you and her dying because she has time traveling powers, not like the Back to the Future kind, but like the ReZero kind, where every time she dies, she goes back in time. So the android cat girls were kind of out of left field, but it's certainly appreciated. I don't know if I'm selling it particularly well, but the story is legitimately good. This is the first game that I've
If the mechanic with these enemies is that bad, what am I possibly gonna face coming up?
Enjoyed reading. And it sounds like I don't like to read. I like reading books all the time, just not video games, because the writing tends to be subpar. The gameplay is standard XCOM with a ton of abilities and superpowers. A great time missing your 75% chance 900 times in a row. Except this game lets you save scum. In fact, it's encouraged. It even has a quick save and quick load. Not that it helps with the missing thing. I think the RNG occurs at the beginning of the turn, maybe, because if you miss once, you just miss every time. That or I'm the unluckiest human being alive. What the quick saving is for is so that they could make S ranking these missions truly masochistic. Like, how about a mission where the entire level is covered in invisible mines and you can only trigger 6 of them? Also, you can never become incapacitated and they one-shot you, meaning you can't get hit by a single one the entire mission, which is 11 turns long, and these are not short turns. Or another where you can't get hit by a single sniper and the snipers are not visible on the map unless you spot them. They're snipers, so they can obviously outrange you. And this mission is even longer than the last one, extended even further by the fact that the only way to make this even possible is to use stealth, where you move extremely slow. And I'm not cherry picking missions here. These are back to back. There's a difference between a game being punishing versus difficult.
Thank you for the
By
giant
making
emote,
the game
Christy
less
Monkey.
punishing
This
with
will
quick
if I smoke.
save, it gives them the opportunity
It's
to make
Advance
it way
Wars?
harder. I love these kind
Maybe
of
he didn't
torture
play Advance
simulators.
Wars.
It's that
I'd rather play
Ludo
good Fire
narrative
Emblem likes that are
harmony.
all over
The
Steam and
story
aren't
is about
Chinese.
Pain and suffering, and the gameplay is even more painful. Not to mention, I've just
I wish the implication there is, oh, I wouldn't touch it because the Chinese made it.
always love these player torture simulators. I played Yu-Gi-Oh! For years. I 100% Pokemon Legends ZA, and that's some real torture. Unlike
I wouldn't
those,
even
though,
do that.
The torture is actually rewarding. You're going to want to get those S ranks. It's how you get EXP and level up your characters. You're going to want to do that.
He's
'cause
worse
that's how you
than
upgrade your
Arlo?
skills, which are
Dude, that's high
extremely
praise.
impactful. What skills are is you get points for killing people, and you use those points to activate skills
Hey,
that
FTC,
don't
dude.
require any action points.
Hey,
Like
Chanty.
every strategy game ever, you have a
Welcome,
limited
welcome.
number of actions per turn, and the skills completely ignore this. So normally our sniper girl can
Don't
shoot
ban
twice
dogs
per
playing.
turn, probably only once if she's moved at all. But if you have enough skill points, you get an extra shot that pierces enemies, or make it so she shoots anyone within range who her teammates shoot, and she's a sniper, so she's always in range, effectively doubling her damage output. The point is, the skills are cool, and it feels good to be rewarded for doing something difficult. There's also all kinds of cool items you can use, like grenades, turrets, scanners to make the invisible mines not so
No,
bad.
let me
all
grab
of
that.
which you can prep beforehand. Pick what you use your limited resources on. I just put it all into grenades though, because grenades are cool. There is tons of strategy in this strategy game. It's a fun time. You're allowed to
Yeah, I
make
like
a
Bomberman
good
too.
game that's
This
not
one's
a
got quite of a
gotcha
challenge
with
to
good
it.
character designs.
It's not the hardest one I've
possible.
played, though.
The West seems to think that for something to be taken seriously, it has to be ugly, but that has never been the case. I hope you've noticed the theme with all of these games, that they're pure fantasy. From the gameplay to the character designs, everything is over the top and pandering, not to lonely women on Twitter who complain endlessly, but to the people who actually play video games. It's not just the male gaze either. They've done studies that even women want to play as attractive characters. They'll lie and say
Cannot
they're
cross that
disgusted or
bridge.
whatever, but everyone appreciates beauty. Nobody likes ugliness. And if the West doesn't want to make something that's beautiful, then I guess I just have to become Chinese. That or I can just play them when they come to Steam in my home country of America. You have noticed something pretty strange playing all of these Chinese games. Other than Black Myth Wukong and probably these other Wushu games that are obsessed with their Chineseness, they actually try to hide that they're Chinese a little bit. It's hard to find. They even use Japanese voice acting. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe I bought the
Hoyoverse
game
does
from
that too.
Chinese Steam, then it would have Chinese voice acting. But it's just odd that I don't even have the option. I want to hear the silly Chinese voices. It was like half the fun of Black Myth Wukong.
It's weird because you hear the argument with when it comes to anime voice acting that I want to hear the original. I want to hear the original Japanese voice acting. Ah, yes, as intended by the producers of the anime. Obviously that makes sense, right? When it comes to like anime or video game dubs. But with Hoyoverse, like those are games made by China. And yet people still say like, oh yeah, the Chinese voices suck. Actually, I just want to listen to the Japanese voice acting. But it's not a game that was made in Japan though. You're just confirming that it's not really about the original voice acting. You just prefer the Japanese language. And perhaps that's your prerogative. I just want you to be honest about it.
If anyone could enlighten me as to why this is, I'd appreciate it. I imagine it's because of the poor reputation of China, but who knows? Anyway, I hope you found something new to play. At least one game that was interesting to you. I've never made this type of video before, so let me know how it went. And depending how this does, maybe never again, so make sure to like and subscribe and let me know if you actually liked it. I tried to keep it the same length as my other videos, so maybe I didn't talk about the games enough. I could show off more games and talk about them even less. Maybe less games, but talk about them more. Maybe I should do another country. We do Korea next time. Best Korea.
Which one?
Anyway, that's all I got. Bye.
The only one that makes games, of course. The other one probably doesn't even believe in games. They don't even exist. They're not real. Not knowing the language and thinking the VA good, even if they're not, because how would they know? Yeah, it sounds good to me. What's weird is that the argument when it comes to the Chinese voice acting for Hoyo, like, they just say it's bad, but they don't really explain why it's bad. Like, you know, English voice acting, you can tell when English VA is bad. Not because really you know English. Maybe being fluent in it helps you in assessing the quality. But I feel like if it's bad voice acting, you can always tell if it's bad voice acting. Does that make sense? There are examples of like bad Japanese voice acting, but they just say, "Oh, no, I don't care if it's originally a Chinese game. Like the Chinese voice acting is just bad." The whole point of this video is trying to show Chinese games at me, and most, if not all, modern games industry problems stem from China and the companies that buy stock at the Western companies. China creates the problem and then sells a half-baked solution to idiots like this. When Chinese cloning succeeds because the other nations gave up and started making shite, it's about the artists who actually give a shit. American anime dub VA generally don't care, so they half-assed it for years. It would also be it kind of goes both ways. So like they don't put in as much effort, but they're not paid as much either. Or perhaps if they went on strike more, if they went on strike even more than they do now, and put more effort in, perhaps then they would get paid more. But then that wouldn't make sense because the way budgets for games are allocated, the voice actors can only get so much versus the fucking people who programmed it in the first place. But then you look at AAA game budgets, and sometimes the voice actors for those games get paid more than the people who were paid peanuts to program it. It's kind of like it really depends on the game we're talking about. A AAA game, the voice actors would probably get paid more. An anime game, the voice actors get paid maybe just a little bit better than a guy who does voice acting in an anime show. They buy the companies and push them to make bad games to get a larger market share. LMAO. The CCP needs to be purged. True. In Minecraft. I realized that maybe that shouldn't be a message that I just like do a sweeping, true, broad brush to. You have to support this video or you won't make a sequel video that you actually want to watch. I think voice actors are still $100 an hour jobs. It's just that you're not employed full-time. Yeah, it's all by contract, right? And you join the union and get some protections. But this is like, these aren't unions as you would think of them for like, let's say construction or a craft of some sort. These are unions that act more like the mafia, like small-time mob. These are like kings of the molehill. If you don't join the union, you don't get work. Or you get discriminated against and you're only allowed to work for non-union projects. And you got to pay your dues every year. It's very much like taxation. Taxation on top of taxation. Just to guarantee that you get work in an anime game that pays nothing. It's like your lawyer saying they don't get paid enough when they bill you $300 an hour. Like, oh, you can vault. Oh, I'm just making no money over here. That's only $300 an hour. What are you doing to me? I'm basically not even making any money over here. You're being chintzy. You're shyster. You're ripping me off here. Hey, speaking of China slop, we're really making our way through the playlist tonight. This might be the last one. The URL for this almost says peak, but it doesn't. There's like a C after the P, but it almost says peak. The video might be peak. This might be a sign. This is about that one game that everybody already forgot about.
Crimson Desert.
Yeah, that one.
New AAA blockbuster game.
So his brother liked Crimson Desert. He liked it so much that he didn't do part 2 for his review of it. The brother, however, did not like it. Crimson Desert is everything wrong with modern AAA games.
that everyone just has to play. We're all going to be talking about this game for a week, maybe less, and then never
a little bit
mention
longer
it
than a
ever
week.
again. It's been 6 long years since the game was initially announced, which means development has been a minimum
And
of
DSP's been
7
hyping it
years,
up for at least a
probably
6 of that
longer.
time.
Something that always leads to a great game, extended development cycles. I hear Duke Nukem Forever is one of the greatest games ever made. Although, does 7 years even count as an
delayed
extended
game, better than
development
rushed
cycle at
game,
this
such and
point?
such.
Games are taking longer and longer to make, and they're getting worse and worse. They sure do look pretty though, so I guess it's worth it. At least they look pretty most of the time. You can't really blame the graphics for everything though. A lot of that development time has to be used up by shoving as many mechanics as you possibly can into a game. 90% of which
Like that one
are
indie game I'm looking forward to.
unnecessary, actively making the game worse, not better. And you can't forget about the big open world. Probably 2 years just on that. You have to make players feel like they have infinite options, even though it's just the illusion of choice. You can't.
My thoughts are simple. We need smaller games with smaller development times and smaller budgets, and I'm not joking.
Actually do anything. There's no reason to go explore. Just follow the waypoints. And even if you do follow those waypoints, any attempt to control your own adventure will lead to disaster. The game gives you 4 options, and if you don't do it in the order that they intend, you'll miss a tutorial, one of the 900 spread throughout the entire game, and now you're stuck. Yes, even when the game gives you an option, you do not have an option.
Oh, yeah,
You would
and
think
for
they
less
just
money.
wouldn't show me the waypoints if I wasn't supposed to go there yet.
My
But
terms are
competency
concise.
is hard to come by. I mean, the fact
And
that the game has a
unrelenting.
working loading screen is apparently ahead of some of the competition, so maybe I'm asking for too much. If you could not tell, I do not like modern video games. I'm not a fan. I miss the days when you could have an entire trilogy of games in 7 years with simple, straightforward, but incredibly deep gameplay. Not 500 disparate mechanics that add nothing to the game other than intentional
We're trapped here.
annoyance. Puzzles meant to test your
$70
patience,
Lego
not
game.
your mind, with combat designed to look cool.
$70 Lego game. The DSP, by the way, is very excited to play, even though he said the Yoshi game is for babies. Oh yeah, that's a great game if you're like a kid, if you're like a baby, if you're like a fucking idiot, fucking little baby who had no friends. Yeah, it's probably a good game, right? Whereas the Lego game, oh, that's a nice game for families. That's a game for all ages, guys. Everyone can play a game like that. I'll be playing it this Friday, guys. $70 Lego game. $70. And did you look at the PC requirements too? Yes, I need a 5090 in order to run Lego Batman. Wait, why? Why though? But why actually? Oh, because everything sucks now because of people overusing AI. Something water, all the water in the world to get Grok to generate a daily wrap thumbnail for me.
But all you're doing is mashing buttons, but at least it's different buttons. Sometimes I'm mashing R2, other times I'm mashing R1, maybe sometimes
Yeah,
I'll
Lego's
even
for
mash
everybody, but
R3.
Yoshi is
It's
for
meant to
babies.
feel exciting, as long as you don't have any kind of higher brain function. Honestly, that wouldn't even be so bad.
Ever since AI
as
started, my
long
water
as
doesn't
I
taste
got
real.
to play the game.
Mine still tastes
But
like
that's not
fluoride.
how modern games work. You're not supposed to play them, maybe a little bit every once in a while, but the majority of your time is going to be spent watching cutscenes, reading through 900,000 tutorials, moving from play.
Wait, that's right. He did build a Lego Yoshi. Wait. Lego is for everybody, but Yoshi is for babies. But by the way, here's my Lego Yoshi that I built.
To place, or worst of all, something that should not be in
He's a
any
hypocrite.
game for any reason ever, which is slowly falling behind someone as they monologue to you. At least a cutscene you can skip, or in this game they give a fast forward. And as someone who watches every YouTube video in double speed, I highly appreciate that. But even
Oh,
if
I
that
kinda see what
wasn't
his
an
problem
option,
is
if
now.
you really didn't care, you could always just leave. Maybe pee, go make a snack while the cutscene does its thing, it will progress without you. But these follow the NPC scenes, you have to engage. You have to hold forward. It's not hard. It's not difficult. It requires no mind power. All it needs from you is to pay attention. Attention the game has not earned. It is forcing it out of me. If it's a good cutscene with good dialogue, I will pay attention because I want to. If it's good
This seems
gameplay,
impossible for someone that just said you watch every YouTube video at 2x speed.
To overcome a challenge of some kind, it will be necessary, but this is just holding me hostage. Is this what people find fun? Do people actually like this? To just hold no other input, 10 minutes of meaningless chatter while I just beg to play the game? Or at the very least,
It's how I play the game.
RuneScape on my other monitor? But no, you will hold that A button and you will admire the beautiful environment that the developers worked so hard on. Well, I don't care. I don't think it's that beautiful anymore. It was maybe neat 10 years ago. Now this isn't special at all. A big, beautiful open world is not impressive anymore. You cannot wow me by forcing me to look at it for extended periods of time. People wonder why I still play Nintendo games. An adult enjoying media made for toddlers.
Wait.
At least those are games
After the last 5 videos we watched, you want me to believe that?
Mostly gameplay. That although Nintendo is currently tripping and
why is he nice to Nintendo in this video?
Concrete at the very
Wait, and it's not like, come on. It's not like we're seeing footage of the classic games so that when he says, oh, I played Nintendo games, meaning I played the good Nintendo games when they were still good, still a good company. I'm seeing footage of modern Nintendo games as he tells me, oh, well, here's the reason why I still deal with Nintendo's bullshit. But we're not even framing it like that. We're framing it like Nintendo are the good guys in this situation versus the other AAA companies. But when it's an anti-Nintendo video, we dogpile on Nintendo for becoming no different than the AAA companies. But in this video, which was released very recently, Nintendo is now the good guy again?
very least, they have not forgotten that video games are not movies. You are supposed to play
Tell that to
them.
Miyamoto.
Video games' desperate attempt to be art is usually what's blamed for the current state of the industry. But I don't think that has anything to do with it. When I look at a Picasso, I'm not thinking, man, I really wish this had more words on it. How am I going to improve my media literacy without 10,000 lines of dialogue? The problem is not games trying to be art, it's games trying to mimic a completely different art form. Movies are considered art, so surely if video games mimic movies, it too will become art. But that's never how that worked. If you make a movie more like a painting, it doesn't become a higher form of art. Adding pictures to a book doesn't make it higher art. If anything, it makes it lower. It becomes for children and tease-mo's. I know that's gonna make someone mad. And the same happens to video games. By making it more like a movie, you have degraded it beyond recognition. I've avoided talking about the specifics of Crimson Desert enough, though, because it is not just a modern AAA game, something I do not like. It contains probably every negative aspect of the modern AAA industry in a single game. But before we get into that, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. YouTube told me to tell you that. Let's start with the big open world. And if you know me, you know I just love big open worlds. That sounds sarcastic, but I actually do like them. Believe it or not, I enjoyed Scarlet and Violet, so they don't even have to be very good. What I hate are unnecessary open worlds. Open worlds shoved into a game for no other reason than it's popular. A bad open world can easily ruin a game, as we've seen with Metroid Prime 4 or Mario Kart World, where it does
We've
not
heard enough
match
about that
the
game.
mechanics of the game, and at best adds meaningless padding, or at worst actively intrudes upon the main gameplay loop. An open world should promote exploration. There should be things to find, a reason to move around the big world, or it should be a sandbox with interesting movement that makes traversing large areas fun, something you want to do. In Crimson Desert, there is nothing to do and nothing to find. It has uninteresting movement. The best you'll get is jumping
This sounds
off a
consistent
cliff and
with what I heard
floating for
GPM
5
say about the
seconds.
game.
The game does nothing to justify this massive space except look pretty. You can't even make your own decisions.
Yeah, the level's
As
bad,
I
Rennie. Way too
described in the
claustrophobic.
intro, there is no choice.
Look how much more
The game
manageable
is
this one was.
linear. An open world is meant to give you the sense of endless possibilities. You could go anywhere. And sure, you could, but you have no reason to do that. There is nothing to find. Maybe a small chest with items you could get anywhere else. So then you're stuck on the main quest, and the main quest does not justify this giant open world, and the main story is entirely linear. The one time you think the game is giving you a choice, if you choose
back to
wrong
Mexico.
and do the checklist in the wrong order, you'll be missing important information like a tutorial, something necessary to progress. It sounds pretty bad, so let me give you the full story. During the main quest, they have you collect wanted posters, and it does not tell you to collect one and then complete that quest. It specifically instructed me to collect all 4, so that must mean I can complete any of them I want in whatever order I want. Of course, that's not the case. I chose to do the sheep quest. A little boy has lost his sheep and I must find it for him. I tag along with some drunkard who is showing me to the bandit cave that the sheep has supposedly been taken to.
Show me to the bandit cave. I hate
kill
bandits.
everyone inside, and then the game tells me to point my lantern at something. Okay, I'll do that. Not sure why I'm doing that, but I'll do it, and nothing happens. I can see some blue stuff. I assume.
Explain this.
Further instruction.
Why did nothing happen? Why is the quest broke?
I run around, I attack stuff, I collect things, I point my lantern everywhere. All the game says is use the lantern. Well, I'm using it. As
I didn't AI generate Frogmire videos.
Tutorial at this point.
These are his true and honest
in an
opinions.
Unexpected order. In a completely different quest, I get told that the lantern shows me a memory. I need to then go to my equipment screen and use my short bus helmet to view the memory. And only then can I progress.
I would like to again point out the fact that we are now up to Darkside Phil, Review Tech USA, The Quartering, Synthetic Man, and Lord Frogmire. These are all individuals that have played Crimson Desert and have been confused by the game's design and structure. Obviously, this means the Chinese can't develop video games.
With the game. Can we talk about how awkward this is, by the way? In order to view this memory, any
was this a
other
Korean
I
game?
would just hit like X
Yeah,
or
wait,
something.
my bad. This was a Korean
shining
game.
my lantern on the ghosts.
I corrected myself.
Hold the
I didn't need you to say it. I
D-pad,
corrected
which
myself.
brings up my
I was right on
equipment
time.
Screen, switch over to armor, then move the control stick.
I
over
corrected
to my
myself. I don't want to hear
helmet,
it. I
equip
corrected
the right
myself.
helmet if I don't already have a pot on my head, and then I release the D-pad, which brings up a menu that I can now search through for a new memory that I then hit A on, and finally I can view what I was supposed to see. Who made this? I hope it's pretty clear now why I needed that tutorial. A tutorial I didn't get because I tried to explore in an open world. Modern AAA games want
I
that
was punished for
feeling that
exploring.
you could do anything and go anywhere, but it's an illusion of choice. They don't actually want you to make any
Illusion of
those
choice? I thought you said
decisions for
Koreans made this,
yourself.
not
The game's
Bethesda.
not built around it. That would take far too much effort. They hope you are dumb enough to think that the game's decisions are your own, that following waypoints and doing checklist activities counts as real exploration. If you want to really see what I mean, it turns out the goblin merchants are evil and have been doing bad stuff. Tiny goblin merchants being evil. What did they mean by this? When I learned learned that information, I decided to kill them because they are bad and I am the vanquisher of evil. And after a while, the game did allow me to hit them and I got a wanted level for it. Consequences for my actions. Except I couldn't actually kill them. I could attack them. I could ruin my own game state for no reason, but I
think I should have
can't
kept remote
meaningfully
bombs, actually.
affect the world in any way. The game will let me think I made a decision. It will allow me to pretend, but ultimately this is a movie and I am
Trashman, we got some insight from Trashman. Says, I feel like if you truly had an open world without an illusion of choice, then you'd have this guy crying about that. But when you have leveled areas like this town, it's also a bad thing that he cries about. Yeah, if it's not one thing, then it's another thing. But then if you imagine that it's the other thing, then it becomes the first thing. You know, like you can't you can't have it both ways. You know, it's got to be one way or the other.
Stuck to their script, and any attempt to move away from that will only be at my own expense, even when that deviation is unintentional. So basically what I'm trying to say is the open world's not even that pretty. Stop making me run 900 miles to get anywhere. The game would not be meaningfully different in any way if locations were right next to each other. The movement is not fun unless I'm jumping off a cliff and slamming my head into the stone below. On to the next
Proximity bomb does work for these guys.
A big problem of modern games is too many tutorials, and the tutorial is far too long. But why is that the case? Are people just too dumb, and it takes a lot of explaining for them to understand simple things? If Super Mario Bros. Was made today, would it take 4 hours to explain that the jump
would there be a bunch of quirky dialogue?
I don't think so, because Mario Wonder is not that old and the tutorial was not that long. The problem is not that it takes a long time to explain things, it's that there is too much to explain. A boardroom decides what mechanics have to be in a game, and modern dev teams have policies of no bad ideas, which results in a game that has every mechanic under the sun. They are wide as the ocean and deep as
I understand why you get the invincibility vests right away.
New opportunities, but instead are a chore you must accomplish when the game instructs you to do so. They will give you the superpower to cut cheese in a game about fighting knights and then place a wall of cheese in front of you. And you will use your cheese cutting power only when the game arbitrarily places cheese walls in front of you and then instructs you to do so. It is entirely unnecessary and artificial, and every new mechanic drags the entire game down further. Even
sounds like he's describing rare games.
Are hard to do in Crimson Desert because all of your
the cheese wall, that'd be like a banjo power. DK64 ass ability.
I can't even walk up to people and talk to them because the X button does too many different things. I have to hold L1 and then I'm allowed to hit X to talk.
Now, I have heard critiques regarding the wonky control scheme. I had previously joked that that's because Koreans, it was another Korean game design joke. Hey, it's back to this boss. Is it any different? No, because I'm still not at 100%.
To them, except I have to make sure I'm not in combat because then it would hold up my shield. Don't hit R1 because now you're shining a light into their eye, or R3 you're doing a
he's so retarded.
palm, or L3 now you're sneaking. Actually, you hit L3 a little too hard and you shot out your sticky hand. The problem with these mechanics is many of them are entirely contextual. I'm only ever using my super sticky hands during a super sticky hand puzzle. So why do I need access to it all the time? Why does it take up a button? In Super Mario 64, I don't have a throw Bowser button that allows me to attempt to throw Bowser all of the time. No.
There probably should have been one because spinning Bowser fucking sucked.
I just have a punch, and if I happen to be near Bowser, I'll throw him. The combat
That's fair. I understand what he means by that.
And they're just unnecessary. You just mash R1, R2, maybe
buttons that do something different depending on where you are.
Maybe it gets interesting later. I've been told the game is really good.
As I just said, sensitive to context.
That's insane. 8 hours is a full shift at work. You want me to work on a video game so that it may eventually be good. Over 4
He's enunciating
hours
every
into
syllable,
the game,
yeah.
I'm still getting tutorials.
That's kind of what he does. That's his MO.
When did this become acceptable for leisure to become labor? You want to talk about a humiliation
that and
ritual?
not breathing.
The game makes you carry
no pauses allowed. The exact opposite extreme of Worski. No pauses.
Becoming powerful.
No talent.
Doing
no
great
pauses.
things for the right reasons. I'm carrying sacks 20 feet over and over again. I'm getting tutorials for pounding stakes into the ground and breaking rocks apart so I can push a wagon. In the time it took me to get
you want me to do this with
point,
default?
I have already beaten Super Mario Bros. 3, one of the greatest games ever made. And what was this sacrificed for? Realism? This isn't realistic at all. How does moving sacks 2 feet accomplish anything? Not that the game was particularly realistic to begin with. Your horse just kind of spawns in from the ether. You kill 500 bandits at a time. You have about 900 different superpowers.
It was locked. I couldn't move.
How wasting my time adds to the immersion. I know this might sound insane, but when I play my fantasy action game, I don't want to be cooking. I don't want to be collecting random garbage that doesn't do anything. And I definitely don't want to be participating in a tutorial on how to sweep a chimney. This would all be bad enough, but the game is also awkward in every sense of the word. I already explained how viewing a memory wasn't just illuminating it with your lantern and hitting maybe one button, but basically everything
and says in all caps, probably relevant to something he's watching in the VC. I'm currently 8,000 feet from the drop zone. I am getting ready to jump out of the plane. I am rapidly approaching the drop zone. I am ready to pull the cords to deploy the main parachute. My parachute failed to deploy. In relation to this idiot and how he talks.
Behaves like this.
As if he's yelling
when
at me.
Sweeping a chimney, you don't just pick up a broom.
And I'm still I don't know how I sound to you guys. Well, I do. I will when I watch the VOD later. I am louder than him by a significant amount, believe it or not. But I still feel like I have to talk really loud to talk over him. Because to you guys, unless you have earbuds or headphones in, he is loud to you, but he's not as loud as he is. I guarantee he's not as loud to you as he is to me. Thank you for the hand check.
And hit X on the chimney. No, you have to equip the broom, which you can't do from your inventory. It has to be from the equipment screen where you highlight your hands and then hit L2 or R2. Then you have to hold L1 to aim into the chimney, and only then can you hit R1 to sweep the chimney. Something that never should have needed a tutorial. Actually, it shouldn't even be in the game at all, but now suddenly a tutorial is incredibly necessary. These are problems they did to themselves, and I don't know why. I can't imagine what the reasoning could be. Well, the gameplay sucks and the world is uninteresting. Maybe the story makes up for it. I would not get your hopes up. I don't know if I'm the greatest person to ask, because I thought it was so boring. I fast-forwarded basically every cutscene and was barely paying any attention at all. From what I understand, you are a gray main. There was a civil war of some kind, and your side
the detractor civil war.
But you were brought back to life by god beings of some kind to do good, and good you shall do. Does this sound interesting to you? Are you engaged? I'm not. I promise I gave it a chance in the beginning, but the game never really gave me a reason to care about anything that's happening. The bad guys are bad.
I sound like Toad when I yell. Thank you.
The good guy's good because he's supposed to be good. said, I remain uncompelled.
What detractor
So
Civil
how
War are we
did
on
the
now?
game
5?
end up like
Are we on
this?
1?
Is it a corporate cash grab made by devs who have long since lost their soul from extended abuse by the industry? No,
I was not aware.
Really. The game was made
I'm guessing
by a
it's more Twitter
Korean
bullshit.
studio known for Black Desert Online. Oh my god, the names are similar.
Now, I am aware of this game because an old coworker of mine couldn't go like 5 seconds without fucking talking about this game to me a few years ago. And then he just stopped talking about it. I guess he got bored of it.
Who would have guessed? So really, this shouldn't be that surprising. It was made by a company that's never made a AAA single-player game before, and it has ended up this way because they decide to copy every other AAA game, which all suck. Add on to that an extremely long development cycle, and you have a recipe for disaster. It's
As for the ant check, I'm currently finishing up watching a movie with my older sister. Stolen Baby, it's a Lifetime original movie. I'm currently selling it for the evening, getting ready to go to the office tomorrow. It's another office day. Rip.
really sad because the best part about getting a game
I hope
from
it was a
region
nice
that
day
normally
up
doesn't
until
make
that point,
games like
Ian.
this is they don't fall into the typical traps of Western games. But if you're just gonna copy them, you get the same thing, but even worse. At least Black Myth Wukong decided to copy a good game like Dark Souls. The only unique thing about this game is how bad it is. Actually, that's not unique at all, unfortunately. Now, maybe it grows into its own 8 hours in, 10 hours in,
Gross, it gets good at 80 hours in, I swear.
but I'll never get to that point. I respect my own time too much. And
It's a waste of my time, like I don't care. It's the same excuse as DSV. Why would I get good at this game? Why would I play it for 30 hours? Who cares? Like I don't.
And it was real
I have much better use of my time. Like I don't care that much.
And
I don't
as
care,
a
guys.
reward, I got to do the menial labor of building the camp back up. And even that did not break me. No, what broke me is then I was instructed to get another member of the crew and bring them back to camp. And surely I would just have to tell them to come back to camp. It wouldn't make me actually bring them, right? Well, y'all know how this ends. Of course I did. They had to get upon my horse and I had to escort them all the way back. No,
That's my
I'm good.
horse.
I don't need to do this anymore. If you're wasting my time on purpose, I simply will not engage. At the very least, let me auto walk there so I can play RuneScape on the other monitor. If you could not tell, this is not a review of Crimson Desert. I believe you have to play at least a little more than I did. I guess it's a review of the tutorial, which is really long and boring. My God. What it is an expression of my hatred for modern video games. Why I still play Nintendo games, no matter how bad they get, because at least I'm allowed to play them. But even that seems to be going away. Legend ZA was also like 50% tutorial and cutscene, so maybe even that will be taken away from me. I guess we'll just have to see. Anyway, bye.
And there we go. Crimson Desert. Dogsplain most affected. Not even gambling. Gambling implies you win something. Just as if the game was not for you, move on the fuck on, you cunt. Doesn't DSP spend all his money on WWE gambling? He spends it on Sweaty Men JPEG, yes. But yeah, gambling implies that you win something from the, I guess you could win like the 6-star Hogan, but it's just a picture that you can stare at. You can probably stare at the same picture through a Google search. But yes, he does spend all of his money gambling on WWE characters. Yeah, he's now falling for the Jeremy grift. He's doing the quarter pounder thing. He is now grifting for Pokemon cards. He has bought $300 worth of Pokemon cards, which are definitely not resealed. And he's gonna beg and grift and make you pay him to open the cards that he already paid for. Let's see if I can get to the end of this, so I can be told what percentage I'm on. What's my current bomber rank after finishing, I don't know how many levels, but I finished enough. I did a run, man! Can we even call it a run if I got like a game over and lost all my power-ups? It's not really roguelite, right? I can't even say, oh, I added, this is my build at the end of my run. Well, is it? Because I lost all, I literally lost my build and it reset. It's my fucking build, bro! Is it though? Is it? also wants to get them graded too. He's absolutely not interested in selling them. He's such a racy piece of shit, trying to flex wealth while begging like a crackhead. He didn't even know what PSA was. What's PSA? Like, guys, you know? Like, how would I do that? Like, how would I grade with PSA? I hope PSA scams him. And like, how would he even do that? Would he just mail the card in? I hear GameStop does PSA grading now. He should get fleeced by them. They get fleeced twice. PSA is done by GameStop. Maybe he'll even renew his membership. Most people get them graded just to resell them, or like if you're auctioning them, you get them graded just to auction them off. You know, if you're like one of these companies, if you get them graded for the prestige, it's like insurance. It's the promise that a third party has looked at this and has said, oh yeah, that's worth an arbitrary number. I'm assigning an arbitrary number of that to make it worth something more to you, and then that assists them in selling it. I suppose there are collectors like Jake Paul, the one buying manga right now, graded manga. But that's like, first of all, it's a classism thing. Like, he's able to do that because he's made of money. DSP is not made of money. He's not broke, but he's not made of money. I don't understand. Like, he's not broke. He does have some money. He does not have all the money. Like, why flex that you're able to buy $300 for Pokemon cards? I'm able to save $300 worth of Pokemon cards by not buying the $300 worth of Pokemon cards. Grading a card is the same as grading a video game, which I'm sure you might have heard of. It's an investment, Dingy? You don't understand? Nah, Pigga, you just want to spend... Whoa, buddy. You can't say it's an investment when there's... well... He sees it as an investment as thus. Allow me to explain. It's an investment of the content. That was a self-felt and a half. You pay him money to open resealed... Hi, Shybot. How you doing? How you doing, niggas? I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. You pay him money to open potentially resealed Pokemon cards that he's already paid for the express privilege of... what? Helping him make content? Getting him views on the video? Because that's what it is. Like, oh, it's an investment. He sees it as an investment, not in the form of like selling it and making money off of the cards, the good cards that he might get, but an investment of content. Your attendance, engagement, and of course support is the investment that he's putting into it. So he spent the 300. Now that he's spent 300 without really consulting you, you have to do your part, and your part is attending the streams, engaging with the streams, supporting the VODs, and the re-uploads and highlights and all that, and of course the support. Like, it's basically him telling you, I have already done my part, now it's your turn. Even though I didn't ask for your consent, I'm taking it from you anyway. Yeah, he's asking for too much. I'm here, boss. He's giving you a homework assignment. Oh yeah, Sunlight Seeker. That's the latest operation. He spent 300 on Pokemon cards and is currently trying to get his audience to support him opening them on stream. Because, of course, even though he already spent the money, you have to help him make the money back, and then you have to help him, you have to attend the streams and engage with them, support them, all that. And then once the highlight videos come out, you have to watch those too. He'll get sucked in and addicted to pulling cards. I want DSP to buy thousands of Pokemon cards. I wanted to buy thousands too, now that he's already locked into it. Back to phase 2. For some reason, the bombs don't affect them on this phase, unless I'm not hitting the right hitbox. There's like a certain attack I gotta wait for. That one. I was too late. I gotta be like right here. Hey, Patchy. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, see, that does not affect him. I don't know why. Did not time that one right. I would just say my brother got a good card out of a total random. We play the Gundam card game, playing card game, Gundam card game for playing the... I cannot read chat today. I see. I understand. It must be all that sleep I didn't get. I looked up Pick Pick Go, the amount of times he said fish type and leaf type is amazing. He still does it in Fire Red too. Don't forget Stone type. Can you stop doing this attack, respectfully? Yes, it basically is that, Shybot, just again. Yes, it's ripped wholesale from the quarter pounder. Right. I don't think it's timed right, nope. I have to get on it as soon as he drops down in that position. Wrong attack. I guess I just can't hit him during that move? He gets low support, low attendance, and all his rares are dupes. I hope so too. He's gonna roll the Sharpedo, buddy! Unusually serious music for a Bomberman game. Sounds like some Doom final boss music. It's hitting his body and it's hitting the wheels. It's not hitting for that attack. Unless I need to get even closer. I know I can hit him for the other attack. For the other attack, his wheels do have a hitbox. But he doesn't want to do it as often as the shockwave. This one. But you gotta time it. It's like you gotta do it before he even lands, and then he drives towards you. See? The hitbox is active for that attack. If only I still had my precious remote bombs. Right there. It's gotta be on fight. I see what you mean, landing on the bomb, maybe? Nope. No, that was a good idea. No, that wasn't what it was. I guess he just has no hitbox for that. No, that makes sense. I'm not saying that you were dumb for that. I didn't think of that. No, it's still not it. There's just no way to... Thank you, Hudson Soft. Maybe it's just that's something I'm just not seeing with that. I think I maybe got one hit on him this whole time. Shame. Not setting up the wheel for Forza because it's too much work? Damn. Lazy! What? That time it didn't hit. It was massively delayed. No, 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 no. Don't fall off. I can't be at the edge for too long. Thankfully, he only has these attacks. He doesn't spawn enemies or anything. I would say for final bosses, unless there's like a true final boss, really weird that this is like the easiest one. Easy, again, in terms of like what you're dealing with. There's only so much he can do to you, and his attacks are very, very, very easily telegraphed. You know how to avoid them. Honestly, the first phase had more going on with it. How many Bombermans are there after this? Over 200. That's a number I just made up. Too many. This time. Come on. There. Alright, just spam that move 3 more times, please. That's all I'm asking for. What is it? Like, sometimes it just doesn't want to hit? Like, the hitbox gets fucked by the wheels? It has to explode before he runs into it. If it explodes while his wheels make contact, the wheels felt the explosion's hitbox? Does that make sense? It makes sense as I say it, but it probably doesn't make sense as you listen to it. Nope, that won't hit. After this one, and I do intend on 100%ing this one. After this one, it'll be Bomberman 2 NES. And as far as this collection was concerned, I will have played all the games I wanted to play in it. See, if you're too late on it, the wheels get in the way of the explosion. It doesn't make any sense, but fine. Who's he supposed to be? He's like a Time Lord or something. He's a master of time in a boss fight in which there are no time-based mechanics. That time I was too early. Come on, do it again. It's Time Warner. He's the real Time Warden. He's Ted Turner, may he rest in peace. Three. I want to say that's 3 hits. Now, guys. Four? Did I... Oh my god, was that 4 or 5 hits? 6 or 7 even? No, it's 4 or 5. Whoa, buddy! Second time I did that. Oh no, what now? No, wait, this didn't happen last time. No, this didn't happen last time. No, wait. Do I have over 50% or something? I didn't get that phase. I didn't get this phase before. Stop. No. Oh, easy ritual. Oh, man. Oh, were you disappointed when I didn't get that phase, Mr. Pun? If you actually spoke about it, I didn't see the message. I guess I was wondering why there wasn't a one-on-one phase. How can the hitbox be so easy here, but then just so... I don't know... not easily telegraphed for the second phase? No, 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 no. Damn it, I was ready. I was fucking ready. I got dizzy. Right there. Nope. Yeah, he's a clock. He's a living, breathing clock. I don't know the reason for the theming, considering 4 was the time travel game. Perhaps it's time as in reference to all the past Super Bomberman games. Yeah, the hitbox is incorrect. Why? I think the implication when he does the shockwave is that if there are any bombs there that haven't detonated yet, the shockwave detonates them. But I'm the kind of player who gets here with like the default base fucking bomb, base fire range, so it's not really something that matters to me. I'm not gonna have like 6 bombs planted waiting to go off while this guy does his little shockwave. That's something that would threaten you if you were good at the game. Brother, please do the other move. Why do you keep bombing the sides, not the main body? The bells are the yellow bell things. Those are the weak spot. The main body is immune. Yeah, even if I win this, it's still the bad ending. I just want to see what my certificate is going to look like. Why sometimes it doesn't... I had it! Why did it not count? Ah! So that's what it looks like when he smashes you. Hey, Gluel. Welcome in. I am running on, like, no sleep here. But I'm trying to beat Super Bomberman 5 here. With a non-100% save file. So I'm absolutely gonna get a bad ending. But I would at least like to see where my percentage is. Welcome in, I hope you're doing well. Okay, so that's 4 hits. It needs about 5. There you go. Hope you're having fun with it. It's a fun game. I like its non-linear structure, but some of the levels, especially later on, can be a bit of a bastard. This boss in particular is a bunch of trial, error, and patience that I don't necessarily have. I also haven't eaten. But I'm doing my best to survive. one bomber bout at a time. That time he blocked the attack. Yeah, the only thing I speedrun is migraines, true. No, I can't speedrun for shit. Maybe time trials, but again, that also requires lots of trial and error that I'm just not built for. I'm not equipped for it. Whenever I do time trials, those are the real suffer streams. Three more of those, and I can get back to that third phase. Yeah, time trial and error, and boy are there a lot of errors. Usually speedrun failures. Yeah, I'm a shy guy failure. No, it blocked it! Yeah, Mario vs. Donkey Kong for GB, that had time trials in it. They weren't really worded as such, but you essentially had to complete the level under a set time to get the time bonus. Like, it wasn't really a separate time trial mode as you would have in a racing game. Or like, again, you just get the time bonus, and if you get the time bonus, you get a little star. And then you need the stars, because the stars unlock extra levels. Thank God those extra levels didn't have stars themselves. No! Owned! Even Waz like you do? He does, he does! Wah! I didn't steal it from him. I didn't. I never did. It's another all-nighter. I was hoping it wouldn't be the case. I didn't want time to work on those overlays. Did you get those? Did you get that thing I sent you? Did you get that thing I sent you? Did you get that thing I sent you? Alright, back here. We're back in hell. Or now. What are you gonna do? Do something. Do something! It's like, does my positioning matter? If I get closer to him, can I make him do it more often? No. Brother, I don't think he's done it once. Come on. What's gonna be real annoying is if it turns out there is a way to damage him in that part, and I just haven't figured it out yet. He does it. He finally does it. He finally does it, and I miss it. I'm not gonna get it. Alright, that's one. Can you do it again? Twice in a row, maybe? I'll be your best friend. Oh my god. I have to hang out with him now. 2. Why does the hitbox get disabled for that? Explain. Alright, one more. Why is he being so generous with it now? He spammed the other attack like 10 times in a row before he even did that attack once. Fucking bullshit, man. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Land. Like that, yes. No, it didn't count. One more. I believe it should be 5 hits. The problem will be the one-on-one phase. I don't know his attacks, I don't know his bomb patterns. He'd be spamming bombs, I won't know what to do. Gonna lose right away. Probably mauled, sieve, and cope. That was a little bit too late. Right there. There we go. He's sneaking at a children's game! Just a little bit. Okay, that's one hit? Oh my god. Don't stop. Look at him! What do you mean? That is not a time-based power. That's turning on a shield that's a reused asset from Super 3 and changing it blue and then saying, boom, you died. That has fuck all to do with time. His time ability is spawning a clock. And it's the same clock that you get in the normal levels. I'm just saying, in Super 3 Final Boss, I did not die to that fucker because of touching his shield. Okay. If these first two phases are fine now, the issue is that the second one just takes too long. Why can't you attack him during that part? I don't see why not. Why does the hitbox change? Why did that one miss? That was close. That was like too close. Hey chatter, Horizon 6 has been murdered before it was born, ripped in pieces? Okay, so it's just completely gone? I had heard the initial reservations earlier today that made him not want to dig out the wheel for it. Nobody cares, like it's just completely spoiled, like you guys have all said, you give me feedback, I've listened, I'm believing, you guys don't want it anymore. Okay, I'm gonna give you what you don't want, and I'm not gonna give to you. Hey Pim Pam, how many more Bombermans like dominate the collection? This is the last one. But it's the longest of the 5. And there's like one of the 2 bonus games I would like to check out as well. We'll be instead playing Lego Batman. That's a lie, because Lego Batman was already scheduled. It was going to be both of the games. Now it's going to be one of the games. And he's retroactively making it look like we picked one over the other, when in fact the schedule said we would play both of them. So, no, wrong. Burnell lies again. Another one of Burnell's lies. Laziest fucking excuse to not have to play video games on the Twitch.tv platform. Or, well, for him, the Kick.com and YouTube.com platforms. Yeah, I don't know, they spoiled the game for me, guys. Like, I don't want to play it anymore. I don't know, man. I don't know, they spoiled it for me. Played those games before, guys, and like, I don't know, you guys you weren't interested. How does that not damage him? That's such a good idea, too. Only other suggestion is if maybe going around works. Oh, now you want to do this attack. Right when I want to test out a hypothesis. Oh my god, that also doesn't work. I don't know. If he has a hitbox there, I don't know what it could be. Screeching for a Janny at the moment. Earlier he was asking if there are mods there to start like doing start just sweeping it up, start janning it up for him. And Tevin said something that kind of made me think. He said, "Why would there be mods watching and not already sweeping it up?" It's like before the mods were just watching for entertainment. They were just watching because the mods don't work until he tells them to work. You tell me the mod would already be watching and hearing him and not already sweeping it up? $25? Ooh. Okay, let's try that. Nope, he blocked it. I'm only up to 2 hits. Suffer me, suffer. Suffer so I get 1 more shot, and I die. The pirate fight was rough. The axe fight, the axe fight was tough. This one is just more of like a test of patience. Like, damn, that phase nice. Damn, that boss phase nice. Like, I'm good with this one. I'm fine with this one now. It's everything that comes after it that's the issue. I assume when we do the one-on-one phase, it'll also be 5 hits to Felton? He deserves a super low dono stream after acting like such an obnoxious flag recently. Buck break him, but I'm sure the usual retards will bail him out. Yeah, he'll be fine. The indie game night was super successful. Everyone enjoyed it, everyone liked it. The trolls were trying to say it was a massive failure. You guys literally don't know what you're talking about. Like, you literally don't know what you mean. Damn. Let me try something with the next one. Well, the next time he does the shockwave. No, I can't even get it closer. Like I got it as close as I could, and still it will not affect. It won't affect the little bells. All I can believe is that he simply cannot be hurt during that phase. It's like another case where remote bomb would come through, no problem, though. Okay. I don't know how many hits I'm on. It's all a blur to me now. This is what a lack of sleep does to me, man. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do need to rest. I want to stay up and do other stuff. But I imagine I'll probably conk out. This might be... That might have been hit number 4? 5? Let's see. Nope. One more time, please? Stop! No more of that. I'm begging, I'm begging! And then the issue with the next phase is... I'm not gonna have the range to attack from a distance, so I'm gonna have to get close to him, except whenever I get close to him, he can spawn the shield at any moment and get rid of me. So it's kinda like, Suck-a-Dingus, man. Yeah, I'm having an existential crisis right now. Usually on nights like this, I'll go to bed, and I'll get like sleep, right? But I'll wake up in the middle of the night, and I just will not be able to go back to sleep, and then I'll just end up like surviving to the morning, and that doesn't really fix your sleep schedule much. Yeah, the Bomberman paralysis demon. I'm in my bed, just trying to relax, get some rest. A costume mascot of Bomberman is staring at me from bed. But he's like obscured by shadow. He's like a shadow man. He's got a fedora on. He's looking at me, and he's got his fuse lit. And he's Bomberman. Well, I guess he does talk. He says something weird in Japanese. He would tell me something in Japanese. He would say, "Ikose!" Okay, that was hit number 4. Bomberman looking at me from the bed, yelling, "Bye, Hudson!" Oh, my lord. Come on. Do it one more time. I just need one more time. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5. Oh, I said not 1, but unironically, just one more time. Oh boy. That's great. I would like to check where my percentage is. So let's get the game over. Let's go ahead and end. Okay, 54%. Your stage clear rate is 54%. We thus bestow upon you the rank of getting their bomb. I'm still getting their bomber. We'll save here. Okay, that was... Okay, that was after the first certificate. Okay, that's fine. That's cool that I don't have to beat the boss to see the certificate. This was all I was interested in. Did you clear it? Are you still working on it? Currently at 54%. So what are we looking at? Roughly around 25% per stream. actually did not mean to do that. I was curious to see if I could get back to the file menu from, you know, in-game without having to do a full reset. Just in case I ever want to check on my my progress while in the level select. I just would be. Okay. I just wanted to see if that was possible. So I could have done that the whole time, but I did not know. I didn't. I never did. Okay. I am clearly beyond beyond this mortal coil. I cannot continue. And I went way later beyond that which I intended to. I was supposed to be out of here as soon as Kino started. And it is now 10:28, so that's a bad sign. I got kind of carried away. I blame Frogmire. Yeah, I need to work on my layout. I should be doing that because I don't want to be late for that. Like, it's one thing if the game's late. In that case, I can blame Amazon. But if I'm late, if the stream is late because I'm late, because I didn't have the overlay done, I would feel bad. Yeah, I'm gonna rest up. I have had no hours of sleep. Actually, no, I'm gonna eat something. I'm gonna eat something. Yeah, Sunlight Seeker. I didn't get any rest last night, to be real. And I was slaving away in the morning, and I had some other stuff to do. And as soon as I got back and settled in, I was like, okay, well, yeah, let's do an afternoon stream, guys, because I said I was gonna do one yesterday, and it kind of led to this. So I can't push it to 3 AM today. Sleep well. I'll try. The problem is, I'm telling you I'm going to sleep, right? And I already know what's gonna happen. Like, I'm tired now, but what's gonna happen is I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna like relax, start working on the overlay, put on like the night stream or something, or watch someone else, and then the hours will just get time will get carried away. I'll get carried away. I'll lose track of the time. It'll be like 3 in the morning again before I know it. Yeah, I'll wake up. I do set alarms. But thank you guys for stopping by for the impromptu afternoon situation. We did cut a big chunk into the backup playlist. I actually think we're done with Arlo videos, and we only have like 1 Frogmire left. How I still have 19 videos in here? I have no clue. Yeah, Arlo's gone for now. And I'll be gone right now for now as well. That's true, I didn't do that 1 hour Arlo video. I was hoping no one was going to remind me about it. No! I do have to do that one. Thanks everybody for stopping by. Impromptu situation. I probably should charge my controller now. Ket's son sucks? Ket's son? Oh, because DSP Jr.? But Synthetic Man is DSP Jr. But I guess if Lord Frogmire is Synthetic Man's brother, I guess this means Phil has 2 kids. Have a good night. I know, everyone should tell me good night, because if you don't, I'm just gonna stay up, even though that's absolutely not what I should do. It's so that it's my wife's son. How was your weekend? How was your weekend? What did you get up to this weekend? Thank you, Gluel. But thank you, Sir Patchy. Thank you, Coggers. Everybody else that stopped by. I will load up Streamlabs. You're not supposed to actually tell me how your weekend went. But what if you did tell me how your weekend went? There he goes once again into the blue yonder from whence he came. . 'Cause 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 ' I hate to watch him leave, but I love to watch him go. Thank you to Sinister Strike for the tier 1 for 5 months in a row, 5 months total. Jeff Bezos, your ads are dead to me. They are. Trashman, the re-up tier 1 for 41 months. Thank you to Iceman for the rate with the party of 12. Thank you. Okay. We're also racing horse girls. You're doing your dailies? Are you getting your dailies in there? The Big Beggar is live, and he's playing indie games! The indie games that he made $200. Taking your suggestions. $200 suggestions, playing indie games. He took your suggestions, and he is now playing them. I guess. Tevin is live restreaming that. It's 10:30, so I assume he has 1 hour left of that. That was a very bad description of what he was doing. He made $200, which are paid suggestions, none of which were free, obviously. No free suggestions were read. He added games to his wish list. And now, some of those games he's actually going to play. I predict he will not play more than 3 of those games. We're going to Slumpers. Where is she? Yeah, we can. Oh, we already wage quit Super Meat Boy? I see. Okay, yeah, it looks like she just started. Oh, I say just started. She's an hour in. Kino Casino is live. Tevin is live. There are many places for you to go to. I will send you to alternative programming for the goodness of your soul. But bye-bye, adios, and meme time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, hopefully we will see you next time. If I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day, hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, Rue, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. Slumpers is a big titty Neko cat girl. She is playing The Simpsons Hit and Run. She is a spicy Latina senorita. So if you like Mexicans, whoa, I'm sending you to the right place. Obviously, you would have to have no problem with Hispanic people to be here at all. But, yeah. Tomorrow is never guaranteed. Be good to your... Tomorrow's never guaranteed, so be good to your fellow man. Stay swollen, not stirred, and be swell and be well. The right message is... The right message is this. I can type it. I'm slow, I'm tired, I'm slow. There. I don't sound tired, I feel tired. Bye!